think that's a good idea, sir?
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
It all up! Everything you got! Come on, you hey! You want to live forever?
Get away from her.
Hey everybody, this is Dean Kane, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I. Look.
Guys, it is, we're missing one guy, but he'll come back Wednesday, April 5th. I hope my mic is on. Jeez. And we are here with a special guest, the great Todd Senofonte. It's Jericho Green. It's Shantan Jetty. He's back. This is Double Impact. I'm your host, Gabe Eltib. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to talk, of course, the classic, the first movie where he doubled for JCVD, Sudden Death. We're also going to talk Darkness of Man, the shirt he's wearing right there, a new movie he just filmed with Jean-Claude. And then, of course, The Rideshare Killer, the movie where he had a leading role. He's a very, very misunderstood fellow. How is everyone doing tonight, guys?
Very good, very good.
Doing great. That
Always
shit
a
was
great
funny.
time.
When you and JCVD were looking around, you're like,
And that was his idea.
Oh, that's funny, though.
Oh man, it's great to have you
Shit
here,
was
Todd.
funny.
Thanks for coming back. I think you are our first
Yeah,
repeat
man.
guest.
thank you.
That's
Well,
right.
I was the first guest.
You
That's
were,
right.
yeah, I think so. You were. our
Never
first
forget
guest,
your
so-
first.
That's
Oh,
right.
You were surprisingly gentle. Thank you.
Yeah,
Lord.
Yeah.
you don't forget your first. Sometimes I have
No,
other
it's
guests on here, and the whole time they're on, I'm just thinking about you instead, though. So,
I'm only
That's
gentle.
pretty much how it is.
but yeah, we're excited about tonight, man. It's going to be really fun. Where to start? I mean, we'll get to sudden death. That's the main course. But for the amuse bouche, I want you to tell us what you've been up to lately and how is it going in the world of stunts and stunt manning and everything like that, Todd?
Well, obviously, you guys know we filmed another film with Jean-Claude called Darkness of Man. That was shot the end of December, and then we finished the end of January. So altogether, in between, it was about an 18-day shoot. All in California, Pomona, Santa Clarita, let's see where we're in Van Nuys, North Hollywood. So it's pretty much all shot here, and it's going to be I think it's going to be a really good film. It reminds me of something like Wake of Death. You know, a lot of great acting in it. We had some really cool fight scenes in it too, but there's a lot of really good scenes, you know, with Jean-Claude. He's going to impress a lot of people. He was really in great spirits for this film, and we all feel really good about it. It was some long days, but you know, it's all worth it when you guys see it.
Very cool. Very cool. I'm excited, man. I can't get enough of his stuff, and he doesn't seem to make them as frequently as he used to. That bit where you two are in the cafe or whatever, and you give each other that look, very funny. Is he a funny guy? Because he seems very philosophical and this that, but is he also a jokester?
He's hilarious. I mean, once I get near him, and you know, I crack a little joke or he cracks a little joke, and we start laughing, we can't stop. And there was a couple of scenes where he was doing his dialogue, and he was, you know, I was in the background, and you have to look over. I mean, I'm trying to like not distract him. He starts laughing. So, but he's got a great sense of humor, and it was his idea to do that little funny video of us sitting at the cafe, and then, you know, looking at each other and going like, "Whoa!" Like, you know, like, so he's got a great sense of humor.
Very
yeah,
cool.
I mean, it's really great, Todd, to have you here. And to see, you know, I was watching, we all do our rewatches before we do a show, you know, so I got this on Blu-ray because I didn't own it on Blu-ray, and watched the flick through, and I was thinking to myself, you know, we're getting to talk to you today about, you know, all the different projects you've done, but to see where you're doing a project with him right now, and then think all those years back, this is where it started, is incredible, and it's great to have you here.
Right.
Oh yeah, but it was great to let's see, well, should I say get back on the saddle again? But yeah, it was great to you know, get back in the groove of the adrenaline rush. Nothing's more adrenaline than, you know, on Double Team with a tiger. But this was nice to get back, you know, on the set, long hours, you know, craft service. It was nice.
Now, you can't spoil the movie, but was there anything as dangerous as the tiger? Any stunts you did that were kind of scary? You had to call your mom and say, "Hey, Mom, I love you," before you did the stunt?
No calls to mom on this one. It was.
I heard a big part of the plot revolves around a banana eating contest. Is this?
Well, yeah, I'm the king of banana. You should see me peel a banana. I can peel a banana like no other.
My daughter went on your Facebook and collected a bunch of pictures for me. So I hope this is from filming of the movie. And
that was in Van Nuys at the Palm Motel.
Oh, okay.
We rented out the Palm Motel.
Can you go back a few to where he's holding that rifle? That looks like a 50 cal or a 460. That's a serious piece of machinery right there, man.
Big sniper rifle. It was heavy.
Heavy, yeah, very heavy. Very heavy. Yeah.
It looks good on you, Todd.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Hey, you wear it well. You wear that 50 cal.
Very well.
And that was just a shot where I was setting it up, and then, you know, Jean-Claude comes in, and then that's where he's going to sit. So that's
okay. So you're helping him with the blocking and the lighting and all that stuff.
Yeah. Besides the stunts in this, you know, they had me on set because, you know, Jean-Claude wanted me on set, you know, just to help out, and I did. You know, I was like, guys, I'm here. You know, let me, you know, whatever you need, let me know. So.
Okay. I hope they write a half Mexican, half Arab, 6'4" guy into the next.
Very specific.
Very specific. A 44-year-old. Yeah, a 44-year-old half Mexican, half Arab.
How much you weigh?
Huh? I'm pushing it at 280 right now, baby. So
280. I think 281's the limit, so you better.
Okay. Better skip in and out tomorrow. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Let me
ask you this, Todd, real quick. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer being, because in like Rideshare Killer, you know, having a leading role? Do you prefer that, or do you prefer being a stuntman and kind of, you know, not being the star? Or do you
I mean, I love both. If I had the opportunity, of course, I'd rather be in front of the camera. But there's nothing like, you know, adrenaline rush, you know, when you're doing like, you know, fight scenes or stunts. But it's just a matter of, you know, the timing. You know, whatever comes my way, you gotta take it.
Very cool. Let me address this real quick. Arumafe for $20. Thank you. Very generous. Popping the super chat cherry.
Yo.
Wow. Well, it's getting a little dicey.
Milady.
Hey, put the kids
LOL,
to bed.
hello to all of you, and nice to have Todd back. Well, thank you, Arumafe.
Oh, Arumafe. Thank you.
Yes. And whenever you send a super chat, you get one of these. Oh, there we go. Nice. Thank you, Sean, for making that for me.
And Gabe, that was wasn't that Paco in that scene?
That is Paco. We had dinner together at that. What a crazy dinner that Benny the Jet Urquidez was there, and so many great people were there. That was awesome.
Yeah.
And then the Iceman or the Sandman from Death.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Patrick Kilpatrick.
Right, and then of course Sheldon Lettich, writer extraordinaire, he was there too. So yeah, that was a fun time.
Billy Blanks was there, I believe.
Oh,
right, Tybo himself.
T2000. Man, Billy Blanks was the shit. I'd love to meet that guy.
And that was all put on by Ron Hall, like blaxploitation kung fu movie guy.
Ron Hall's a great guy. He's a great guy.
The redacted computer says, fun fact, the reason Jean does that scream is because he kept stubbing his toe on the corner of an oak table. He doesn't feel pain there anymore.
There it is.
That
been there, man. Holy
may or may not be true. How could when you stub your toe or you twist your ankle, you feel for about a second or two like you might die, and then you're fine.
Well, especially if it's a little piggy with the marker, that's
that pinky toe.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody asked me one time, I think it was one of my kids, they go, what do you think the purpose of the pinky toe is? I go, I don't know, but I know if you break it, it lets you know that you were using it without knowing it.
Yeah.
That's true.
Man.
Beautiful, Todd. Beautiful.
Pittsburgh's
I
finest.
watched Rideshare Killer right after your appearance on the show last time you were on. And it was so funny because I go, oh my God, unfortunately, because I had met you and I got the sense, I think I know who the Rideshare Killer might be, but it was so great, man. Your acting in that was fantastic, and so it's for me. I mean, I'm obviously in our space. We're kind of doing things indie. We're outside of what's going on in the mainstream. So that's the cool thing about it is that you're doing movies with Jean-Claude Van Damme and doing these action movies, but then seeing you doing the indie film thing, that's great, man. Because in our space, that's what we love to promote, and that's what we want to get the word out.
I don't know if you noticed this on the Rideshare Killer. I didn't get an opening credit.
No, why is that? They want
was it a secret thing or was it a?
I got the ending credit, but it's I don't know.
Fight Eric Roberts for it.
Yeah,
we'll get to Eric Roberts in a minute here. What a legend that guy is. But tell me that if you can, Darkness of Man, Jean-Claude Van Damme's new action movie, car chase in this badass car, right?
There's really no big car chasings in this. We're just driving.
Is that a Nova?
It's a Duster, a Dodge Duster.
Okay.
Wow.
70, I think it was a 74 Duster, and it only had like 23,000 miles on it.
Oh, damn.
The guys on the production, it's his mom's car, and he offered to use it in the film, and it's a really nice car.
Damn, that thing was in the garage. That's how you do it.
Yeah, she keeps it in the garage covered and everything.
Yeah, was she on set watching when the car was being driven?
No, just her son was in charge of the car, make sure if it had to be moved in a certain way, he would move it. And then all we did was we wouldn't drive it far, maybe like a block or two. There's not a lot of driving scenes in this fast anyway, but it's a really sharp car.
Oh,
right. Well, there's that one scene with you and Jean-Claude in the car where he's explaining to you what they call a Big Mac in France, right?
That's right. No, it's a quarter pounder.
Oh, quarter pounder. Sorry, a Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese. Right. And Todd, I remember Todd was saying, he goes, what the funniest thing is about France, though? It's the little differences. I mean, they got the same shit over there they got over here. It's just there, it's a little different, if I recall the dialogue correctly.
Right.
And this is a classic look, the black suit, the white shirt, that does conjure memories.
Well, I love
iconic films.
That's all we wore. We wore like a different colors jacket, we had pants and the shirt. It was such an easy wardrobe.
Very cool.
I like that classic combination.
Very cool. Do you can you say, or do you know when this will be out? When will Darkness of Man be out? Is there anything? I know it got picked up in distribution.
I didn't get any information yet, but when I do, you'll be the third to know.
Okay, very cool. The third to know.
Well, in all seriousness, though, with all of this stuff, with anything that's going on, whether we were talking about Rideshare Killer, we were talking about this movie. Let us know whatever we can do on our show to promote the hell out of it. We'll be obviously show the trailers and everything like that, but
yeah, man, for sure. On
we love getting
media
the word out about stuff you do. It's a pleasure for us.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So then, real quick, if we could, so that's awesome. Darkness of Man, new Jean-Claude Van Damme action coming to you guys. I cannot wait. I'm very excited about that. Then let me just open this up here because I wanted to we didn't talk about this much at all last time you were here, and that's a shame. But I watched this one the other night. You play a not nice man in this one. So
I play one of those billionaires that like to throw money out here and there. And my goal is to take over the whole ride sharing company. And doing so, well, if you didn't see the movie, I don't want to give it away.
Right. But so is it for you for acting? Is this one of your first major roles, or is this one of the first times you've been acting in a major role, or no?
It's probably like the bigger ones that I've done. Other ones I've done, on independent films like Super Shark, Turbulent Skies. But this was the biggest role for me, to date. And we filmed this right before the pandemic hit. So I was glad we got that in the can and right before everything, kind of shut down.
Right. And yeah, this is spoiler territory, folks. Sorry. But,
now, before you go into a scene, before you have to do a stunt, whether it be a fight scene or, jumping, driving, something like that, do you have almost like a ritual that you do? Like, is there something that you say to yourself every time? Or is there something that you do every time? Like, is there an air of a superstition kind of before you get ready?
The only time I really prayed was right before that tiger scene. No, I just take a deep breath and, just don't think about it. Just go. For me, if you think, you're going to get hurt. So I just take a deep breath. When they say action, action.
Let me ask you this: playing a villain, and you've played the hero always when you're doing the stunts for Jean-Claude Van Damme, so you're in that mindset of the dangerous stunts I'm doing are in a heroic sense. Is playing a villain like a more fun or a different kind of feeling or whatever? Because I've always thought that when you see a great villain like Simon Phoenix from Demolition Man or Heath Ledger as in The Dark Knight as the Joker, and you just see them that saying of they're just chewing up the scenery as the actor there. They seem like they're having a lot of fun being evil. Is it fun, or does it feel weird and demented, or how does it feel to play a killer, to play a total villain?
Well, there, you just gave it away. Yeah, I kind of, this was the first time I ever played like not like a monster, but like a monster. And it was fun because it just felt right, going into this, knowing what I have to do and what I've done throughout the movie. And then when it comes to the finale, yeah, I mean, it was a different experience, but I think it came off pretty good.
So, I mean, when you're doing a role like this, are you thinking about, are there any actors who've done something in the past that you think about and you go, oh, man, I want to try to connect with that? Because I always think of, when I think of a character like the one you were playing, it's a little less of a Boy Scout in that sense, but I was thinking of, like Anthony Perkins in Psycho. You know what I mean? It's the two sides of the character. You know what I mean? Were you consciously, when you were meeting people at the swimming pool and at the party, the investors get together, were you in a different state? In terms of, were you trying to inhabit the character differently?
No, because the character of James in the very beginning, for me, was just a relaxed, guy, billionaire, wants to invest in the whole company. In the hallway scene where I meet Julie,
Yeah.
or Julia, yeah, Julie, Tuesday night, the blonde. Hey, she
Yes.
was in Nightmare on Elm Street 4.
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
The
yeah.
Dream Warriors.
Tuesday night,
Mhm.
yeah.
Right.
But no, because in the very beginning, I just felt like, just be natural, but don't try to give it away.
Hmm.
But when I met her in the hallway and we had that exchange of dialogue,
Oh
I
yeah.
was just trying to keep it calm, but maybe give a little sense. I don't think I did, because I don't know if you watch the film,
Mhm.
you think it's the Pakistan guy, or you think it's the Billy from the club, the Uber driver. So they kind of they kind of hit it well until the very end. When I'm chasing her, trying to open the door.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah, because
okay.
there was a kind of a megalomaniacal, or what's the word I'm looking for, a narcissism to this character when he meets her in the hallway. My wife and I were watching it, and we were like, damn! Like, we were like, look out! But it left such an impression that it almost threw us completely off, which was great about that, I thought.
Do you remember the character that played Billy? The Uber driver?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That's Oliver. He was the kid from Poltergeist.
No.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
no, I looked that up. Because I looked up the cast after I saw it, and I went, you're kidding me. I just completely forgot. Yes. Wow.
Right.
Oliver,
Okay. And
yeah.
one thing I wanted to
Yeah,
ask
deep
you about this.
cut.
Actually. Oh, go ahead.
Oliver Robbins. Yeah.
Right. One thing I want to ask you about, did you get to talk to Eric Roberts much, playing the detective? And I think he's a legend. Of course, recently he was, not recently, like 10 years ago in that great Dark Knight, he was Marconi, right?
Yeah.
And he's been in so many great movies forever.
On
did
this
you-
film, all of my scenes, I didn't get a chance to see him on this film.
Oh,
But I did work with him again on a comedy called My Redneck Neighbor. It's not out. I don't know if it's still in if they're editing it, but it's a funny comedy where I play a very flamboyant hick.
Oh.
I had to step out of my skin and try to be more like Jericho, very
Whoa,
light
hey.
and everything.
Hey. I'm right here.
And then I did another film with them, but it was weird. It was like a one day shoot for me, and I was playing one of Eric Roberts played a congressman, and I played one of his assistants, and I would just come into the frame and say, okay, sir, I'm not going to be able to campaign again for you, this year, but I had a pleasure working with you. And he says, okay, thank you for your time. And it was just I'll have to find the name of it, but it was such a small little part. But so this would be like the third time that I got to work on Eric Roberts.
wrong comment here. I was trying to throw this one up here. If you haven't seen Star 80, Robert is fantastically creepy in that one. I have no idea what that movie is, but wow.
I've never seen it either.
Hey,
Okay.
best,
Wow.
shout out to Best.
It's on the
of
list.
Best. That's my favorite Eric Roberts movie.
Well,
Best
hey, I
of the
wonder,
best.
sure, the best of the best. We'll
Yeah.
definitely review that on this channel. Jeez, that's perfect for Double Impact. I want to ask you one more thing, Todd, about doing the Rideshare Killer. Is this the first horror movie you've done?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it horror or thriller? What do they
It's
categorize?
like it's kind of like horror thriller. Yeah, horror thriller.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because up until this point, everything you've done is action, huh?
Yeah, and then yeah, pretty much. And then I did that short "Reason to Live," which was a dramatic short I did. But yeah, this is like the first
Okay.
horror thriller.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's a great genre. I mean, the thing about horror is it's probably one of the best genres for indie success. For indie films, because you go there for the thrills. It's almost better in some sense if there's not somebody taking you out of the flick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's I think that's what Jason Blum has done a really great job, building And I'd love to see more of it because I thought you were great in this, man. I thought you were fantastic.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Very cool. Okay, one thing I wanted to get in here, guys, really quick, because we're talking about genres of movies, action,
Yep.
horror. The poll, I never go back
There it
to
is.
the poll. I always announce the poll, then I rarely read the results. That is a tradition around here. I said Todd makes movies. When Gabe makes a movie, it will be a romance. That's what I think. You know, obviously the ladies can't resist me. A musical, possibly. Action or Martian arts. It auto-corrected me to Martian arts from martial arts. But maybe it's a new genre. Who knows?
Martial arts,
or
yeah.
sci-fi.
That'd be interesting.
So we'll see. We'll see if I ever come back to this poll again tonight.
Filmed on Planet Uranus.
Yeah, I think I'd want Martian arts is leading right now.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
I think I'd rather see you in a musical, not so
Really?
much like a Oklahoma, you know, or
right.
Sound of Music kind
More
of
like
musical.
Rent?
But I think no.
500, 6,000, whatever the fuck that number is.
I think more of a High School Musical. Like I think I'd want to see you in that kind of movie, maybe a Letterman jacket, one or two of those. But yeah, definitely like a high school
Maybe,
musical.
maybe a little West Side Story. When you're a jet, you're a jet.
That's right.
You know, just come down, snapping your fingers. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And Brian wants to know, what is tonight's feature movie? Tonight's feature movie is Sudden Death, which Todd was Van Damme's double in that. It's really good. But we just finished talking about The Rideshare Killer, which you need to go check out. And then also Darkness of Man is another movie Todd just did with Jean-Claude Van Damme. And we don't know when that'll be out. That's in
It's hot
post-production.
off the press. Ink's still drying on that one.
Yeah, that one is still coming along.
Can't wait.
But check those out. But we're gonna get to Sudden Death. Does anyone have any other questions about this, Sean Jericho, about Rideshare Killer or anything like that? Anything else you'd like to tell the audience about it, Todd?
No, I mean it was for a low budget. It really came out nice. I mean, it was great lighting in it, and the cast and crew are really, really, really fun to work with.
Very
Now,
cool.
do you find there's I don't know, because it's acting, so it's all about being something you're not, you know, in front of the camera. But do you find that there's a different type of actor when you get away from action movies? Like this, the thriller, you did the comedy. Do you find that there's a different type of actor, or, you know, it's just as long as there's a good actor, I guess?
You mean as far as the cast?
Yeah, like the cast, because you know, obviously this is a thriller, so it's a different type of movie than I guess you're used to doing. But do you find that there's a difference between doing this type of movie or doing an action flick as far as the cast, like the other actors?
No, I mean, you know, you read a script. You know, I'm not saying all scripts are the same, but you just go into the mindset of, you know, okay, let's just make a good film and you know, give it your all. So I kind of treat every film the same, as whether it's a, you know, big budget movie or you know, well, like an independent film. For me, it's you know, pretty much all the same.
We had Superman actor Dean Cain on about a month ago, and I asked him a question about making a movie, making a TV show, whatever. And like I said, do you know when you film it that it was good? And conversely, do you know, man, that's not good? He said you can tell as an actor. Do you agree with his sentiment, or do you think that was just his opinion and you disagree? Can you tell when something you make is good or bad?
Well, if there's no chemistry with the actors and if it's a bad environment, you know, not a really good crew you're working with, you can get that feeling. But once you're comfortable with the other actors, because when I go on a film set, whether it's a big budget or low budget, I like to meet everybody. I like to go over, you know, to the prop guys, make sure the hair and makeup, you know, the electric special effects. I just like to meet everybody, because when you're on a film, they have so many different stories, and you just listen to their experience. You know, what do they like, this one actor or actresses? So it's just a big family, whether it's a big budget or a small budget. That's how I see it.
Okay, because I've heard that like the leads, like a male, female in a romance or whatever, if they don't have good chemistry, then the movie suffers. Does that chemistry does it also mean off camera? Because like on camera they have to have chemistry, but it doesn't mean off camera they're like kind of hanging out maybe a little bit and they're kind of friends while they're filming. Is that also what it means, or you don't need to hang out off camera?
Well, I mean, you don't need to. I mean, if you do, you know, you you got to keep that stuff, whatever happens off camera. But when you're ready to start filming, you got to concentrate, because you never know. Maybe you don't get along with them, but you can't tell when you're filming.
Mhm.
Maybe you're getting arguments off screen, but you just gotta put that aside and then just let it go when the camera's on you.
And it could help, if there's a scene, if you don't get along with them, there's a scene where your characters are angry at each other, you have to yell. That would help.
Oh, exactly.
This
Yeah,
is gonna be real, because I really can't stand your ass.
You start calling them by their real name.
Cut, Todd. You can't call him motherfucker. Oh, my bad. I was in the zone.
Yeah, there's that,
But
that
good
great
point. That's a
sequence
good
right
point,
in Goonies when Sean Astin, I think it is, and it's still in the movie. They say something like, "There's nothing down here," and he says, "There is something down here, Josh." He calls Josh Brolin by his actual name, and it's in the movie. And I thought, oh
Really?
shit, that's hilarious.
Wow.
it was so good.
Yeah,
But
he did
it's such a good feeling. I imagine with Gabe and Sean, you guys drawing, I imagine the same with you, Todd, like when you finish a scene, or maybe when you're in the scene. But like if I'm doing a live stream or something, like when you're on, it feels so good. Everything is a home run. Every stroke of the pen, every line, whatever you're doing, it's just, you're on fire. And that is such a great feeling. Like when you hit, there have been times when I do a video or something, or I hit the stop button, I'm just like, oh, that's gonna be fun. I know that's good.
I can't say it on the air, but that cover I sent you guys the other day with the pistol logo, I had that feeling when I did it, and when I made that logo in like 5 minutes, I'm like, I can't believe I just did that. I was just like so thrilled with it. Yeah, that and we all played football, right? Or just sports, whatever. That zone you're talking about. Does that happen when you're when you're in front of the camera, Todd? Like it just feels like three-pointer. It just feels like they're all going in.
Yeah, you get that feeling, when you're on, you feel it, and you just go with it. So it's
the best.
And every actor, actresses, they you can tell when they're in the zone.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, great feeling.
Very cool. So, sudden death. Why don't we move on to that? Because I interviewed you on my channel, and if you guys watching out there, make sure you hit the like, subscribe. I know you hear it all the time, but please do. We have a playlist on this channel for Double Impact, all these great reviews we do. But mixed in there is a 5-part interview I did with Todd way back in the summer or something like that, and he told me his not life story, but he told me his professional story, how he got into acting and all that, and it's fascinating. And this is the movie he started off on. He started doubling and being a body double and stuff for Van Damme in Sudden Death. And can you go over that, like the we're in an elevator, the 30-second version of that, Todd, and let people know how you got involved with this picture? It was your first movie, so how did you get involved?
Sudden Death was my first film back in '94, and how I got the role, I told Gabe in the previous interviews, it's all about timing and luck, because for so long people have been telling me, hey, you look like that Jean-Claude Van Damme guy. And one day, here, let me back up. After I graduated basic training, it was the last day, and the drill sergeants rolled in a TV, and they put with a VCR, put in a tape, and it was Kickboxer. And we were watching the film, and all the guys in the platoon were looking at me, and like, hey, you look like that guy. So who is it? That's Jean-Claude Van Damme. So, oh, okay. So when I graduated basic training back in '91, I went back to Dunmore, Pennsylvania. I went to Penn State Extension, Scranton, and I continued my basketball and baseball career there. After 2 years, that's when I joined the military. So once I got back, I went down to the main campus of Penn State, and I really couldn't, concentrate on the studies. You just graduate from basic training, all your marbles are all messed up. So I withdrew. I took a semester off, and I went to Bloomsburg University. So one day, I drove back on a weekend back to Dunmore from Bloomsburg, And I was with my buddies at this one bar. It was an open bar, open patio. And we walked in, and I see Ray Howlett, one of the original American Gladiators.
Wow.
And I went over to her and said, hey.
What was his code name on the show? Was he Turbo or Laser or Blaster? Or...
Her name was Zach, Ray Howlett.
Oh, her. Sorry.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember
that. Yeah.
So I see her sitting down, and I walk over to her, and I say, hey, Ray, you know, Todd Senofonte. She goes, oh, my God, I thought you were Jean-Claude Van Damme when you walked in. And I said, Ray, so many people have been telling me this. She goes, before you leave, make sure you come see me. I said, all right. So again, it was an open patio, and it started raining. And all my buddies were like, hey, let's go. I said, hold on, I got to go find Ray. I went over, I found her. I said, Ray, we're going to take off. She was okay. How about let's meet for lunch? Because I really want to talk to you. Next week, let's meet for lunch. I said, okay. So we meet for lunch. I had written up a little bio, and we finished the lunch, and she goes, Todd, she goes, you should really consider, you know, trying to do something. So what do you recommend? She goes, you know, get some pictures taken, try and take some classes, and then, you know, go from there. So I went home one day, and I was staying with my mom and dad back in the day, and a little article, model needed appliances. That's something. I called up. I said, hey, yeah, come on down. So I went down there. They put me in a shirt and a Joe on it with a long screwdriver. It was for a brochure, like an appliance brochure. So I'm near a stove with a long screwdriver, and I'm pretending I'm screwing in and looking at the camera. Okay, like looking at the camera. And the guy goes, you know who you look like? I was like,
let me guess.
Eddie Murphy. No, you look like Jean-Claude Van Damme. This guy gave me a card. Takes a card out of his pocket, hands it to me. He goes, here, see if we can do with it. I look at the card, and it's Jack Gilardi's office, ICM, in Beverly Hills. I'm in Scranton still. I'm like, cool, man, thank you. I put my
hold on. Why did that guy have Jack Gilardi's card all the way in Dunmore?
I'm assuming, you know, I don't know if he's a photographer that goes all over the country, but anyway, you know, I had the card, and then one day I'm sitting at the kitchen table in my Cocoa Puffs, and I see the card. I'm like, what the heck? So I called my cousin Gigi up. She's a photographer in Scranton. I said, Gigi, can you take some pictures of me doing the kicks and the splits and everything? Yeah, come on down. Went down, took the pictures, got them printed out. I FedExed them, you know, from Dunmore, Pennsylvania to Beverly Hills, not thinking anything of it. 3 days later, my mom says, oh, here, you got a message. Oh, it's a phone number, 310. Boom. I said, Beverly Hills, it's California. I called them up. I said, hey, this is Todd Senofonte giving you a call. Oh, Todd, we're glad you called. We received your packet. You look great. Mr. Van Damme is out of the country, but we're going to make sure he sees this. I'm like, okay, thanks. I hung the phone up. I'm like, oh, man. Called all my buddies. Guess what? So then I waited a couple weeks. Didn't hear anything. I sent more pictures out. Waited a couple weeks. Then I finally called after like maybe 3-4 weeks. Hey, this is Todd, just checking in, you know. Todd, we're glad you called. Jean-Claude is doing a film in Pittsburgh called Sudden Death. You're in Scranton. We're not guaranteeing you anything, but you never know. I said, all right, cool. Packed my little Subaru up, and I drove 5 hours west to Pittsburgh. Got to the production office. I walked in, opened the door, and there's a girl at the desk writing something down. She's writing, looks at me, gives me a double take. Oh, Mr. Van Damme, you're here. I'm like, no, I'm for the stand-in job. Oh, have a seat. Second AD comes out. Todd, can you come back next week to meet the director? Let me check my schedule. Yeah. I drove back again, showed up again. Second AD comes out. I'm in the office. Hey, did you meet JC yet? I'm like, no. Come on. So we're walking down the hallway, and I see him in the distance. He's got his robe on, checking out his wardrobe.
Doing the splits.
And the second AD goes, hey, JC, this is Todd. He's going to be your stand-in. Jean-Claude walks over to me, looks at me, goes, whoa, where'd you find this guy? I said, a pleasure to meet you, Jean-Claude. You're a big fan. He goes, great. Okay, we'll see you on set. So for Sudden Death, like I told Gabe back in the day, I didn't do any stunts. I was a stand-in and then a photo double. Again, I'll go over what a stand-in does. Maybe some people don't know. A stand-in is an actor or actress that comes on the set before the actor or actress comes on. to get the lighting. Make sure the lighting is here. The DP will go, okay, Todd, stand there, look this way. Okay, now go to the, and then you do and then when Jean-Claude comes on the set, I said, okay, Jean-Claude, you got to stand here. You got to run over to that desk. You got to pause, look this way, and then run. So that was pretty much how I started. I was just a stand-in. He had a great double, Mark Stefanich, who's ex-Navy SEAL that did all the stunts in Sudden Death. So that's pretty much how I started. And for the first 2-3 weeks, I didn't bother Jean-Claude. There was one time we're filming at the Civic Arena. It was during the hockey strike. So the Civic Arena was closed down. And we have, there was a scene, we're on top of the second level, and the camera's behind us. So the DP goes, okay, Todd, just stand there. Okay, look this way. I'm looking this way. And from behind, because there was extras in the crowd, from behind, I hear, hey, what girl is good looking down there? I'm looking at Jean-Claude. He's like, oh, the girl in the green's pretty hot. And he goes, yeah, but you got to be careful these days. I said, I know. I just got out of a long-term relationship, to have this opportunity. He goes, really? He goes, stay here. He does a scene. He runs back up the steps. He goes, come with me. So we walk all the way to the top of the Civic Arena. We're sitting down. And he goes, so tell me, what happened with your girl? I said, well, I had this opportunity, and she wanted different plans and stuff. He goes, yeah. He goes, it's very difficult in this business, to have relationships. They do work, but it's very difficult. So that was our first bonding moment. And as we're talking, a PA comes running up the steps, and they said, oh, Todd, they're ready for you. And I'm joking. I said, hey, I'm talking to Jean-Claude. And she goes, ooh. And we started laughing, and he goes, yeah, you better go. I said, I'm just joking. So I went down, did more of the lighting stuff. So that was our first bonding moment. And again, I would show up, good morning. And, I didn't want to pressure him. I didn't want to crowd him. But I still didn't know if I was actually going to, work again with him. So towards the end of the film, then I started doing some photo doubling. Like when you see inserts of his hands opening up drawers, that's what a photo double does. There's a scene where I'm running up the steps, obviously, they don't need Jean-Claude for that. So that's what a photo double does. So from standing in, then I did the photo doubling. So the very last day of filming, I was like, man, am I ever going to do this again? So I just walked over to Jean-Claude. I said, Jean-Claude, hey, if you need me for the quest, let me know. He goes, okay, go give your information to the producer. So I went over to the producer. Hey, Jean-Claude wanted me to give you. Okay, okay, thanks.
Did you say Jean-Claude said, I'm in the quest movie?
He said, I get second billing. He said something about second billing.
The biggest thrill for me on Sudden Death was I got to meet most of the Steelers.
Oh, wow.
We had the locker room scene that was supposed to be filmed in the Civic Arena, but we couldn't get access in it. So we had to film the locker room scene at Three River Stadium in the Steelers locker room. So it was a Saturday night.
Cordell Stewart and those Steelers, right?
Neil O'Donnell, Mike Convac, Barry Foster. So, so that night, it was a Saturday night we were filming, and the Steelers were practicing on the field for a Monday night game. So in between takes, I would go over to the PAs. Can I just look, the field? Yeah, go ahead. So I walk on the field at Three River Stadium. I see Coach, Cowher walk by, and Greg Lloyd, Kevin Green, Yancey Thigpen, all these, my hero. If you're an athlete, I have more. I don't get starstruck with other actors. For me, it's athlete because I grew up playing football, baseball, basketball. So all those guys that I've watched on TV, and then you finally meet them, which is kind of cool. I got an autograph by Greg Lloyd. He's like one of my favorite Steelers. Then met the late Kevin Green, and then at a restaurant in Pittsburgh, I got to meet Jack Lambert. So after Sudden Death, I would go back to Dunmore, Pennsylvania. I'm going to say a month and a half later, I get a call saying if I'm available for the quest. I said, well, let me check my schedule here. Yeah.
Yep.
So they said, don't shave, don't cut your hair, and you're going to be doing the same thing. Mark's going to be the double. You do the stand-in photo doubling. So, but for me, Sudden Death, the very first time walking on a movie set, it's almost like you get hit with with an aura of wow, this is what it takes to make a movie. Long days, it's not all glamorous, but it just felt right. And I was like, man, this is where I belong. So, but I mean, Sudden Death, I think, is a great film. I'm not certain that it was released at the right time, but it is a great film. Powers Booth,
I was gonna say
Powers Booth legends, right? Jeez.
And
Powers
with him, you had to be, the right time to go over and greet him, because he was always in that, like Jericho said, you got to be in that mindset of he's a terrorist, so he's got to almost always be in that mindset when he's on set. So.
Right, and this was a big budget major release, right?
Yeah,
it was for sure.
It was.
It's similar to Die Hard a little bit. It's got a similar kind of structure. So,
There's just three things real quick. Number one, what a chance encounter. You know what? Like, give me your information. This is before, like, you couldn't text him every day, or you couldn't check on. You had to wait. Back then, you had to wait and check the mail and give me messages. There was
you had to wait for that phone call.
Yeah, and what a chance encounter, and for you to pursue it. Hey, here's my card. You could have easily said, yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. Or, hey, before you leave, come and see me. You could have easily forgot going somewhere with your boys, and who knows how that would have changed, the course of your life.
For me, that card was similar to like the winning lottery ticket.
Do you have the card? Do you have that card?
Pretty much, sealed my path of where it took me and where I am now. So yeah, that was and I still remember his name. His name is John Stanfill. So if John is out there, hey John, I'll look him up.
You probably didn't hear me. Do you have that card that he gave you?
If I do have it, it's got to be back east in a box. So if I go visit my parents over the holidays again, but I couldn't go this year. I couldn't go back east for Christmas. I usually go back east for Christmas because we were filming this. So the next time I go back, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, that would be that. That's the kind of thing that would be at your parents' house. That's the kind of thing you would find there. And for people who aren't in the military or who weren't in the military, when you get to watch TV at the end of boot camp is it's a lot different now. It's a lot softer now. But I'm sure back when you were in, Todd, when I was in, boot camp was like having a rabid German Shepherd held 3 inches from your face for 3 months. You can't do nothing right. The minute you open your eyes, you're doing something wrong. So yelling, screaming, exercise, yelling, screaming, marching, exercise. And when I remember having that first human moment with my RDCs. They were telling us stories about being out in the fleet. But until that moment, you're dog shit, and they're not going to let you forget it. So having them wheel in a TV and watch a movie, it's like you almost forgot what it was like.
It was like a big weight lifted off you. You just sit and relax.
Yeah,
enjoy a film.
you can relax and maybe talk a little.
Right.
Oh, man,
what movie was it? Kickboxer, Bloodsport, Lionheart,
Kickboxer.
Okay, we just reviewed that last week. We fucking love Kickboxer.
Yeah, what a movie! What a movie to see after boot camp. That was amazing. And last point before we get started, even if, and thankfully it wasn't, but even if that was your one and only experience with Van Damme being on the set of Sudden Death, that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's pretty damn cool.
Even if it was, it was an experience of a lifetime, but I just felt that this can't be just it, and so that's when I went over to the producer and took down my information, because back then they had to write stuff down. They didn't have
it wasn't give me your at your.
And back in the day, you had to actually talk to people on set.
Yeah.
Nowadays, everybody's on their phone in between. It's like the technology.
Yeah, and for somebody with so much going on, him being the star, actually on the set of a big budget movie, and for him to go, "Hey man, tell me about your girl," that's also pretty cool. So
that was, like I said, that was our first bonding moment. We explained everything, and then we were talking about just everything, just because he's a big dog lover. I'm a big dog lover. He loves animals, so that was kind of like the click that not sealed the deal, but he knew, and I love my parents, his parents, family. So it kind of, besides being, he's very smart. A lot of people don't know this. He's a very smart guy. He's almost like a Renaissance man. Like I consider my dad a Renaissance man because he knows a little bit about everything. And same with Jean-Claude. And my parents came out to visit on sudden death, so they had a chance to meet Jean-Claude, which is kind of cool. So my mom fell in love with them, and she was never really. That was her first time on a movie set too. So and my dad was like, "Wow, it takes so long to."
Imagine how proud they were of you. To visit you at work and see what you were part of. That's pretty awesome.
My mom would have her wallet, and she would have all these pictures of me and Jean-Claude in it. And one day, she lost her purse. She didn't know where she found her purse. And my dad goes, the first thing she goes, not where's my wallet or my credit cards, where's my pictures of Todd? But she found it, because she would go up the street and, oh hey, this is my son.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
She was my PR for the longest time.
That's the best.
We talk about that too. I mean, in Jericho, I think you hit the nail on the head. There are those moments where people say and talk about it where you feel like, am I being helped by hidden hands? That has to be one of my favorite stories about that, man. I mean, that's an amazing, like you were meant to do this, and it only seems like more evidence that here you are, with Jean-Claude after all this time. It's like two people who were meant to meet and be friends. Right. It's like you can't stop it, man. Can't be stopped.
And then I'm going to jump a little ahead on Maximum Risk. Mm-hmm. My mom and dad came to Toronto to visit, and Jean-Claude's parents were there, so they got to meet Eugene and Elaine. Oh, and my dad's he's got that. I get the dry sense of humor from my dad. My dad goes over to Eugene, Jean-Claude's father. He goes, "Would you happen to be in Pennsylvania maybe 24 years ago?" And I was like, "Oh, he goes, oh no."
Yeah, so you got some explaining to do.
Yes, I was there on business.
Yeah, I think
that's when we were good looking.
It wasn't considering. I mean, everybody. It's so funny because when you get to know somebody, you see them. I mean, heck, I know it's the same way when you actually meet identical twins, where you can tell them apart. You know who they are. But when I saw that shot of you and him, even now, sitting at the table together, I went, wait a second.
Yeah, even more so.
Right.
It's scary, man. It's just...
and that picture that you took, the one you just showed with them shaking hands, like, did you guys ever go out together? And if you did you catch the women as they passed out, or most of them you just let fall? Because that must have been a real problem.
There was a couple, 2 or 3 I caught.
Oh my goodness!
It was fun. We had some good times.
I bet.
I bet. Now, respectfully, can you do Jean-Claude's accent, or is that out of bounds? Is that not right? It's not mocking him. Just curious if you could sound like him and not just look like him.
Not really.
No, because I could see how that would come in handy for a 20-something.
Oh man, yeah, maybe that's too much power for one man to have.
Look,
it's too much power
and sound like him.
But on sudden death, I was at this sports bar with another guy in the film, and Yamar Yager came in, a hockey player. Really? And my buddy introduced me as Jean-Claude's brother. So,
that's funny.
And then he started, I was like, hello, like really bad accent. But when he started talking, French, I was like, I go, see ya, nice meeting you.
All right. Now, Jaromir Jagr, one of the greatest hockey players of all time, Pittsburgh legend, but he's known more not for his hockey. He has one of the most glorious mullets I've ever seen.
There you have it.
Party, business in the front, and party.
That is a serious.
It's true.
Serious mullet.
That's Kentucky mud flat, man.
Respect.
Holy shit! I found an even better one.
There's a trophy for his hair, and then there's one for him.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, his hair won more Stanley Cups than he did.
Dang.
Dang.
Look at
Look
that.
at that. Look
Boom.
at that. You can't stop that.
Oh,
That hair
my
got women
goodness.
pregnant.
That's Joe Dirt hair right there.
Party all night hair. Yeah.
Yeah. His hair party's longer than him. He's sleeping. His hair is still.
Right. One of the hockey
Doing
legends,
lines.
probably a hero of yours, right, Todd? You're a big sports fan, so.
Yeah.
Were you a big fan of Yarmir? Okay.
Oh yeah, Yamir and Mario Lemieux and those guys.
Sure. Real quick, think about what you
he's
think about. He's saying
Belgian, right?
JCVD French. He's Belgian, right? He's the muscle.
Belgian.
Brussels, the muscles from Brussels.
Yeah.
And he speaks Flemish, which is similar to French. I guess there's a slight difference, but not much.
Yeah, Belgium's an amazing country for its output. When you think about, I know they have the Hergé Museum there, the creator of Tintin, and that whole thing, and it's an incredible culture. I remember thinking about how small Belgium is, as a land area, and its contributions to comics and action movies. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very cool.
And they got good chocolate.
Now, Todd, are you Pittsburgh across the board as far as your sports allegiance?
Yeah, Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, and then of course there's no NBA, but I go for the Sixers basketball.
Okay.
And then college Penn State.
All right. Okay. Yeah. That
even in college.
Jeez,
Dang.
that state seems like they have
dedication.
some of the greatest fans ever. As a fan of the Denver Broncos, that is one of the most intense fan communities ever. The Broncos, I think they're only beaten probably in the NFL by the Steelers fans. Steelers fans, if you go to Colorado year round, people are wearing orange and blue year round. They support the Broncos no matter what. But I've heard the Steeler fan is the most intense fan base out there, which
We're all over. There are so many Steeler bars in California.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
All over.
And the Steeler fans have an air of class about them. They're not like Raider fans.
Ugh.
Like Steeler fans they do. Everybody knows. I'm so glad they moved that stadium to Vegas, because when you went to Oakland and you were the opposing team, there are people that wouldn't even wear jerseys. They wouldn't even wear the colors of the opposing team, because Raider fans are animals.
I've told it twice on here. I live in San Diego since the 80s. I've lived in San Diego. Took a brief trip to Colorado to go to college for a few years. But living in San Diego, the Raiders are like number one rival of the Chargers. There would be fights. There was a stabbing. I told you a guy got his ear bitten off in a bar fight by a Raider fan. The Raider fans
animals.
They killed a Charger fan's dog at the tailgating at this Charger stadium.
Hey, fuck that perro, eh? He had on the lightning bolt, eh?
Right.
Puro Raiders, homeboy.
That's crazy.
Raiders
Steelers
fans.
I got respect for Steelers fans. They're a very respectable group of people.
Well, who's your team, Jericho?
Niners.
Oh, Niners.
49ers.
And
Since
John,
1984.
Jonathan, you like football?
New England.
I gotta go.
You poor thing.
Sorry, guys. It is what it is. Listen.
Should have asked that question last. Dang
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Look at None the Meister. They have a Steelers bar in Cincy. That's got to be tough with a rival.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Like,
Talk about behind enemy lines.
last note on the great Jaromir Jagr, that trophies, and that's not the Stanley Cup. That's actually a trophy for that hair of his.
Yeah, and his hair has 2 more children than he does.
He washed it in there, too.
I don't know how that happened.
You guys know why it looks that way. If you look at it, it's a mullet, but then that mullet has 2 mullets coming off of it. I mean, it's incredible. It's like
Hold
an
on, let's bring
infinity
it back.
mirror.
It's a feat of nature.
I mean,
you can't even
well
look at it
played,
too
sir.
long. I got to look away in 30 seconds because
I won't
Yeah.
let my wife look at these,
Yeah, you can't do
she'll be
that.
like, babe,
No.
have a seat. I
I
got to
like
tell you
this
something.
one better. I like this mullet better. It's thicker, It's got more. This is a girthy mullet, this one.
That's the one that produced the last 2 kids. That mullet. That thing is. You can't even see light through it. That one, you can see light through the bottom. That other one, it's Raven.
Yes, John, that is MacGyver. Yes.
That's right. And I
We'll
gotta
just go
say,
with
this opening scene,
We'll just go with it.
which I had forgotten about. You want to talk about a brutal opening scene? Damn, this one gets you.
Yeah, not a
This
lot of
was-
dialogue. I noticed that
I
too.
was
Like when
no.
the worst happens to that little girl.
Yep.
He just the way he looks. It's all in the face. It's all just his facial features and the intensity in his eyes and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if he had children at the time. I think so. His kids are definitely, they were born by then, at least some of them. I'm sure part of that, he had to tap into part of that and, go to that place. But yeah, he nailed it.
Does he have just the 2 kids, Todd? He has the son that looks just like him, but taller and leaner.
He's got 3. He's got Christopher and Bianca, and then Nicholas.
Okay, didn't know about Nicholas, but I knew about Christopher. Okay,
he that's the thing about him too, is that the thing I noticed about him early on with those movies was that he was one of those actors that really was able to convey empathy, and you could really feel him in the situation. It's not like he wasn't one of those action stars that you looked at and it's like some cold-blooded killer with no emotional range or anything like that. He really was able to do that parent stuff well on screen, and it's great.
I hope that when that kid came home to ask to date his daughter or to meet him for the first time, he didn't say nothing. He just did one of those beautiful jump spinning outside crescent kicks to that fucking kid's head. That would have been the best.
It was
I'm
an
sure
elbow.
that was pretty intimidating. Yes, gave him that super chat elbow. Boom.
Right. Jeez. Yeah. And it doesn't help. Respectfully, his daughter's beautiful. So.
Yeah, I'm sure that didn't help at all.
Oh, yeah.
He starts off. This movie starts off tugging at the heartstrings and character building for this man, because that's heart wrenching right there. That's bad.
Yeah, he's the
worst day at
fireman,
work.
and he's going to save a little girl, and it doesn't happen. She ends up getting killed, so it's very bad, and that kind of traumatizes him, and that's what motivates him to quit firefighting, right? And then he becomes a security guard and some other
Well,
stuff.
I remember on this film, we got word that Raul Julia died.
Oh,
yes.
Oh man, yeah, 94
during the filming of this, and also Brandon Lee on The Crow.
That was.
Oh my goodness.
We've talked about The Crow. We did an episode on The Crow, but Brandon Lee was one of my childhood heroes, and I remember the morning I woke up, I saw in the news, I couldn't believe it was true. I basically just sleepwalked through that day of school. Like I just could not accept that had happened. And there was sometimes there's just those terrible things that happen, and you were talking about how important, the people who work firearms, the prop masters and everybody are on a film relating to something fairly recent. But I just remember thinking about, Linda and Shannon and, like how much can a family take? You know what I mean? And it's amazing work. And I remember thinking, well, at least, they're never going to put some guy in a situation where he's got to run from a tiger. No, never mind. It's too soon.
Isn't it
2 or 3 years later?
Isn't it eerie that Bruce Lee did 5 movies and Brandon did 5 movies?
Right.
It is.
And they're both really young.
Eerie.
I mean, Bruce was what, 32? Son was 28.
Right.
Yeah, very, very young, man. Way too young. And
What
like
did
you mentioned,
Brandon do? Brandon did The Crow, Rapid Fire, Laser Mission,
and Showdown in Little Tokyo.
Showdown in Little Tokyo, which that might be my favorite 90s action movie. I freaking love
that.
That movie. They did Rapid Fire too, right?
With Powers Booth and
Powers Booth,
that
guy.
Powers Booth
and did some TV, right, with Kung Fu: The Return with David Carradine.
Yeah,
he was young,
David Carradine in the early 90s.
He was a kid.
And also Powers Booth and the guy who played the vice president are both Rapid Fire alumni.
That's right.
Because the guy who played the vice president, he was a dirty FBI agent, and that Italian dude, the bad guy, ended up shooting him at the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're both Rapid Fire alumni. But Powers Booth, what a name!
What a great name!
My first name is Powers.
The Brandon Lee death didn't hit me very hard because I wasn't familiar with him when he died, but I thought The Crow, I went and saw The Crow because of it and thought he was great. The one that hit me, I think it was the same year, I think it was also 94, was Kurt Cobain. That one, that was the first celebrity death that knocked me on my ass because I've been a huge Nirvana fan since their first big album, Nevermind in 91. Just a giant fan. That was my kind of music growing up, was punk rock and all that kind of stuff. So that really, really bothered me. I ended up doing an art project illustration about it in high school, and But yeah, that was the first one that got me. What about you, Todd? Was there a celebrity death that hit you when you were in high school or something? Or
In high school, no, I'm going to say, if we're talking about musicians, I would probably say Prince.
oh
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
fucking weird.
I think Prince was one of the most talented artists ever.
Yeah, that was
My
unbelievable.
first concert was, I went to see Prince at the Curio Dome in New York, and Sheila E. opened up for him.
oh wow.
What year?
Wow.
That was 80. Let's see, Prince 84.
Oh my God, Purple Rain.
Yeah.
Man, that must have been crazy.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a lot of concerts, but that was my first. My second one was Iron Maiden. And then after that, I saw Bon Jovi open up for Van Halen. Van Halen's my favorite band.
There you go.
And then I saw Dokken open up for Great White when I moved to California.
Wow.
Damn. Hey, you know you're pretty damn big when you got Bon Jovi opening.
I had a chance to meet Blackie Lawless because I love Wasp. I had a chance to meet him during the filming of Darkness of Man, and I couldn't make it. My buddy's a manager at the Rainbow, and he texted me, "Hey, Blackie's gonna be here tonight." I'm like, oh, I couldn't make it.
Damn it.
It would have been cool to see him. I love the Rainbow. Rainbow Room is the most iconic place, I think, on the Sunset Strip.
Yeah.
All the 80s bands. You know, when I go there, I say, "Hey, Eric, can you play some Wasp, Van Halen, Iron Maiden, Cinderella?" And he gets excited, plays all the music. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, when I think of the Sunset Strip, I think of the Comedy Store and then like the Rainbow Room. I think that's
Yeah,
that's classic Hollywood right there.
Saddle Ranch is also a really cool place.
Okay.
My buddy owns Saddle Ranch right on Sunset. It's a nice casual place. They got the mechanical bull, so it's kind of cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, when like Prince and stuff like that, you were compared to now starved for, attention from, the performers, the artists, the actors, whoever it is, because now with social media, every hour of their day is probably documented. But back then it was, there was buildup. You're going to see them live. That kind of shit didn't happen every week. You weren't seeing some concert from halfway around the world. Like, this was a big deal. And, the commercials and the radio, giving away the tickets, like, it was this huge buildup to it. And, Prince, that's Prince 1984.
84.
That's like some bucket list shit right there, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
one thing I didn't know, but I didn't listen to Prince a lot at all growing up. So I didn't know until I was an adult what an amazing guitar player he was. I thought he was just a singer.
Oh.
Then I saw some songs where he is shredding. I had no idea. I was ignorant to any.
And he plays piano too. I mean, he's very talented.
No idea.
Songwriting. I mean, all around. I think. Yeah.
He not only wrote hits for himself, but plenty of other people. And there's a video where he plays "Still My Guitar Gently Weeps," and Tom Petty's on stage. Eric Clapton's son is on stage, and I think a couple other iconic people.
Yeah, it was a George Harrison memorial.
Yeah, and he has a solo. Prince does a guitar solo, and I'm like, I've been a fan of Prince, and I was still blown away. I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were that good on the guitar. Because when you have Tom Petty standing there, mouth agape, like, look at this dude. I mean, he was just. It's awesome.
So, in all of your opinions, each of you, who is the greatest guitarist?
Oh shit!
Oh,
Now I got mine. I want to hear yours.
Now, are we talking just talent or talent and impact? Because
I'm talking about everything.
Damn.
I couldn't tell you who's the most talented. I don't know enough about it, but the most talented that is also like my favorite would be like Jimi Hendrix. So,
okay.
Man, I'm gonna have to say, it's a hard choice between B.B. King and Prince.
Okay.
Are we talking about composing or playing? Like, what are we talking
Just playing,
about?
just playing.
Because it's tough. Because I could go Chuck Berry.
I'll say Prince.
I could throw Chuck Berry in there. But if we go for my childhood, who defined it? It's gotta be Eddie and Prince, for me. It's gotta
Eddie's
be Eddie.
mine. I think Eddie Van Halen. I'm a huge Van Halen fan, but just what he did to
what do you do? I mean,
his Yeah, I mean, just his technique, with the tapping and the speed. It's just, my top three are Eddie, Steve Vai, and Richie Blackmore. But I think Eddie is the top. I just thought he brought so much.
Did you guys hear about, like, I heard Eddie Van Halen once talk about one of this unknown, like, Southern guitarist guy who inspired him, named Jasper T. Jowls. Have you heard of that? He played for the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic band.
Oh, that guy. You didn't say the. You said
the Jasper T. Jowls.
I didn't recognize him with the hat on.
Yeah. I mean, but
you know who else's name I got to throw in there is George Thorogood.
Okay, sure.
That dude was
bad to the bone.
I mean, all of the ones that everybody mentioned, they're all great, but it's just my preference. I think Eddie is,
But,
one of the masters, truly.
We were in eras back then that it's hard to even explain to people now, where the greats were just all around us, and some of them we lost young. I was thinking about Randy Rhoads, who was just a hell of a guitarist.
Yeah.
I mean, just creatively, musically, he was another one of those folks. It's very funny, but we all talk about this stuff, that we all come from different backgrounds, and when the three of us, get together on the show, we'll go, oh, okay, let's do some video stuff here, let's do this. Like, we're always coming up with new things to do. And I think that's just, if you're somebody who's curious, and it sounds like, that's, your father was that way, you're that way, being around people like that, right? It's your fuel, people with interests and passions that are, broad. But man, it was a great era for music and for just genius.
I think the 80s era is the best as far as, rock.
Amen.
And then you got to give credit to Coke, because
cocaine.
Hey, give me a little bit of that burger sugar, huh?
Behind every
right.
great musician is a big old pile of Coke.
Right.
There you have it.
That fueled the 80s. It really did.
I'm gonna change my vote from Jimi Hendrix to none other.
Yes, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, that's right, brother.
The real American. that's Thunder Lips, right?
That's right.
That's right. Well, what he's known most for around
definitely the biggest guitarist in the world.
What he's really known for is the proprietor of the great Pastamania restaurant.
Yeah, brother.
We all love around here.
Oh yeah.
That's right. Have you ever? You're an Italian, Mr. Senofonte.
I love my fettuccine Alfredo.
I knew it.
Yep.
How do you feel about rigatoni? You love it?
I love rigatoni. Rigatoni, lasagna, gnocchis.
All right. Good to know. Good to know. Because he made a bad business deal.
Right.
Sure did.
There's a whole lore on this channel about Hulk Hogan getting scammed by Ted DiBiase for 1.5 million pounds of rigatoni that he has to move it. He's got to sell it before it goes
through
bad.
Pastamania. And it's,
through Pastamania.
It's an ongoing issue. It's a saga, really.
We're still trying to help him get the word out to us.
Yeah, we are.
However we can.
That's right. So
this is the opening scene. Opening scene to sudden death.
That's right.
That's right.
So after the little girl dies, where do we go right after that? Are we going to the setup with the bad guys?
The setup.
Yeah, that's the Secret Service. Prepping for the arrival of the vice president. And this, like you mentioned, this is very die-hardy right here. This is, the kind of the procedural. You got the guy in charge walking in that V shape. Sir, we got to go here, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, all right, give me these guys over here. I need guys on the roof. Dispatching, doing the Tommy Lee Jones. I need this over here, that over there. He's directing people. And then you get into the setup of the bad guys. And the bad guys who have everything covered. Everything. They got the guys with the fake, detour on the road and all that stuff. They got everything covered. Silencers,
IDs,
hitmen.
everything.
Yeah, they got everything. Guys to make the IDs. These guys got all the bases covered.
And what it is,
ruthless.
it's Game 7. It's Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh versus I forget who they're playing, and the vice president is going to be there.
I think it's Chicago. I think it's the Black Hawks.
The Black Hawks. So
Black Hawks. I didn't say Black Hawks. Black Hawks.
Well,
I want to make that clear.
To the ladies in the audience, that was not a promise. So calm it down.
Stand up, ladies. What are you doing?
That's exactly right. But
Yeah,
you
try
know,
that.
this is the thing about it. These guys are ruthless. I remember thinking this because when I saw Die Hard 2, those guys were pretty good. You know, they came in and they're like, bang, bang, this is buckwheat. The clubhouse is open. Like that kind of shit. These guys didn't even give you one-liners. They're like, just do what we say, you'll be fine. Never mind. Like, these guys were, by the time, you know, and then you're seeing Van Damme, you gotta love it, walking this child that looks like the ultimate, like they grew her in a lab to be cute, vulnerable, and precocious, and you're like, for the love of God, man, get her out of there. These guys are walking wood chippers.
Dude, they're insane.
Good Lord.
She got the glasses, the hat.
Yes!
I mean, yeah, this kid was created in a lab somewhere.
Ugh.
For
Dude,
sure.
there's overload on this one.
I
And
know.
and the mom, and what was the father's name? Like Mike or something?
I forget.
He kept interjecting himself in the issue between him and his ex-wife. I'm like, dude, shut up, Mike, or whatever your name is. Shut your mouth. Having
Could
a
you
moment.
imagine?
Hey,
No,
Go-
no, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sean and Jericho, we both, all of us, all three of us, been married. I've been 26 and a half years. You guys well over a decade each. Can you imagine though being divorced and having to fucking talk to your wife's new husband and not just
I
wanting to
couldn't do
wring
it.
his neck the whole time?
I couldn't
He's
do
sitting
it.
there telling your
Listen.
son about life, kissing your wife, maybe living in your old fucking house.
Yeah, he's
my
sleeping on your side of the bed.
Oh,
You put the
Listen.
groove in that mattress. Now
Oh.
he's laying on your side of the bed. His slippers are next to the bed now. Oh,
It's
you
gotta
son
be
of a
rough. It's gotta
bitch.
be rough. It's gotta be
do
rough.
you see the thought balloons though coming off of this guy's head? He's going, and I have to follow that.
Yeah, I gotta follow the JCVD in 1995. Son of a bitch.
Right.
He has
I know.
a pager. He has a pager on his belt. He already lost.
Yeah, that's right.
He already
Right.
lost.
Only
I
thing
gotta
that could have
follow
made this
this
scene
guy.
worse, right, is Todd and Jean-Claude walking up, and it's like this
yeah.
guy would just jump over that guardrail.
Yeah, he's like,
I'm
"Kid,
out of
give me-
here. Fuck this.
Kid, give me that hockey stick.
Yeah, give it a stick.
oh.
Oh
Jeez,
man, that's a rough
Poor
world.
guy. And you know what? I understand that he kind of, because they had plans to go to dinner, he kind of just popped up and said, hey, I got these tickets to the hockey game. I want to take the kids. She's like, no, you have them tomorrow. You know, she's like, we had plans for dinner. And she was like, don't do this again. You know, it puts the kids in a bad spot. It puts me in a bad spot. I'm like, well, he showed up with tickets to Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Finals. You know what I mean? He didn't show up like, let's go to the park. You know, it's some pretty big shit here. I mean, you could have been a little nicer and be like, hey, you know, it's cool. Hey, you get another half day with Mike or whatever his name is over there. So
No.
why not? Why you being a
And-
bitch about it?
And it's Pittsburgh. It's not like Los Angeles and the Kings are going to the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
This is the East Coast where people freaking love hockey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Over here, not so much in California. But yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh is, like I said earlier,
Yeah, come on,
one of the
baby.
great sports towns. The people there love their team.
Yeah, you know what's happening in that city right now? Come on.
Yeah.
Don't do
Yeah, he
this.
didn't show up
again.
with tickets to Chuck E. Cheese, for God's sake. It was Game
Yeah,
7.
Game 7. Shut up.
Skee ball. You know, it didn't happen, okay? Damn.
Right, Mike? Right.
Yeah, Mike's
Yeah.
gonna take him to go see Jasper T. Jowls, and Dad's gonna take him to Game
You know
7.
what? Kids, get in the car while I go over there and kick Mike's ass real quick.
Right?
Real quick.
Man.
Oh goodness.
Man, and these guys, again, not only did they start off with character building with him, you know, the worst day possible he can have at work. Then he's the family guy. His family's torn apart, probably due to the way he was acting after that happened,
Yeah.
depression and stuff like that. And then they also immediately get into character building for these fucking bad guys. These guys in this scene right here, Powers Booth doesn't say a word. He just walks in, sets a timer for what we find out is a bomb, and people just grab their shit and get out of there. These guys are cold and calculated. They've dotted all the T's, or no, the I's, crossed all the T's. There we go. And even this guy here, he's dispatched to do his part of the plan. Fucking asshole.
Oh.
So he basically walks up to an old lady doing the most old lady thing you can do, other than baking. She's in her garden.
I know.
She's
That was
working in-
Mrs. Roper.
yeah. What an
Oh,
asshole.
no,
Was it?
she's a great
Oh
actress,
yeah,
too.
that's right. That's where I knew her from. Going
Yep.
on.
We have to be real about this, man. Is that what this guy's thing is? It's like, oh, you know who we got to bring in on this job? You know, the guy who kills the little old ladies. Like, this guy looks like that's what his career path was.
What a fucking asshole. So he comes up and basically shows the handle of the gun sticking out of his pants, very Riggs.
Yeah.
And he says, just walk in. He's all, walk in the house like I'm your favorite nephew. Like, basically, don't say shit. It's going to get bad. And he walks inside the house. And so at first I was like, man, who is this old lady? Like, is she going to be used? You know, how the hell is she going to be used in this plan? And then old Chef Mustache here, that's his old lady. And so he's basically, she calls, has to read a paper. If you do what they say, they won't hurt you because the vice president's coming to the game. He's coming to game 7. They come in and tell this guy before you see the old lady get taken hostage, hey, the only people that get in this elevator is if this guy says so. If the chef here says so. If you got the green light from him, you can go in the elevator. Other than that, nobody's allowed in there.
Right.
So
Dorian Hayward.
Yeah, dude, and a lot of great again, the rapid fire cast, you know, Powers Booth, the vice president, this guy. He was another, you know, that police captain guy, that straight edge guy that you needed in a movie, in an 80s or 90s action movie. This was your guy. This is key in a good action movie. You got to have good character actors. You got to have those familiar faces that no matter what role you put him in, and it's okay if it's a role you've seen him in before, you know, the yelling captain, the slimy, you know, bad guy, whatever, they do it well. And you got to have good character actors to have a good action movie. This show has taught me that, among other things.
Real quick, I have to pause it and interrupt because this was addressed directly to me. Gabe, Michael Coulter, I love you. You're my brother and a fellow Coloradan, but I have to tell you the Broncos suck. That is why I've decided to root for the Chiefs.
No, dude.
Damn.
Can you imagine someone claiming to be your brother, Todd, and telling you they're leaving the Steelers for the Ravens?
No fettuccine Alfredo for him.
Dude.
None.
Yeah, I'll give you some fettuccine Alfredo after I drop it on the
I mean, that's like, you know, that's a typical jumping on the bandwagon right there.
That is terrible.
But he went interdivision, though. You can't do that. If you're going to jump, it's already bad enough to jump teams as a grown man. You can't do that as a grown man.
This is worse than showing up at your ex-wife's house and looking at the new guy, Michael. Listen, Michael, I won't ban you from the channel, but you got to delete this comment, Michael. Please delete this comment.
This is like showing up, and you show up to pick up your kids. Mike's there, and now you have to go in the house, in the bedroom, and take Mike's clothes off before he makes love to your ex-wife in front of you. That's what that's like.
The only thing worse that could happen if he becomes a Patriots fan.
I was going to say that. I actually have that joke lined up. It's like, this is like coming home and your wife is in bed wearing a Patriots jersey with Tom Brady on it. It's that level of sadness. Or what do you do if there's like, you know, you come home, she's wearing a Patriots jersey, but it's a Drew Bledsoe, and one tear's running down her face. You're going to be conflicted. Do you understand? You're going to go, Drew, Drew.
That's true.
You know what I mean? She's wearing the Tom Brady jersey because Tom Brady's not wearing it anymore.
That's what I'm talking about. Then you hear the shower running, and that son of a bitch.
Dude. That in sports.
And you realize that it was an air mattress, and then he's let some of the air out of the mattress just to get better grip. No, see, I know this all day.
Just so we can get to the bristle.
Come on now. Give it up.
That was good.
Give it up.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
But that in the sports world, that's one of the worst things you can do. Not only, like if you're 7 years old, yeah, you can switch teams.
Right.
But once you're a grown man, to switch teams and then go interdivision, you're going to a division rival?
It's literally the team the Broncos hate the most is the Chiefs. It's literally the team they hate the most.
That would be like somebody going from the Niners to being a Seahawks fan.
Ooh.
That would that cuts too deep, man. You're out of here.
People have to understand, man. You know, I love hearing from you people in the land of plenty. As somebody who was, I was born in Houston. I was there for about 7.5 minutes, I think. And then I was in Detroit, Michigan. So we had the Tigers and the Lions, obviously. Right when we moved is when the Tigers won the World Series, right? So we moved out of Detroit. But then we moved to Tennessee. And this is way before the Titans. I was out of Tennessee when the Titans came on. We had no professional sports teams in our entire state.
Tennessee?
Yeah, like even New England, you got to give us a little bit of love for this because they're like, those states don't matter. They have a New England team like this. Right. You got to understand how depressing that is.
The worst.
Tennessee, we just had, we were just all fans of Atlanta. That's all we had. We had the Falcons and we had the and we had the Braves. That was it because Tennessee had no teams, man. Nothing. Oh. Fuck.
Yeah, I've always had plenty living out here in California.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I said I've always had plenty of teams to choose from being out here in California.
Right.
You guys are spoiled.
That's right.
Not at all.
Where else can you find people who will kill a dog and bite someone's ear off? Raider fans.
Yeah.
Hey man, those Charger fans were asking for it. They say,
"Hey, don't bring your dog next time, fucker." Leave him at home, stupid.
I will say the worst fans I ever met.
Savages.
The worst fans I ever met are Boston Red Sox fans. Oh my God. Oh, jeez.
Listen,
are you Sean, you're a Red Sox fan too?
Oh, no. Did you hear the tone in his
no,
voice?
Here's the weird thing. No, but here's the thing about it. I cannot be a Red Sox fan, right? Because I came up to New England and I was here. I mean, by the time, we had just had our kids, so it's not like it had been that long. But I was only here a short while when the Red Sox won their first World Series. To me, I've never put a Red Sox hat on because I feel like it's an insult to all those generations that have been buried waiting for the Sox to win. And I just relocated. No, I can't. I just can't do it on principle. It's like, hey, I'm a Red Sox fan now. Now the Patriots. I was paying more attention to the Patriots, back before all this stuff. So I remember when, Drew Bledsoe went out, and I remember when, Brady came in and Adam Vinatieri and all those kicks. Those were before the whole dynasty thing, But it's to be up here. Think about this: when the Red Sox win the World Series for the first time since the dawn of man, and then the Patriots were kind of like, my wife's from Dallas, so those are her teams.
Cowboys.
Oh man,
I know it is what it is.
Second worst fans.
Right.
Cowboys.
Yeah, second worst fans, but cheerleaders. Where do you guys fall?
Hey.
I mean, you can't go wrong.
Nice pop.
It's not like
That's right.
I will say
one team has Ugmos.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, what is with that? I've noticed you go somewhere and it's like, who let the dogs out with some of these cheerleaders? Holy shit. I will say, hate the Patriots because I'm a Bronco fan. Love Tom Brady because he supports Trump and he seems to piss off left-wing social justice warriors. They seem to really hate Tom Brady, so that makes me like him.
Yeah, that's a win in my book already.
See, but again, with much love, I have to say, as far as sports goes, I'm a boxing fan, so my teams, quote unquote, tend to be fighters. That's my sport. You know what I mean? That's where I've got all my stats and everything like that. But
pugilism.
That's my game, man.
Well, did I tell you the story of my grandfather, my mom's dad?
Let's hear it.
Back in the other interviews, you brought up boxing.
Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And I can say that I've got the best of both worlds as far as where I get my athleticism. My dad and uncles were great athletes. My mom's dad, my grandfather, never met him, was a professional boxer in the 30s.
Oh,
and he had a boxing match come up, and he also was a cab driver in New York. So now this is a story that I've been told. He had a boxing match coming up in a few days, and he was on his last pickup for the night.
Hold on, Todd. What's your mom's maiden name?
Callie.
Okay, just want to get that.
My grandfather's name was Angelo Babe Callie. That was his name. So he picked up his last passenger, and he figured he could drop him off, go home to my grandmother. Picks him up, gets to the destination, bang! He gets shot in the back of the head.
No way.
So apparently, he wouldn't take a dive. He was supposed to take a dive. He wouldn't do it, and he got shot in the back of the head.
Terrible.
So if I ever met my grandfather, he probably would have had me boxing.
Man.
That's why I get
tell you.
a lot of my athletic abilities from my mom's side and my dad's side.
That's beautiful, man. I think the sweet science is the sport for me, and it's funny too because I think that's a lot of. We talk about the 80s is a great time. The 80s into the 90s was a great time for the resurgence in martial arts. It's almost like everybody who grew up admiring Bruce Lee. I was going to mention this when we were talking about Brandon. Right after Brandon Lee passed away and Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, was coming out, is when Bruce Lee got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and Jean-Claude Van Damme was there. He was one of the special guests there to speak about Bruce Lee. And so if I didn't already, love the guy as a movie hero, seeing him there, when Linda was talking about the recent death of Brandon and, the need for safety on sets, but also about her late husband getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, there was Jean-Claude, who made the trip out to honor Bruce Lee. So what a class act, man. What a class act.
That's all. Yeah, you're right, man. There's a direct line. We talked about this before. I think when we did Bloodsport 2 weeks ago. The reason the UFC exists today is because of Bruce Lee, and then that gives us all that martial arts, and then that gives us Van Damme Explodes and those Kumite tournament movies. I really believe those inspired the Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat video games, which I also think really inspired the UFC. And the UFC, what a fucking card this weekend. Israel Adesanya versus Pereira, Jorge Masvidal. Me and my son are the biggest UFC fans. And my son has been taking Muay Thai and boxing for the last 2 months. He's turning into quite the badass. Nice. So I'm 44. He's 24. And I think I could still whoop him because I've always been able to. But I don't know now. He's really learning to fight.
Get him now. Stop the broadcast. Go in there and fight your son right now.
And he's going multiple days a week. And he has a full-time job. So.
Assert your dominance.
I don't mean to flex and be a badass here, but I'm always telling people, if you want to fucking fight me, you go fight Todd. I've said it to everybody. I was like, Todd,
send him over there.
Go fight Todd.
They'll never catch me. They'll never catch me. I'm so fast. Not even a tiger can catch me.
Yeah. I know. I was about to say that's right.
Literally.
Yeah, Can we get some tiger emojis in the chat when Todd? That's why when Todd comes on, the real Tiger King is up in here. Come on, people.
That's right.
Yeah, not many people have run from a tiger and lived to tell the tale.
Very few Indians.
India. Too soon, Sean. Too soon. Man.
Yeah, you don't want that.
So I had a ton of questions for you about the way that this was shot in the arena. So was there like a game going on? Because all of the shots, I'm sure. Well, it's not impossible. Could they have got that many extras to fill that place? I'm sure. But was that like an actual game going on?
No, they were just actors, and some of the players were actually there on set. Like Luke Robitaille was there. But it wasn't an actual game. It was just looked like a game.
So those are all extras in the arena?
There's like stunt guys. You mean like playing the game or in the actual?
No, in the stands.
Oh, in the crowd.
The wide shot.
No, what they did was they had cutouts of people, and they would put the cutouts in a certain part of the arena, and then they would have live fans, maybe about 200-300. And what they would do, they would pan so fast you can't see that there's nobody it's not real people in the crowd.
That's awesome.
And then when they pan to the actual people, then you see those. But yeah, there's so many cutouts they had to fill those seats.
Because it looked like it was during a game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
And then sometimes they would move them to a different section just to get so it looks like the whole arena is packed.
That's
they did that.
Awesome.
Where do you think those cutouts are now? They just toss them, or are they in some weird locker in Hollywood somewhere?
I gotta find. I think I have a picture of me like sitting with the cutout like this. I'll have to find it.
That's crazy.
I love it,
no, I thought it was a weird choice to have a Sammo Hung cutout in the crowd.
That
was
weird.
Very authentic.
Respect.
It looks just like him though.
We were in the front row.
That's right.
Right. So, Game 7, Stanley Cup Finals. The Pittsburgh Penguins are going to play the Chicago Blackhawks, and there's 90 minutes. until
And it's been
take off.
counting down 4 hours,
Right.
2 hours,
Right.
now
Yep.
90 minutes. So something's about to go down.
So Powers Booth and his group of terrorists have now taken over the what is the name of this arena, Todd? I don't remember what this arena
The
is
Civic
called.
Arena.
Okay, they've taken over the Pittsburgh Civic Arena, but nobody knows yet. All the fans are there. Everyone's eating popcorn, getting ready to watch the game. Everyone's really excited. The teams are warming up, but lurking throughout the Civic Arena, the bad guys are slowly going in, taking positions, kidnapping or beating up people, or doing whatever they need to do.
Yeah, placing bombs.
Right. Get this thing ready to take the vice president hostage. I love it. It is very diehardy this way.
Yeah.
Great shots.
Very, very, and that's one of those classic tropes we like. The setting up, the bad guys coming in and with their silencers taking out the guards and putting on their uniforms. That kind of shit. And just like with with Bloodsport, we like those all different styles facing each other, which is what the UFC started out as.
Right.
It started out as a boxer versus a kickboxer, or a kung fu guy versus a wrestling guy. Like, it was that. That's exactly what it was. What it is now, everybody does a little bit of everything. Now it's mixed martial arts, but mixed martial arts meant something else. It meant a mix of different arts, and everybody was great in their discipline, but nobody, crossed over back then. So that's
Right.
exactly what it was. It was brutal.
Yeah, none of the mice are corrected you, Todd. It is the Titty Dome. It is not the Civic
Oh,
Center.
okay. Yeah.
So,
I want to be right in the top. What's that top part in the middle? What is
Right.
that called? That's what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
you got to pay extra to see that part. So
You always
The
got
shot
to pay
that-
extra to see that part.
In the next shot right there, this is another beautiful thing about this movie that is that always struck me when I was watching it is he introduces his kids to all these people you care about. And in another movie, they might get together. You might lose one of them. They might get together to try to fight the bad guys. But this movie's ruthlessness is showcased in the fact that you meet these characters that you really like in these brief meetings. They're so warm. They're so full of heart. And Powers Booth and his guys, they have to convince you these guys would blow up that place. You believe it. 20 minutes in, you're like, these guys are for real.
they're ugly.
These guys are nuts. Jeez.
One last note about the Titty Dome. Todd, you're a Southern Californian such as me. If you travel down San Diego way, just north, Camp Pendleton, where the Marines train, north of San Diego, you will see the San Onofre. You will see. Todd, you've driven by this a million times, right?
I've seen those nipple domes.
Right. So no, I think I used to date her in high school actually. But growing like so many people in San Diego, the nickname for this is the Dolly Parton Memorial, is what it's called. And it's on the ocean, right on the ocean in San Onofre, California, which is halfway between Disneyland and San Diego. So whenever we drive up to LA, you get to see this thing. You're about 45 minutes from the house or so.
Can you go in between the two buildings and go?
You can. I once put my face between the two buildings and went like this.
Hey, damn kids, get out of here!
Right.
Motorboating the buildings.
I got you. I listen. I'm a designer. I'm an illustrator, right? So when people design buildings, an architect, they do a drawing, whatever. There is no way the architect drew this and didn't see what we all see.
He's all, dude, are you sure you want me to build these? Yeah,
I have a theory. I have a theory that he didn't do his assignment and he just grabbed a random piece of paper off his desk because his boss needed to see something, and he had been drawing titties all day.
He's like, no. Oh, shit. Well, pretty good, Johnson. A little unorthodox, but
maybe he was at Hooters the night before. You never know.
Yeah, that could be it.
Inspired.
That's the kind of money I want. I want so much money that I can build two titties.
They're gigantic, guys. They're gigantic.
They're huge.
And you can't miss them. You're driving from, we would always see it coming back from Disneyland as a kid. You're driving back to San Diego. And there it is, Dolly Parton Memorial. There it is. So,
looks good.
And then our governor, in all his infinite wisdom, they shut this place down. So there you go. Rolling blackouts. It's awesome.
That guy's a genius, though.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's the San Onofre nuclear power plant. Anyway.
Hey, from 2 titties to 1, but I'll take it.
That's right.
It's better than none.
Yeah, this one's bigger.
On this, so this is one of the best scenes. What he's telling his son is, because one of the players they were just talking to that he met, he's French. So him and Jean-Claude were speaking French to each other. And Jean-Claude asked him, hey, how are you feeling tonight? And he goes, we're going to fuck him up. That's what he says in French. The subtitles, I was like, yeah. And the son goes, what did he say? It's like, he thinks they're going to win. All right, laugh my ass off. Said, we're going to fuck them up.
Parenting moment.
Man. Love it. That was beautiful.
So, yeah, what a treat that must have been like to meet all these players. You know, even though it's fictitious, these are real NHL players. These guys.
And his son is being a bit of a little shit because he's, you know, his dad isn't a firefighter anymore, so he lost like some respect for him. And so when they were in the kitchen, I don't know if they've gotten yet. I don't know if they went to the kitchen yet, but he basically he's the fire marshal there for the day. So he's checking out, you know, all the stuff, making sure everything's safe, he's checking fire extinguishers, and he notices that one of the light bulbs is out for the fire alarm. One of those red light bulbs behind the little cage. And he says, I'll change it for you. And his son takes that as, you know, in his little child mind, he takes that as, you know, all dad does is change light bulbs. You know, he doesn't understand that he's being nice. Like, yeah, I might have this title that I'm supposed to do, but hey, I'll help out. These people are cool. You know, I'll change a light bulb real quick. So he's almost like disappointed in his dad. He's being a little shit throughout the whole movie. And then he's a little shit to his sister. So I was very upset with that young man.
Jericho, your parenting, and I respect your game, but your parenting game is coming out. Jericho's like,
dude, you're
Jericho
game 7. You're
know.
game 7 at the titty arena, and you're giving me attitude right now. I'd be mad as hell.
I couldn't imagine being like ashamed of my father's job, no matter what it was. That seems so.
Yeah, and to be like that, to be like, you know, screw you, Dad. I got you. I'm gonna sit in this corner the whole time and listen to the game happen behind you. That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
And yeah, the most precocious little girl ever.
Campbell Soup kid, you know?
Yeah.
She's just like.
She's a direct descendant
like
of Mikey from the Kicks commercials.
So
I don't know
Todd,
if you guys ever saw. Oh, go ahead. Gabe,
I was gonna ask. So these setup scenes here. Obviously, you're a big Penguins fan. So when they're doing the blocking and the lighting setup for the director of photography, you stood in this first, and all that. You did all the. Okay, so you stood in here. So you got to jump around.
Yeah, to get the lighting and the camera angle and all that stuff.
Okay, and then you got to meet these guys that were like your heroes, these hockey players, huh?
Yeah, there was only a couple. Like Luke in this picture here. To the left of the actor in the background, that's Luke Robitaille.
Wow.
So I got to meet him. And some of these other guys, they could have been also extras, but not all of the Penguins were there.
Okay. Oh, I have another question about this, doing the stand-in, being the double. Was there a stand-in for the boy, or did he do it himself since he wasn't as big a star as Van Damme? Or is there another little boy that stood in for him with you?
Let's see. Let me think here. It's been a long time. I think they did have, all the other actors did have stand-ins.
Okay.
Dang. Little kid stand-in?
Wow.
I bet those stand-ins thought that they were a letdown when they got to see how close you were to Van Damme. You know what I mean?
I want to sit up there and talk to Van Damme by myself.
Did you lean down to the kid? I hate to tell you this, but you're really letting the side down here. You know, it's like,
damn it!
Didn't
Real
you prepare?
Okay, this is super nerding out, Todd, but I got to ask you, Mandy Westcott. Can we talk about JCVD splits again, please? Yeah, that's one of his most famous
Mandy,
things.
Get your mind
Mandy.
out of the gutter.
I mean,
Mandy,
he's so good looking.
behave.
Get out of here. Todd, can you or were you when you were younger? Were you able to do the splits?
Wait, go back to Mandy's picture.
Okay.
Oh.
Do we
Here.
have a love connection? I can't find that comment. I'll just find another one.
What is she? A canoe? Is she kayaking?
I don't know.
think so. Like she's under a
she's
pier.
standing under a pier. Yeah.
Oh, she's standing. It looks like she's on a.
Well, maybe she's on a paddle.
No, I think she's. Wait, I feel like I see the back of a boat there. Am I wrong?
Wherever she is, she's being a perv. Because she's perving out over these little splits here.
Mandy, talk to us.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right,
No,
Mandy.
not at all. If you're going to be a perv, be it here. Come here.
So splits, yay or nay, Todd? You could do them, or you used to be able to, or no?
No, I can do them.
Oh wow! Still to this day, he's like, I'm doing them right now, guys. I've been doing them the whole
That would
time.
be
Let me pan down.
Yeah, Panda.
Boom, look at that.
Yeah, when you hang out with Todd, you know, you go, take a seat, Todd. He's like, I'm gonna need 2.
Me
That's
too.
what it's right to the split.
Our part.
But hey, listen, I mean, we played the fight scene, you know, in the flick you did. the action scene from way back, right? I don't know what the name of the actor was you were fighting, but that long extended take, and you did the splits in that.
Oh,
So I remember seeing that and going, "Damn, man!"
What, the Fist of Legends?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
It was so hot in Taiwan. Ugh.
Very good movie.
I can't.
Yeah,
even
well, we were talking about that when we were doing Bloodsport. You could see JCVD was everybody was like perspiring in all the scenes because they're like in the jungle. I was like, oh yeah, man.
Kickboxer.
Humidity.
Yeah.
Or was it? Oh, Kickboxer. You're right. Yeah, Kickboxer. That humidity it's a game changer.
You know, one thing we spoke about last week on Kickboxer that I love, that I hope they bring back, is that Stan Bush. He did those, Never Surrender and all those great songs.
Oh, yeah.
When they would write a song for an action movie that was describing the literal movie, it was written for the movie. They didn't just go find hit songs from yesteryear and throw them in the movie because then it feels generic. I would love that if they would bring that back. Just those
the score can be a character itself.
Right.
It really can be. Some scores are great, man. And those, those ballads, those 80s ballads in these action movies.
Stan Bush writes one about this. When you got in game 7 from a terrorist,
He's 69 years old, guys. There's still time to get him to do something for us.
I feel like I'm in the movie. This guy's great. Yeah, and so here comes Vice President
Kamala Harris, right? She's coming on down.
Ugh, you'd hear her before you see her. That's for sure. But yeah, just for that earring alone, they need to kill this dude. But yeah, he's a real bad guy. He still has the old lady hostage at her house as her husband, the head chef, does his keeps up his end of the bargain to keep her alive.
He eats her fig news too.
Yeah, and then he gave her shit about it. She went to get him. He's like, wait, whoa. And he looks in there and she grabs him. She's like, don't worry, I keep my machine gun with the produce. Like, I guess he thought, he was dealing with a pistol packing granny. But unfortunately not. She didn't have a gun in there. She just had fig news. So he sits on the couch next to her. And he's basically kidnapped her, but he's being pretty cool. He's just sitting there with her, making sure she makes the phone call. So, but he's still a piece of shit.
Yeah. And my daughter does collect the photos for these shows. So she likes to prank me. So here we go.
Damn, some buns right there.
Yeah. So we can even out the booby nuclear power plant with a little bit of buns for you ladies here. If that's what you need. or you guys. I'm not going to.
That's what you require this evening. Oh yeah, and it was funny. This was a funny part because the vice president, he comes in, gives it standard. Hey, I hope you guys win tonight. I hope to, be celebrating your victory. And the guy goes, "You gonna say the same thing to the Blackhawks?" And they're like, "Of course." And he goes, "Nice uniform." What's his name? And he calls the player by his name. So it was pretty funny. Because they could have done, they did more with this scene than they had to.
Right.
Like it didn't have to be that funny. This could have been a quick little, the president's here, robotic speech. And I'm out. But he was like, yeah, it showed it showed his humanity, a bit of character development for him too. And so go ahead, man.
I wanted to ask you, Todd, about things like that, about this little quip back and forth between these two. And one of the most famous ad-lib lines ever is Princess Leia telling Han Solo, "I love you." And he goes, "I know." And that was like ad-libbed, I guess. When you've been on set for different movies, a lot of those brilliant moments, are they ad-libbed a lot of the times, or is that just a random thing, or what do you see? Because I would like to think it happens a lot because the actors are talented and they just get inspired. But is it mostly is it more script or is it more improv? How does it typically go?
I'm going to say it's more script, but if an actor or an actress has an idea, they would just ad-lib it, and then the director's going to say either, "Great, no, let's do it again for safety," or say, "No, let's just stick to the script. That didn't sound right." So it can go either way. It can go by the script, or an actor or actress can come up with something that they think is more of a punch that the people are gonna get better than what's written.
Okay, very cool. Right. Yeah. So yeah, Granny's confronting scumbag guy. I do like how he has the shirt open, the necklace, so he looks like sweaty and greasy. Then he has the big cross. The costuming for him is great. He does look like a scumbag. Let me see where. Oh,
yeah, on every level. Just a fucking
so
little, yeah, like a little purse snatcher, like a little piece of shit. And so yeah, he's putting together the food with no gloves, and he's come on, that's cold shrimp. He's like, let's see, what else do we need here? And so yeah, he's barehanding the shrimp, and so they say, hey, so and so, it's your wife, and he's puzzled, like almost puzzled and a little worried, like she never calls me, and she knows what kind of pressure I'm under today, especially. And he goes to the phone, and that's when he tells her, read the note, old lady, don't deviate. And then she reads and, do what they say. And he's like, these two guys are going to come in and you're going to let them into the elevator because he knows that he has, control of who gets in there and who doesn't. And, well, how am I going to know? And he goes, he looks at his watch, in 30 seconds, you'll know. And so, and then that shows you how the attention to detail is when it comes to their plan, down to the, let's see, 30 seconds, 3, 2, and then the guys come in. And he asks, are these guys cool? Can they get on the elevator? And then there's that movie trope where they pause a few beats, where you wouldn't do that in real life. Someone would be like, you going to answer or what? Or be like, something's going on. But, there's a few beats and he goes, yes. And so it's Powers Booth. He looks at Powers Booth and he kind of gives him the, the bad guy kind of smirk, like, you better do it if you want, your wife to live. And yes, they are. And so they get on the elevator and then, it's room service, the classic, room service, little tucks, the service. That's how they always get in, service through the basement, where the guys are bringing in shit. Because, who cares about them? And, nobody looks at their faces.
And I hate to go off topic, Todd, but Mandy Westcott wants you to know that she was kayaking. I mean, this has become... It's
I called it. Hey, I called it.
She was kayaking.
Kayaking or something.
So Mandy wants us to know she was kayaking, and Tammy wants us to know we can smell her finger if we would like to. No, thank you.
It's all the shrimp talk. It's all the shrimp talk.
What's the context is everything. Context, what was going on?
I will feel better if I never know what the context is,
Well,
stink finger, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Has anyone ever in the history of the world touched something that smelled good, like vanilla or whatever, and got it on their finger and gone up and go, hey, smell my finger? I don't think that's ever happened.
No. I think maybe my wife did that one time with like some kind of scented lotion or something, but I can trust her. But anybody outside of that, no, there's going to be like some feces or something on their finger.
Well, we got it. Mouse C says he's going to give it a sniff. So
Hey,
I'll do it. Fuck it, I'll do it.
Do it, Mousy.
I don't know what that is, but I'll sniff it anyway.
I mean, I got to say, every time I see the great Powers Booth, God bless him, in a movie, I just wait for him to say, the name's Curly Bill Brosey. Like, I'm just waiting for him from Tombstone, man.
Wait, is it R.I.P. Powers Booth?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah. Last thing I saw him in that he was just in phenomenal in was Hatfields and McCoys with Kevin Costner, one of my favorite actors of all time. And he had this great thing where he said, you can either come back across the border to my courthouse to handle this legal situation, or we can shoot it out here. And he just paused and he goes, you're likely to lose in both venues. I was like, damn.
He was badass, man. And he was great in Rapid Fire, the emotional, I've been chasing this guy for years, just burning relationships, professional and personal, to catch this one, pusher. And then to Tombstone, where he was just a fucking prick.
Right. Real quick, I gotta always address super chats. Tammy, a member of the channel for a month, guys. You can join the channel for its, but it's anyway. She sent this in, and what it says, I have to blow it up here real quick. I missed the JCVD booty shake. You got one for us, Todd? Oh. Todd, you're being challenged.
Todd, listen, ladies.
This is what they're the ladies are harassing Todd tonight. He's a handsome fellow. Here's what
I can take it. I can take it.
All right.
Yeah.
He welcomes it.
But there's no music. Yeah, there's no music. If there was music, maybe, but there's no music.
If you had to, Todd, could you do this?
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
If you had to, could you do that to save the vice
president
against
Let me, and ladies, listen. The reason why we are not putting Todd into that situation is because we know many of you faint easily.
Right.
We know the hormones are flying because Todd is here. We understand this, but
Yep. You're in rare
we have
form
to tell you
tonight.
this. It's Todd is more than just a beautiful face, ladies. Respect the man, for God's sake, you know. Come on.
Sophisticated. It's not just a piece of meat, guys.
I'm kind of shy too.
Yeah, but Todd, I worry if we ever did, we've talked about doing a double impact live. Gabe's been talking about a comedy club and maybe doing something like that.
Right.
And I think we couldn't invite Todd to that because it would be tiger flashbacks. All these ladies chasing Todd,
Right.
up the stairs. Ladies.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, Todd would be like, I tripped. No.
Oh, don't get me.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Like those,
right.
that Skinamax sauce.
The shoes untied.
Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Hey, you'd bend over if you dropped your wallet too.
It's out. It's out.
Like George Costanza.
Lord. Oh, God bless you all.
Oh, goodness. Right. Okay, so yeah, the game is going now. The game is underway. And the vice president is in the skybox with other, I don't know, probably corrupt peoples who the vice president would hang out with, right? So, anyway, yeah. Goodness. Who's this guy that got taken out? I don't remember.
The two guys were bringing stuff in, and he walked up, hey, guys, and he just gave him two to the chest. Of course, with the silencers that actually silence the weapon, which, it's Hollywood as a kid. I was like, man, I get a silencer. It's just, pew, pew. But no, it dulls the sound. It doesn't make it, sound like a small bird or a whistle. But hey, in the movies it does.
Right. I love that in movies. They go, ding, ding, that little noise on the silencer. Someone address me directly. Dr. Fatty Pants. You guys don't know Dr. Fatty Pants is a dietitian. Hi, Gabe. Hello, Dr. Fatty Pants.
My kind of dietitian. He's like, no, keep doing what you're doing, man.
I'd go with the curly fries. I definitely would.
Yeah. I mean, I have to tell you guys, Todd, I want you to know, we did not know it was going to be this type of party here, but, we've got, Mandy has made an offer. I'll take him kayaking anytime he wants to go, or canoeing. We would have a blast. I mean, look, I'm just saying, Todd, we can't control them at this point.
No.
You know what I mean? Maybe.
I'll bring my arm floaties.
I should have never showed him
ladies.
this. I should have never showed him this. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, for you ladies, for Todd, we make best price.
Now, I don't know what Liquid Panties brought to you by 102.3 The Meat.
102.3 The Meat.
That's our fictitious radio station that we also made up to go with Hulk Hogan's Pastamania restaurant.
Well, nice.
We got a lot of bullshit we made up around here, Todd.
We have a lot. Yeah,
and it's all meat-based programming.
Right.
Everything's like the roast beef, party hour, the cold cut. Top 10, like everything's meat based. It's really nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So things are progressing. The bad guys are spreading throughout, and I do love how they're going to invade the skybox with the vice. I almost said vice principal, the vice president.
High value target.
The vice principal of some.
Not even the principal.
School. It's like the lowest stakes movie ever.
Son of a bitch.
That would be excellent.
Finally get that son of a bitch.
Towers Booth is like, and then we're gonna take over that Jack in the Box.
That's right.
I love Jack in the Box.
I do too.
Jack in the Craft.
That's my jam, man.
Jack in the Box is shameful though. You go there at like 1 a.m. and you get like 8 tacos and like mozzarella sticks. You get a bunch of food for like $7.
Yep.
And you eat it, and then you feel bad about yourself.
I love the breakfast. I love the extreme sausage sandwich and the loaded breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, they do some crazy shit in the morning or for breakfast. Right. You can get it anytime, but yeah.
And then I get the ultimate cheeseburger.
Oh my gosh, the bacon! I remember living in Colorado when I was going to college in the early 2000s, and there were no Jack in the Boxes in Colorado. There are now. And one thing I'd get excited about coming to California like twice a year was eating a bacon ultimate cheeseburger. Now it's like, oh, I can't stand them now. But when I couldn't have them, I thought they were great.
Oh yeah.
Well, Jack in the Box is a little bit like Crystal Burger down south. You know what I mean? There's a shame associated with it, but I find by Burger 9, it goes away.
Yeah, it's
gone. It's just
never to be heard from again.
The 9th burger that goes down, I'm like, I'm good. Thank you.
I like the variety they have. They have a lot of variety.
Yep.
Salads are good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
chicken bowls.
It's a San Diego company too, Jack in the Box. The corporate headquarters are right here in my town. Teflon One wonders if Todd will be in Beef Law. Yes, there will be a Beef Law movie eventually. I will get it made from my comic Beef Law. And of course I would have Todd in it. No one else.
Hell yeah.
Beef Law.
Sure.
Here's the slogan for Beef Law. I love this. One man, one kumite, one chance to save the world. How good is that? Come on. I love it.
That's all you need, man.
It's
You should
90s
do
martial
voiceover.
arts action. It's a movie about everything I love about 90s and martial arts. So takes place in Hong Kong. It's got twin brothers. It's got a lot of Van Damme and Steven Seagal influence.
Is there a where's the beef line in it?
No,
That's right.
Oh, where's the beef? And she gets kicked in her face. Shut up, old lady.
Where's the beef?
Oh,
Here's
man.
the fucking beef.
Yeah, so I think the bad guys have now they've reached where the vice president is, and Granny's still at home with Scumbag, and that is why that's why the head chef is letting everyone do all this bad stuff because they're going to kill his wife if he doesn't allow it.
Yeah, and then he does. Shoots the old lady in the head.
These guys.
So he did all that for nothing. And this is where they get crazy. This is where they just start whacking people left and right for about 30 seconds.
Right,
And
in the skybox, right?
yeah, because there's a ton of people in there, so they got something to spare. So they have to, drive their message home. So they take out 3-4 people, and then that old lady, he gets the word and gives the old lady one. Now she's dead, and then her husband's dead. The old guy that let him in, he gets it too. So yeah, these guys are psychos.
They're awful, these guys.
And, and that's the thing too. I kept thinking about Todd when you're walking. God, they killed the sweet chef. But
he looks like he feels really good or really bad by making that face.
Listen, I'm gonna go with the latter. But I was thinking about this, Todd. You're walking onto a set. This is the first set that you go on, and obviously I would imagine there's levels to complexity in filmmaking, but you're getting to see like a movie with all of these high-tech tools of the day for how this stuff worked. It must have given you an incredible understanding, because you were talking about how you go around and talk to everybody of like how things work. I mean, it must have just been like rapid fire education into the world of cinema. My God.
Yeah, because again, this film, I believe it was a $35 million budget. So they had, I'm going to say 4 or 5 cameras, and they had cranes. So it was a big budget film. And back then it was shot on 35 millimeter, which is now it's like, everybody's shooting on little Panasonic with chips, Now there's a saying, every time you when you finish a scene, you always hear someone say, check the gate. Now, check the gate means you go in front of the lens with a flashlight and you're looking inside the gate. If you see like a little hair or like some particles, that'll show up on the film. And they'll say, okay, gate is not good. We got to shoot it over. So they got to rewind the film to get it where there's no hair, no particles. And then they shoot it, check it again, and it's okay, gate's clear, moving on. Nowadays, you don't hear that. If I see like a young film director, I say, when's the last time you ever checked the gate? They go, what? It's kind of cool because back then that was the thing. Check the gate, gate's good, go on. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, now I bet you if there's speckles or whatever, they'll just remove it digitally. I saw a remastering of my favorite animation, Akira from 1988. They remastered it, in the last 5 or so years for the 25th or whatever anniversary or whatever it was. And there was a guy going frame by frame, removing like scratches and speckles and stuff from one of the master copies they had. So I guess, digitally they can take that stuff out, I guess. So, geez. That's very cool, though, that you would learn a ton about filming, like just getting pushed in the deep end. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this. I saw this flick. I don't think I saw it opening weekend, so I saw it in a theater in Tennessee when I was there living there. And I remember, like when I got the Blu-ray of this, which I just ordered in prep for this show, and I watched today. Man, the picture is so great on these Blu-rays, these action films. I mean, The color timing, everything is just top notch, and it's a great way to experience these movies. I'd say to anybody who's in the audience right now who hasn't seen Sudden Death and wants to see, I believe the director was also the director of photography on this. No,
Yeah, Peter Hyman.
Yeah, amazing DP on this, amazing director who was also doing that. Guys, I can't recommend it enough. Watch this in HD wherever you can find it. It's a beautifully shot film.
And Peter Hyams directed Time Cop.
That's right.
Oh, wow,
Love that
okay.
movie too.
Was that right
Yeah.
before this or right after this? Because it had to be pretty close.
There was Michael Jai White made a movie called Welcome to Sudden Death.
Yeah.
And it was a ripoff. That movie sucked.
Of
shit.
this?
Yeah, it's called Welcome to Sudden Death.
Oh.
And I think it is like a stadium kind of setting. He's like a doctor or something like that, but he brings his kids to work. The bad guys get there. The kids get taken or whatever, separated. He's, like an ex-combat doctor or some shit. So, he's whooping the bad guy's ass. But it was a ripoff of this, and it was a terrible, terrible job. It was like the Marine level terrible.
Oh my gosh, the Marine.
Don't listen. The Marine is special. That movie is special.
Well, it's nipping at that movie's heels.
We can't see you there, Sean.
Oh, you can't see me?
I get it. No,
I can see it. You look good on my end.
Wasn't John Cena in the Marine?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
yes,
why
he
I
was.
said that. Do you get it now?
Got it. God, that took me forever, man. Sorry about that. Sorry.
It's
Todd,
the dry wit. It's the dry wit.
It's the speed, man. I'm telling you, it's that tiger racing speed.
That's what he
that
was.
Action.
He went
you gotta
tiger.
Slow that down for me. Like people, you can't see Todd because of how quick it's going, and that way there's some overlap. But yeah,
You gotta keep
Jericho
up.
critiques the salute in the Marine at the opening, which is
hell.
Jericho's favorite salute. Here it is. This is our
I hate it.
official
He does
double
this.
Like the
impact
down.
salute.
And it was
I was
awful.
like, what the hell is he doing?
It was.
Oh shit.
You
No,
would
the
get
best
torn
part of
apart.
that movie is when he gets on the CB or whatever to call the police, and he's chasing the bad guys in the stolen cop or the cop car, and he tells them, "What exactly does he say, Jericho? Because you do it great.
Says-
What does he say?"
This is John Triton. They have a hostage. It's my wife. And then he shifts because he goes, they have a hostage. Zoom in. It's my wife. And then zoom in, close up on his hand, shifting, into like 20th gear. And of course, he took the souped up highway patrol car. It was like a Camaro with a hood scoop and shit. It wasn't the standard, cruiser or whatever. It was the souped up cool one with the rims.
Wait.
Wow, it was so
But we always talk about we usually talk about cars, and I just realized, if I'm not mistaken, we missed my dream car as a kid, which was the Mustang.
The red
I believe
Mustang.
Jean-Claude was driving.
Yeah.
That was my
67
Mustang by year.
Yeah.
I love that car. Love
I'm
Mustangs.
a big Mustang buff too. My dad has he's got a '93 Cobra back east.
Oh, man.
12,000 miles on it.
The 90s.
He's got a 65 fastback and he's got a 70 Boss.
Yeah, the 65 fastback. That's the one for me, man. Eleanor. 65.
Eleanor 67.
Yeah,
That's my favorite
67.
car.
60,
Most beautiful car made. American made.
was it a 67 or 68 in Bullet?
68
Bullet
in
came out
Bullet.
with 60. Yeah, that one.
Oh.
67, 68. That's it. And Bullet, that is the chase scene. I mean, oh man. Nowadays it would have been, they would have messed with the sound in post-production or something like that. But I'm glad it was made when it was made, because those are the sounds that they had, the sounds that those cars made.
Yeah.
And that's it right there, man.
But
Look,
yeah,
That's
once
what
again,
it's 70?
You can't put porn
No,
on the
it's a
screen
67.
like this. This is car porn right here. But it's
Yeah,
Todd.
that
I
thing
think
was-
now that I know about those cars that your dad has, I think I've figured out a movie pitch. Right. All right. The four of us, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Right. We see the garage. And you're like,
Bueller.
this is my dad's car. We can't take this. No. But
please,
no. I
don't-
mean,
Don't let it get destroyed.
don't let it get to.
I
No.
love-
That's yeah.
I love when they make a movie because the action star always has a badass car, and 9 times out of 10 it ends up getting fucked up. And oh man,
I believe that's the 67 GT500. There's the black one.
Yeah, that thing's beautiful. But that chase scene in Bullet, man, and I think it was against the Charger, 68 Charger.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Those Chargers are beautiful too.
and that thing was a boat, and it was still going up those streets of San Francisco. Man, That scene is
Beautiful.
awesome.
Wow.
Oh,
A lot of car people in the
Grand
chat. A 70 Gran Torino 51 Cobra Jet dropped in the shop. Lucas must work on cars.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a nice one. And you
I
said,
just clicked on this one because of the screen name, Mandy's Titty Milk.
I'm listening.
Oh, I'm all ears now.
What's
My
up?
best friend's dad put his 67 fastback back together after 30 years that he bought brand new and put away once he had kids. Wow.
Make sure he's
That's
got
awesome.
it covered.
Yeah, and
Well,
especially on
the Gran Torino was the Starsky and Hutch car, right?
You said your dad has a 93 Cobra?
Yeah, 93 Cobra only has 12,562 miles on it.
That's like 1 year of driving. Wow. Because the 80s and 90s, those Mustangs don't get the love that they should.
No, the
Especially
retro,
Cobras.
once they hit, my favorite overall looking car is from 2005, well, besides Eleanor, 2005 to 2009 Celine.
Oh,
The
yeah.
way what Steve Celine did to the body, it's just a beautiful, beautiful car. And for all you Mustang buffs out there, it's Celine, not Saline.
Yeah.
Let's get that straight, you jerk.
I met his daughter Molly. I went right over to her. I said, Molly, it's Celine, right? Not Saline. Yes, Celine. So it's Celine. I hate when they go, oh, Mustang Saline. Saline is the eye drop to put on. It's Celine.
I remember when they did the big redesign when I was a kid in 94 to kind of celebrate 50 years since the 64 and a half. And there was a place in Tennessee where I lived that I would drive past when I was going to this job I had, light industrial job I had in town. And what they basically did is they refurbished and basically rebuilt Mustangs and then sold them there. And I gotta say, man, that I fell in love with the 64 and a half, or sorry, 64 and a half all the way up. You know what I mean? It's such a beautiful car. It's
the 64 and a half and 65, it's so difficult to tell the difference. Even with the 65 and 66, on the door panel, okay, see this car here, you have the 67 here. Where the back tire is, see the air duct?
Mm-hmm.
On the 65, you'll have a straight silver plate. On a 66, you'll have the silver plate, but you'll have three lines coming out. If you ever see one, you'll know what I mean. That's how you can tell a 65 from a 66.
What about a 91 Sentra? None the miser wants to.
What about it?
Or as he calls it, the pussy wagon.
Hey, Nissans are good cars.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're in the classes with this one.
I think I bought like 20 years ago or a little bit less. Maybe I bought a 93 Nissan Altima when I didn't, and it lasted. It was a nice durable car. My car that my mom had this car when I was like 5 years old, a 73 Stingray. And
yeah.
And it was
Her.
darker. I can't remember the color. Hers was that Dr. Pepper red, that darker brick red.
Mm-hmm.
And it did have the T-top. And we'd ride around in that thing.
Dang.
So,
My brother has a 78. I like that black.
Wow. Yeah, I would love one, except for the part where I'm 6'4", 280 pounds. So I drive a Ford F-150. So
that's right.
I love the mid 60s Corvettes. I love that body style.
Like the Stingrays.
Yeah, I love
Like
those.
the back becomes it's like the back.
Yeah, those things are sweet, man.
And you fit it, Jericho. I don't remember. Are you tall like me or not? I don't remember.
No, I'm a touch under 6 foot. So
okay, so you can fit in this thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would love to.
The camera, yeah. We're probably. I mean, I'm 5'11", so But it's funny. I got told 5'11" is the what is it? The liar's height? Is that what they call
that's
it?
what. Me and my brother call 5'11" the liar's height.
So this pisses my wife off. But whenever we go places and people ask me how tall I am, I started saying 5'10" because I didn't give a shit. I'm like, I don't give a damn. Like, what does it matter? Tired of answering that. I'm like, no.
I'm just sick of all the prejudice against giant alpha males like myself that we can't have sports cars.
You got to shake it off, man. Shake it off.
Yeah, we all have our cross to bear, man.
Thank you.
That's your bear to cross.
Todd. That's good advice.
That's your bear to cross.
But now this crowd shots are starting to. I'm like now paranoid when I look at them. I'm like, they're all cardboard cutouts.
Well, these you can see this shot here. Those are on this bottom row are pretty much all real people, and then once you go higher, they had a lot of the cardboards in the upper decks.
Wow.
Damn. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they move it fast enough. Yeah, it looks. I mean, I thought it was. I thought you guys, because like Gabe was saying, he was at a UFC event. And, Jake Gyllenhaal, he was filming his movie there. I've been to one where they were doing one for a video game. Where like, all right, guys, they're gonna come in, blah blah blah, cheer a lot. So I figured it was something like that. But then I saw a scene later where Van Damme is like running through the crowd, and I was like, well, that can't be. That's a lot of waivers. Hey, he's gonna run on top of your head. Just sign right here. So, but yeah, they certainly visually they pulled it off. That shit looked like a packed house.
Right. Oh yeah, that's true that you brought that back. You brought that up about Jake Gyllenhaal. Todd, you're not the only person who's a movie star on this show right now. They filmed this a month ago at UFC 288 or whatever, and I was there in Vegas, and we cheered for Jake Gyllenhaal. He came out, he got ready to fight, and so now I'm co-starring in Roadhouse with Jake Gyllenhaal.
He was in the crowd
as one of the 17,000 co-stars in the audience screaming.
Throw hush hush.
Oh,
A few people he's telling.
I saw the movie poster. I actually got top billing over him. I don't know. He was upset, but whatever.
You didn't ask him to. It just happened.
No, that was
Don't be mad at me.
Was it you or a cardboard cutout?
Oh, it was me, and then there were lots of cardboard cutouts of me in the crowd. There were many.
Oh, there you go.
That's right.
So,
They were all gay.
I was like, hey, Jakey. His friends call him Jakey. Like, dude, it wasn't my fault. They put my name above yours. I don't know what's going on.
Stop fucking crying and stop calling me.
Right. No, it was really fun though. My son and I were such huge UFC fans. My son's an adult; he's 24, and we really bond. We go to Vegas like every month or two, and we go shoot guns and we eat steak, and it's just a great thing to be a dad of an adult who's like succeeding and becoming a great man. And we love UFC. We watch it every Saturday if there's a big pay-per-view together, and to be in a movie based on UFC together, like in the crowd, whatever. But to have that experience really is sweet to me. I think it's really fun.
Oh yeah,
it's cool.
Todd, honest to God, we've got a super chat here. The ladies are going crazy, but then what does Todd do? What is the one thing we begged Todd not to do when the stream started? He picked up a dog. He picked up a cute dog and pet. We're trying to keep these ladies under control, Todd.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make your job more difficult than it is.
He doesn't.
No, I think you're actually making the audience show up. So we thank you, Todd.
Oh, look at this. Tammy for $20. Thank you, Tammy A. She's a channel member. I was the secretary for the Mustang Club of Ohio. We all became close to Gail Halderman. Don't know, but it must be a luminary in Mustang circles. He drew the first Mustang in 1962 on a napkin and presented it to Lee Iacocca. Well, thank you very much for $20. Thank you very much, Tammy. And that is awesome that you were. I would honestly, Tammy, I would kind of wish you were on the show right now. I would love to pick your brain about being the secretary of the Mustang Club of Ohio. I love it when people are really into something and they put the work in to like whatever it is. I don't even care what passion it is. When people are passionate and they don't just sit there and waste their life, it's fascinating to me. So I'd love to know more about that someday. That sounds really cool. So thank you very much. Mustang Club. Wait a minute, guys, hold on. I just realized something. Maybe the Mustang Club had nothing to do with cars. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Maybe,
we might be looking at that totally wrong.
Hey.
Oh,
that's totally wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another chat from Tammy, and it's. I'm just saying. Tammy's like, what are you doing to these ladies, Todd? I mean, it's intense.
I'm not mad at it either way.
Hold on, I got to pick up my
I don't. Well, let me say, and I'll say this too. You know, it's for all of you guys who are on Twitter not following. Oh my goodness!
This is Stella.
Oh, let's hold on.
Hey, Stella.
Hold on.
She got her groove back.
There's Stella.
And then I'll show you Magnolia. Oh, there's Magnolia.
Oh,
wow!
Hey.
Nice.
Oh, they're so neglected. Those dogs live a hard life.
Do they let you sleep in the bed, Todd, or are you relegated to the floor or something? Or
They go wherever they want to go.
right.
That's right.
Yeah, I got my Basset Hound. His name is Gene Parmesan, and he's a brat too. I love dogs, man. We've always had dogs since I was a little kid. So anyway,
I grew up with German Shepherds, and then now I'm down to the Dachshunds.
okay, my first
Dachshunds are great.
I don't know what our first dog was. It was some sort of sheep dog, but we named it Leilani because we had just visited Hawaii because my aunt lived up. I think I was 4 years old, and we named her Leilani, our dog.
Leilani, wasn't she in wait, she was in Universal Soldier: The Return with us, Leilani Kai.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a beautiful name, though. I've always liked that name. I think because of my dog, obviously. So, you're a dog guy, Sean? Jericho, you dog guys? You're not cat guys, right?
Oh yeah, I grew up with no, I'm normal. I'm a dog guy.
I don't trust
I
men
grew
that
up with
that
dogs.
love cats. You can have a cat, I guess. But if you're like a cat person, you know what I mean. If you're a cat
I'm a
person.
cat dad.
I've had cats. I've had ferrets.
I want a cat because I live near canyons and there are rats around, and I would like a cat that just stays out of my house. He doesn't come in. I don't have to talk to him. He gets to eat the rats that come
He
around.
patrols
Yeah.
the property.
Like a barn cat, but somehow he lives on my property. I don't know, even though I don't have a barn.
Just build a barn, then you can get the cat.
I'm a dog person. I grew up around all my friends. It's weird when I think about it, but all of my friends had German Shepherds as pets. And actually, we had one of them was a long-haired German. Actually, no, I think they were both long-haired German Shepherds. They're big dogs, but I mean, I always have gotten on with dogs, man. I love dogs. Everywhere I go, you know,
German
dogs.
Shepherds. I had a German Shepherd when we were younger, and then we had a Chocolate Lab, and now we got Dachshunds.
Yeah, I mean, dogs know when you like dogs, don't they? Like, they just walk over and they're like, "You're gonna give me pets. Let's do this thing."
Let's get it over with.
This goes right up there with the smelling finger comment. Dog tongue should be rarely seen and never felt. I don't know what in the world you're talking about or how you know that, but thank you. Thank you for the tip. I will make sure not to touch a dog's tongue. Oh boy. So yeah, so Van Damme, he's taking in the game with his son. Everything looks, hunky-dory. The crowd's going wild. And it was crazy. The regular fans got in a fight with the cardboard cutout fans. It was intense. It was kind of
terrible.
it was like a fucking Raider Charger
Like a Raider game, man. Well, okay, chill out. Kick back, cardboard fucker. and this is this is a little thing he does with his daughter. The I love you. She taught this.
Right.
She taught this to him.
Because she wasn't cute enough as a kid.
Yeah.
So she's like, "Dad, let me give you a secret code. I hope I don't get kidnapped by the hot terrorists." Oh,
yeah, that's their thing. So
Yep.
yeah, a little foreshadowing there.
Right. Yeah. So we cut back to the skybox with the vice president and his family and friends and all that. And there you see the lady there sobbing. Other people were disgusted, but they're all being terrorized by got a great face for a villain. He really found his calling in life.
And he's laying out the plan. He's letting them know, here's what I want you to do. You need to, and the classic, deposit money into these accounts of my choosing. These are your markers. These are your checkpoints. If you don't have a certain amount of money deposited by these times, by the end of this period or that period, then we're going to start wasting people up here. And he's a man of his word. Put it that way.
He said, "We will take out the cardboard people first."
No, please. Take me. Yeah. Right. So, and then
you have
this
this security agent, and you find out he's like a double agent, right? Is that what's going on with him? Right.
Yeah, he turned out to be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Some bitch. But up until that point, he's again very believable. You think, he's really a good guy, and then you see him, and you're like, oh.
Well, man. He's kind of, granted, he's not talking as much with Jean-Claude as in, Die Hard, but he's kind of like an Al Powell character where, to see him, I don't, obviously you're not going to get Al Powell to be able to do the heel turn, but it's like when you think about somebody, you trust this guy. You feel like he's in it with them. You feel like, he's like, they're not going to attack me because, I'm going to go in by myself. But all till then, he's got this kind of gravitas and this trustworthy nature to him. And I think that he really sold it. It's the supporting cast, man.
He was all pissed off when they lost. He's like, how the fuck do we lose the vice president? Like, you're okay. This dude's passionate about his work. So yeah,
Right.
he
Well,
sold
he's
it.
got the right tone, but he's also got the right look. He's very fit. The suit fits him very well. He looks totally squared away. So you
Yeah.
buy him as one of those kind of guys. And he is squared away just for the wrong side. So
Yep.
yeah, it's a great twist with this character. So yeah, so
With
more,
the titty lights
more-
up.
Right. Oh, hold on really quick.
The titty lights up.
Yeah, I heard that about this thing. If you went on the roof and you like just kind of rubbed it, that it would light up.
The lights go. All the lights come on. One more light to go. Rub it faster.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, sometimes you have to pinch
Got
it.
it.
You don't actually rub the roof, you just pinch it a little bit. But Tammy, for $5, the Avatar was my car. I had to leave in Ohio. Thank you. $5.
Nice.
Very,
Tammy.
very good. Thank you, Tammy, very much. What car is that? I'm trying to zoom in. here.
Mustang. Is that a 90?
No, that's probably like a 2011,
No.
12, one of those. It's a newer one.
Beautiful.
Maybe she'll tell us in the comments there.
That'll do.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can take a screenshot and then blow it up really quick. Let's see. So
2010 Ford Mustang GT, says Tammy in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
this
the
is
black
gonna be-
rims.
The screenshot was taken from a tiny picture, so it's gonna be pixelated. But that's
I was close.
You seem like some sort of car expert, Todd.
I like the color too.
Yeah.
It's like a gold, but not overly metallic, right?
Mustang.
Yeah.
We've got
That's nice.
Mustang aficionados in our chat here. We've got people who want to take you canoeing and kayaking, Todd. Listen, our chat's got your back.
Dude,
That's it.
I gotta check my schedule for all that.
That's right.
And there's the classic brother, or brother sister. He has a little squirt gun that he's squirting his sister with. She's getting mad because he's being, the dickhead older brother.
We're now. I don't know how many siblings all you guys have, but I have my older brother. He's a year and a half older than me. We never fought growing up. We always got along. We didn't punch each other. We didn't argue over toys. And I would always see this trope in movies and TV where the older brothers or the little brothers are brat or the older brothers bullying or they're fighting or whatever. And like we're in ebony and ivory, me and my brother, in the perfect harmony always. So this is a dynamic I don't understand. But apparently we're very rare, me and my brother. I guess everyone else fought their siblings. Did you guys have
I have
more with your siblings?
I have an older brother and a younger brother. My older brother and I really, we never fought,
No.
We always were competitive in sports, but we never.
How far
Really?
apart are you?
My oldest brother, Mark, is 55. I'll be 54 May 4th.
Oh, early happy birthday.
So about say like a year and a half, just like Gabe. I think maybe your closeness in age may have done it because my brother's 4 years older than me. And we fought all the time. He was a dick. So I think it's
Well, my
because I was so
brother-
much younger than him.
My brother Abe, who's always watching, a huge fan of yours, Jericho, by the way. He didn't feel like my older brother. We felt like twins more. Even though he's a year and a half
Yeah.
older, we did everything together, went everywhere together on the football team together. So we were always like, there was no dynamic with
Yeah.
my older brother. It never felt that way, So,
And then there's a 9-year gap with my younger brother. But no, I don't. We never really fought.
what's
So maybe-
crazy though? I saw a picture of your brothers and you, Todd. Your older brother looks like Stallone, and then your younger brother looks just like Seagal. So
It's a strange
the
phenomenon
three-
in that family.
What are the chances?
Yeah, they are.
What are the chances?
That's right.
That's some
Well,
crazy genetics right there.
The weirdest sibling relationship that I've ever witnessed is to me because there was no one in my family who's had this on our side, and my wife's family it was further back. But my kids are fraternal twins, boy girl, and so they've known each other for now 17 years of their lives, and they have the best sibling relationship because I know twins doesn't always make that happen. But they have this relationship, and I remember hearing somebody say that they go, watching twins grow up is one thing, but you'll never understand what it's like to have a twin. And obviously, Todd and Jean-Claude know what it's like to have a twin, but that's a different kind of thing,
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah,
Yeah.
usually older siblings are dicks. My brother was too.
I have two cousins that are a little bit younger than me that are twins, and it's an interesting dynamic they have. I saw this comment here. I didn't mean to click it while you were talking. My hand slipped over here, but look at how terrible. None of the mice are. His older sister knocked 4 of his teeth out. He was 9, and it was a sucker punch.
Damn.
Dang.
Holy shit. How old was she, None?
That's definitely on the extreme end of things, but yeah.
She better not
My
have
brother,
been 15 or something.
She's 20.
That's gotta hurt.
Boom, you little bastard.
What kind of trouble do you get in if you knock 4 of your siblings' teeth out?
Dude, for sure an ass whooping. That's right off the top.
Maybe he stole a swirly straw. You never know.
Yeah. Well, look at Mandy defending the woman. What did you do?
What'd you do, Dick?
She was 13. She should.
Damn.
So,
that's ruthless. My brother did some pretty fucked up shit to me too, but never knocked any of my teeth out. But he definitely kicked my ass a time or two. But I would get him back. I was all about revenge. I was all about waiting until he wasn't paying attention, lying in wait. You know, one time I peed my water gun and shot him in the face, shit like that, because I couldn't beat him because he was so much older than me. So I would like set booby traps and shit for him. Like, yeah, I was definitely evening the scales of karma.
None of the miser melted her Smurf collection.
That'll do it.
So you deserve something.
This is a very 1986 crime right here.
Dude, maybe not 4 teeth out, but you definitely deserve some retribution.
Better than her Cabbage Patch collection, huh?
Right. Oh,
right.
Yeah, she would have
Put
killed him.
those Smurfs in the microwave.
Fucking shot him behind the ear for that.
Yeah. His name would be None the Miser's ghost if he just turned those. But so Mandy's been vindicated. Oh, she had 3 brothers, so she knows how it is.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, older brothers, man, they suck usually.
Look at everyone defending None the Miser's sister. There was not a sucker punch. And but look at this. This is what I love about our chat, our fans here. They're the best attitude. Got 4 of his fucking teeth knocked out. Still says the 80s rocked, though. Now that is a great outlook. That's
80s rock, man.
That's some Tony Robbins shit right there. You know
He
that
put on some Van Halen and took it like a man.
Right.
Dude, spit his teeth into his hand and didn't say a word to his parents.
Hail Blackie Lois.
That's right.
Damn.
Anyway, yeah. So he's squirting his sister. Hopefully that's not pee in there like you, Jericho.
Well, you know, depends on what she did.
What about the super soak? Wow.
A little mini super soaker, which comes back into play later. Keep an eye on
the
that
next
super
shot,
soaker.
man. You got to go to the next shot. I love it. Right. Where it's
Hold on 1 second. The 80s rock like Pasta Mania. That's right.
That's right, brother.
Hold on. You know where it's always the 1980s, brother? Down at Pasta Mania, where you get your fill of rigatoni right now, brother. That's
right, brothers. 80s motif and 80s prices, brother. All I'm trying to do is get rid of this damn rigatoni, brother. And if you buy enough of that rigatoni, you get a ride on that red and yellow Harley, brother.
Oh, you're a true American Hulkster. Thank you so much.
Stomach and a ride with the
Hulkster.
He's Todd. What you don't know, he's come on as sponsor of this show the last month.
Part of the contract is he can just come in whenever he wants.
He's allowed to do promos based off of whatever we say.
It's crazy.
So, it's better than our last guy, Optimus Prime. He was a dud. He was not. He was not. Talking about Cybertron, a lot of weird stuff.
Not cool. Not cool.
I think it was a pyramid scheme he wanted us to get into. You know, he kept saying, well, I sell it to you, then you sell it to your friends. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. So, you know what I've always wanted to do, but it's too cringy, so I can't do it. I wanted to invite my best friends over and some other relatives and literally try to sell them Tupperware, but not really. Just get mine out of the cupboards and we're having a nice time. They're eating the chips and the dip and the pizza, and then I bust out the worst shit ever and just give them a sales pitch for 20 minutes. See if I could do it with a straight face.
Fucking Amway.
I've thought of this for years, but I can't bring myself to do it.
Some Amway cleaning products.
I would just love to see them squirm and just it looks really nice, but I just don't need any Tupperware right now. And
if they were, if they're your family or your friends, they'd be like, "What the fuck is this? I'm not buying this shit. I'm buying this shit. I'm out of here."
Is a thing of beauty. It's the ultimate. I just did something awful. What'd I do? Where are you going? I mean, come on, kid.
Goodness.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I don't. Oof. I have.
And I'm
here's
not
the
judging
thing.
this kid, but does he not look like he could be Powers Booth's son? Like maybe there was another storyline happening here.
It's like,
That's what's really going on here. I'm gonna, everyone here, gift, everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat. The next time someone is talking to you and you hate what they're talking about, or it's boring, or it's weird, or it's like uncomfortable, I say this all the time, and it works every time. I go, yeah, dude, I don't know, that's crazy. That's the phrase. Yeah, dude, I don't know, that's crazy. If you say that, you can get out of any conversation. It's kind of, yeah, dude, I don't know, that's crazy. I use it all the time. That's my gift to you guys. Okay.
I had a friend who had a much more dangerous tactic. He said when he was talking to a woman and he was no longer interested in what she had to say, he would just lean forward and push her nose. And I remember thinking, that's a bold strategy. Not sure how that's going to play for you, brother. But
just hold her lips together.
Did he go, boop?
Yes, like that. He goes, you could end a relationship with anybody doing that. I mean, that's just like a... And then he touched my nose. It's like, fuck this guy.
We're done.
I don't know what this means, but it's addressed directly to me. Gabe, the three of y'all need to do an Impractical Jokers live show when you meet up. What is, who is it? What is it? Anyone know?
Us three.
Okay.
Yeah, us three.
Okay, Impractical Jokers sounds specific, but okay, sure. Sounds good to me.
You never saw that show?
Oh, yeah, the guys, they play pranks on each other and shit. Don't they?
Oh my!
One guy,
gosh.
he like...
Is it one of those like hidden camera or like earpiece shows or something like that?
They got earpieces.
Yeah.
Behind the camera, and some guy's got to do a certain thing. And they
Oh man.
Okay, that's like the Tupperware thing. Oh, okay. I know. Okay, I do know what that is. Like we make Jerry.
Yeah, there's Joe, there's Sal, there's Murr, and there's Q.
Okay. So like Jericho has to go up to someone, and I'm in his ear, and he has to say whatever I tell him to say. Right?
Oh boy,
I would actually love that. I would actually really love to.
Larry!
First thing I would tell you, Jericho, is you have to talk in Hulk Hogan's voice. First of all,
fuck.
I went through a Starbucks drive-through. Hold on, I need some water before I do this. And just for the hell of it, I ordered my drink in a Stallone voice when I went through Starbucks. I did that, no shit, just to make myself laugh. And they didn't tell me anything weird. They got my drink order right too. So
yeah,
the shit I'm doing in the middle of the day here in town.
Good times.
Caller ID changed my life because I was able to take a game I'd been playing since I was in the 8th grade to the next level, which is the crank answering. Not crank calling, crank answering. So when people would call me, I would see the caller ID. There's a gal in our town who works at a place called Muse Jewelry Boutique. And all I would do is I'd pick up the phone and said, "Hello, Muse Jewelry Boutique." And it really screws with people's heads when you answer the phone as them, I've found. But up until that point, every time anybody called me, I'd go Domino's Pizza. It was just a reflex.
That's another thing with all this technology and computers, Shant, that the kids missed out on from the 80s and 90s is crank calling. That was so much fun.
We do that shit all the time.
I remember and you just flip the phone book and just find local numbers. And I remember with my friend Sean Bandy being 13 years old, just calling people, saying stupid stuff. And then I just called this like husband and wife in the phone book and I said, "We got your kids." And then just like hung up the phone. Hey, I was 12. I was 12. It was 30 years ago. I was 12 or 13. Give me a break.
Yeah.
It's 30 years ago.
Oh, man.
It's the worst thing I could say to these people.
That's terrible. They probably jumped out of bed and ran to their kid's bedroom or whatever. Like, oh, he's still here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Gabe. That gets into some dark territory. I mean, I think we're going back to Rideshare Killer there a little bit. When it's like, Gabe's like, it was the craziest thing in the 90s. I'd call people, "Do you like scary movies?" And then me and my friend would be like, "Easy, Gabe." I don't know where this is going. Oh, Lord. This is a rough scene, man. Because, again, I say in the loving way, damn this movie. Because you have them meet this wonderful lady who's the mascot earlier in the scene. Right. And then...
It was great, yeah.
This horrible person to kill her. It's like,
Right.
God.
Yeah, so the bad guys even kill the mascot and take the costume.
They kill the mascot.
Damn. Is that really necessary, Powers Booth? That just seems like overkill.
And that was, juxtaposed against how cool and nice and wholesome the real mascot was. And then the kid was like, "Oh, who's it going to be? Some fat guy?" And it was her. He's like, "That's the fat guy." And the city's like, "Oh shit." So yeah, she was really cool. Oh, come on, I'll show you, and blah blah blah. She was really nice to the girl, and then to get her replacement, so to speak, was pretty terrible.
Yep.
She put up a hell of a fight. I was shocked.
So the sister's gone now because the brother was spraying his pee-filled super soaker.
Oh, bastard.
I always felt like the super soaker was like a gag on us, right? I'm not going to get graphic. I keep it PG-13 on this channel, but the super soaker. You're a teenage boy. You're holding the super soaker. And to get this thing to work, you've got to work this thing.
You sure do.
It was,
familiar motion. That's right. All these kids will love this thing. Watch. Like 12 to 15, they're gonna love this guy.
So anyway, when did we start keeping the show PG-13? Because I've been around for a bit. It seems like
no. I just say that
sometimes...
in case my wife is watching in the other room.
That's right. Yeah. So Powers Booth, and yeah, I mean, again, so we've got Powers Booth, who's right now. I'm surprised he didn't take a bite out of that glass. He was chewing up the scenery, man. He was amazing. He was
Psycho.
Just great. And he was a country fried psycho in this, man. It was amazing. And it's one of those things where then you cut to the next scene and you think to yourself, like, how do I take something, or the next shot, I mean, and you say, how do I take something that's beautiful and harmless and make it absolutely terrifying? You put a psycho in the mascot costume.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
A psycho lady.
Right. Oh goodness. So she's taking the. Why did she decide to kidnap the daughter? I don't remember why the person who's in the mascot suit.
Because didn't Powers Booth want her?
She saw the hit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that what it was?
She witnessed the hit.
She saw the girl.
That's
who
right.
got killed? The lady
in the
got
bathroom.
Killed.
Yeah, in the bathroom, and she fell out of the stall.
Right.
Yeah, she went in there to use the bathroom, and then after her brother, basically pissed her off. Yeah, and then the body of the woman who she met earlier, who's in the suit, she fell out of the stall.
Right.
And then she was
too much.
And then she was going to pull her gun out of her pocket, but then those women came in the bathroom, and then that's how the little kid,
Do you have any photos, out of curiosity, Todd? Or they might be at your folks' house, but do you have any of the photos of you as the body double in some of these shots? Did you have anybody take pictures, or was it just too fast?
No, well, back then we had the throwaway cameras.
Yep.
Disposable.
I do have a few, but there are, probably back east.
Oh, man.
I'll have to look in my gallery because I may have some of behind the scenes stuff.
If you can get a photo and locate that business card you got, that's become a holy grail on the show. The discussion of the business card you got that launched this is incredible, man. It's great lore. Love it.
Right. Oh, so Van Damme, he's kind of frantic now because the daughter's missing, and that's horrible. I don't know.
Yeah.
As a parent, you lose your kid at the Nordstrom for like 30 seconds. It's the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah.
And you turn around, and you can't find, and all of a sudden, okay, there they are. They're like 4 feet away from you.
Or imagine at a packed Game 7 of Stanley Cup in a huge stadium. Yeah, that'd be some scary shit right there.
It's a terrifying feeling. As a parent, when you don't see your kid disappears when they're little for just a second. Eek.
Yeah, and fighting the urge to throw your son onto the ice because he's the one who caused it. There's a lot of emotions going on there.
Oh, there's my wife in the chat. My wife in the chat giving some eyes to that comment. Yes.
Yeah. What we're trying to say, Todd, is when you meet Jericho's son, he will be saying, "Yes, sir." Just so you know.
It's my boy.
That's right. Oh, man.
The bad guys are
Silence
so
for just
vile.
poor Angel.
Dude, come on.
So vile in this movie. A gun in a kid's face.
And that girl, she's such an innocent little, beautiful little kid.
Oh, terrible.
Oh,
dude, anybody can get it. Powers Booth is a psychopath, man.
I guess. Yeah. And then, then we have a great fight. One of my favorite fights in the movie is Van Damme versus the Pittsburgh Penguin. I loved it.
That's what I'm saying. She put up a hell of a fight. I didn't think I thought she would be dispatched quicker than that, but yeah, she
No.
gave him business.
And they fight in the industrial kitchen, right? And there's like the meat slicer, there's all the equipment, the boiling water, the different stuff like that. And how does he finally dispatch her? I don't remember exactly.
Oh, she gets like thrown into the dish. Was it the dishwasher?
Yeah, kicks her into the dishwasher.
That's right.
And it grabs her mask and pulls her in and chokes her to death.
Oh. And for those of you that don't know, my grandparents owned a restaurant for 50 years. The dishwasher in an industrial kitchen is like the size of a refrigerator. These things are huge. And they have these big metal walls that slide up and down. And, you slide the big racks of dishes through them. So it would be quite, it wouldn't be like being thrown into your Maytag in your kitchen. It's not like that.
No, industrial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And I have to say, just to speak to the legend that is Powers Booth, Powers Booth, and again, as always, fuck cancer, died from the effects of pancreatic cancer, but he was his body was buried in Deadwood Cemetery in rural Deadwood, located in Panola County, east of Carthage, Texas. But this was something that I didn't know about him. Booth married his college sweetheart, Pam Cole, in 1969, and they were married until he passed away in 2017.
Damn.
My goodness. What an interesting man. Damn.
wow. That's a long time to be married.
Right
I
on.
can't believe, yeah.
Respect.
Jeez. Todd, have you ever been married or
I don't think so.
no? Not that you
No, not that I can recall.
But I think I have 5 kids.
Okay.
There you go.
You might want to nail that down.
Roll,
That's
Thailand, run. I'm sure they're all beautiful if I do. No, I'm not kidding. Just sorry.
The scariest somewhere that there were a lot of people in the chat going, there's a bunch of 20-somethings that look just like Jean-Claude Van Damme running around this world.
And they
right.
look just like him.
There's
Van
kids.
Damme runs up to you in a huff. The dog has a lot to say. I think the dog is right. I agree. I don't know what you think, but I agree.
This is a terrible sequence right here in the realest sense, where you run up for help to somebody and you go, you gotta help me, this terrible thing has happened. And then we see the face of yet another terrorist. It's like,
right. Can you imagine someone runs up to you and they tell you they just killed a penguin in the kitchen? A giant penguin.
I know, yes.
I just killed a giant penguin. Come with me. But that's how many or how well these guys have it covered. Like the people he runs up to for help, they're in on it too. Like he's not safe. You can't trust anybody.
Well, yeah. So the guy he thought was going to be on his side, he's obviously working with the bad guys behind the scenes. Oh goodness, and we get more another fight scene right in the kitchen again.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, was this like dry ice or was this something hot?
I don't remember.
He kept pressing his face against because he told
Oh,
him
yeah, it was supposed to be dry ice, I believe.
Yeah, because he was like, sooner or later that ear's gonna come off.
Right.
And then I love how he had everything he needed for the penguin. He looked over and there was like the red chili flakes.
Mm-hmm.
And so he dumped it, like he saw her eyes first and then grabbed that and like dumped it in her eyes. And she was like, screaming and shit. And then this one, there was like a plate that had like a bone on it. And he broke that shit. And he reached over and broke that shit. Gave him some ventilation.
It's unfortunate that I look at that shot and I still think I need to go get some chicken. I don't want anybody to judge me because I'm not interested in your judgment right now. But the other thing was, there are certain experiences that you have. If you've ever even had a tiny grease burn, a really bad small scale grease burn, that scene where he takes the penguin's, I can't believe I'm calling this poor woman the penguin, but he takes her hand and puts it in that hot grease. I was like, I'd rather be shot
Yeah.
than have my hand put in the hot grease.
Crisp her hand up real quick.
No.
Todd, did you do like blocking and like working out the fight scene? Did you fight the penguin?
No, that was Mark.
Oh, okay.
Mark Stefanis was the stunt double.
Oh, you weren't the stunt guy. You were the double in this one. You became stuntman later. That's right. Okay.
I did the stand-in and the photo doubling. Mark is the one that did the actual fight scenes in this and all the other stunts.
Okay, that's right. So you did not have to fight the terrifying penguin. Good.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
Right.
Mark, yeah.
Rather run
Mark
from that
quit
tiger.
when they said, so we're going to have a scene where you have to run from a tiger. Mark's like, I'm out of here. I just fight penguins. No. Oh, man. I loved your story about him, too, when you went out that night and they announced you as the stunt double.
Oh.
Mark, that was a dangerous story.
Tell that one quickly again. That's hilarious.
Please. Yep.
So again, there's a difference between a stand-in, a photo double, and a stunt double. So a lot of people that aren't in the business, when they hear stand-in or when they hear photo double, they automatically assume that's the stunt double. So I'm at this club, I think it was called Dancy's or Chauncey's in Pittsburgh back in the day, and the DJ knew about the filming, and he knew that a few of us were in the club. And he announces over the mic. He goes, "And we have Jean-Claude Van Damme, stunt double, Todd Senofonte." I'm like, I had to run over to the booth and say, "Dude!" And then Mark was there also. Mark comes over to me and he grabs me, pulls me over. He goes, "Come here." I go, "Mark, on a stack of Bibles, I have never said I was Jean-Claude stunt double. I just say stand-in photo double. These people don't know the difference." He goes, "All right, man, okay, no problem." So then the next day, I had to go over to the stunt coordinator, Gary Himes, and Gary, did you hear what happened? He goes, "I heard." I said, "Really? I never said I was a stunt. I would never take that away from Mark." He goes, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." He goes, "Your day will come. Don't worry. Your day will come." So that was the incident that, one person you didn't want to piss off was Mark, because he's, like I said, his ex frogman seal, so he was a badass dude.
Wow, it's fascinating that in every discipline, you're doing film, people doing construction work, people doing whatever, that there's the cultural things that matter within, the culture that you're dealing with. And for us on the outside, it's like, okay, stunt man, stunt double, like, why is the guy getting upset? But like when you explain it to me, it's like, oh, I see why that's important. You know what I mean? Risking their lives and all that. They deserve the full credit for what they're doing. Because when you first told me, I didn't get it at all. I was like, I don't know why the guy's upset. But it's fascinating to see it like at a granular level like that. Really cool stuff, man. So thank you. I love all this stuff you tell us about the behind the scenes stuff like this, man. It's very cool. So anyway, Van Damme's getting frantic. The stadium is slowly being taken over more and more and more. Can't find his damn daughter. Just killed a penguin. Stabbed a dude with a bone in the neck. So how's your day going, right? And the days didn't start off great. He's talking to Mike in front of his old house.
Stupid Mike.
Yeah, Mike's banging his wife and brainwashing his kids to be liberal or something stupid like that. So
Mike's a piece of shit.
Right? He's all, "This is Mike.
He's telling him,
my pronouns are."
He's all, "Now
I'm
say
here to
it
pick
back
up
to
my
me."
son and daughter, and Mike's like, "It's a little early to start imposing roles on them, don't you think?"
Say it. Chest feeder. Birthing person.
No,
Mike.
No, Mike. No.
Damn it, Mike.
Oh, man.
Yeah, be careful, kids. Be careful.
So one thing that happens in this movie that I think is fantastic, that reminds me most of Die Hard, is that Van Damme is very isolated because he's in charge and he should just be able to call the cops, call the authorities like that. But
no can do.
He's talking to this guy. He talks to this guy, and this guy is not who this guy says he is. This is the guy that you thought was the squared away good guy, but no, he's working for Powers Booth. So Van Damme, much like John McClane in Die Hard, is going to have to solve this thing himself.
And the bad guys did say no cops, no helicopters, no nothing. So they're cut off from the outside world. They only have what they have on the premises. There won't be any help coming. Right. So and now.
When we think of action movies like the 80s and 90s genre, our favorite around here, this is quintessential. This is exactly what we always want, is the one man against all the evil. It's cool. The team movies are cool, but I always like the one man against everything. I think it's really inspiring and really entertaining stuff. So, but so what? Oh my gosh, what explodes in the parking lot? I don't even remember why
they're a bunch of cars
up. Yeah,
but what happened?
He's got a detonator because he wants to let him know he's serious.
Oh,
and he's like going. So he not only is he taking out hostages, but he's kind of like, when I say don't screw around, don't screw around. He's got, a car rigged with explosives, and it's like, go, go, go.
Yeah, there's a couple of scenes like that where he's showing them that, he's all powerful everywhere.
Yeah.
what was different in this movie than Die Hard in the sense of how it was set up is there was this terrifying quality in this flick of, basically he's alone with everybody. He's in a crowd full of people, but he's completely alone. Do you know what I mean? Because there's nothing he could do. He can't tell them what's up because they'll blow it either way. So he's got no one he can confide in except for this person on the outside, and they've got one of his kids. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's
wow, that's amazing what you just said there. Being alone with everyone. That's such a horrible feeling to think about.
Yeah,
seeing a crowd of
people there. Well,
Right.
hundreds of people and thousands of cutouts, but
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
God, I mean, that'd be a terrible shot, man. Can you help me? And it cuts to a cardboard cutout and shaking. Just say something. Cardboard cutout.
As a cardboard American, I have to say I find this very offensive.
Here we go. Let me guess.
Turns
You're
around,
pressed. Are you a
hands
pressed
up.
cardboard?
Right.
I know, seriously. It's like, we don't care what ply you are here. We'll accept you. And I would say this. You could be corrugated, whatever. I'm a person of corrugation.
Doesn't matter.
But I think that when I imagine those cardboard cutouts now, maybe it's wrong, but I just picture it's a lot of like Steven Seagals with faces drawn on them. Now that's just me. I'm not saying that happened, but it could have happened.
I'm gonna find a picture of me in the cardboard. I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh my God, we'd love that, Todd.
Please do.
It'd be excellent.
My best friend growing up was a cardboard cutout, so
That's true. Exactly.
I'm an ally.
No, my uncle came out as cardboard when I was like in 7th grade at Thanksgiving. It was wild. My grandpa was crazy. It was,
He left.
My grandpa slapped his silverware on the table and just left the room, and we were all like,
how
family.
Did
you not know? Everybody who knew that kid knew he was cardboard since he was 5.
Yeah,
I mean, you had to have your blinders on, for God's sake.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, no, the cardboard, they've made a lot of progress, the cardboard people, in the last like 10, 15
They really have.
Yeah, they have, man. That one girl who brought the first cardboard cutout to the school dance in the entire school's history.
Right.
Yeah. It took some getting used to.
President.
Twice. That's how progressive our country is. We elected a cardboard president twice.
Right. Yeah,
that's right.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
So, come on.
All right. So things are starting to look really grim. The son is still watching the game with his pea-filled super soaker, so that hasn't changed.
Yeah, a little sociopath. He doesn't even care. His sister's gone.
Time for a filler. He's got to go fill this thing back up.
Sister's gone. He's running out of piss. He don't care.
No, this is
oh my
not
God!
Hang on.
Can you guys see it? He's clearly a Patriots fan. I just noticed. No,
Jericho. Now, I got to ask you a serious question here.
Uh-oh.
It's not a scientific show that we do here, but I'm going to get to some
logistics.
I'm going to get to some logistics here.
I'm out of here.
You shot your brother in the face with a pea-filled super soaker. Yes, you admit this?
I did. I sure did. He's like, why are you shooting me with hot water?
Now, hold on. How did a young Jericho Green, how did you get the pee in the super soaker?
It wasn't a super soaker. It was one of those little water guns where like you took the cap
that
was on
makes
the
it
back.
even worse. The super soaker
makes it even harder.
It had a big hole in it, the super soaker. How did you get pee into a little squirt gun?
Well, aim. You get the right distance. You just aim.
Okay.
It wasn't a clean job. That's for sure.
You're just throwing it at him.
I filled the water gun up to the top.
Okay.
They did.
I didn't even think about that when you brought it up. I'm like, well, you had to get the pee in there.
Yeah, the stream. Well, I didn't like pee in a bucket and then like dip it in there and like the bubbles like bloop bloop. Not like that.
Listen.
But I did get a savage beating from my brother after. So.
Deservedly
but
so.
you admit it, Jericho. Was it like I was the thing that used to like people would always ask me like, I was just this skinny little kid who weighed like 98 pounds soaking wet with a brick on my head when I was coming up. But I was the kind of person who I knew how to get the word in that would make somebody need to kill me and get that last word in. And I have to tell you, there was nothing more frustrating than the people whooping my ass than my laughter and smile as they did it. And I have to tell you, because you knew you'd won, you'd said that thing that worked. And Jericho, I just like to think you were laughing at that beating.
Oh, yeah.
Unfolded.
It was well deserved. I did. He couldn't top that. Not that day.
Yeah, it's like McDonald's. I'd like a beating and some fries. That was kind of how I rolled. Oh,
Beautiful
shit.
day, man. Never
God
forget.
bless.
Let's see here. So it's halfway through the
1995,
second period of the game. Isn't it the vice president and all those people, they have until the end of the game to deposit the money? Isn't that part of the 90
Well,
minutes, right?
and there has to be certain increments of money deposited at certain points in the game. So at the end of the second quarter, I need this much. At the end of the third quarter, you should have that much. And then to the end of the game. So that's where he checks in. The guy's like, nope, there's money going in there, but not a lot. So he's like, who's it going to be? And then he picks another victim to get it.
I do like that the name of the movie is Sudden Death, and then the concept in sports is going into overtime, and it's a sudden death overtime or whatever. That is just corny enough to be clever. So I actually do really appreciate that. I do like it.
Yeah.
So they're gonna go into sudden death. So just looking cool and evil, you know.
Yeah, and very aloof. You know, he has a smart answer for everything. He knows everything. He knows all their protocols and shit. He's like the villain with these quirks, but he's also super violent. But he's up there, you know, smoking cigarettes, being a smartass, waiting for his money to get deposited.
Right. Oh, goodness. Okay, so let me close this one. I only opened half the photos at once, or else it'll tug the computer because I got a ton. Okay, so here we go. And more conferring with our double agent. And how did this guy get murked again? I don't even remember how this guy got blasted.
Oh, these were the guys who got sent out on the Zamboni. They sent in a team.
Yeah.
And they were like...
Dumped them all out.
Yeah, it was very...
That shit was crazy.
This was some diehard stuff right here, man. This was "'twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring except for the four assholes coming in 2x2 standard cover formation." Like, these guys went in there, and it just adds to, before you know this guy's a double agent, which you don't know yet, it adds to the futility of every time there's a chance Van Damme could get some assistance in this. It's like getting slapped down over and over and over again. It's like, damn.
Right. So, yeah, game's still carrying on. And let's see. And now they're learning more about Van Damme. Oh, he's the liar's height. He's 5'11", but Van Damme would never lie. I believe it. So that's right. And
he's finding the bombs based on, you know, if he wanted to cause the most structural damage, where should the explosive be placed? You know, in his many years as a firefighter, he'd learned that, and then so he's going around cutting the wires on the C4 bricks that have been placed around in the building. And then, you know, classic Die Hard style. You know, he's in the middle of doing something, and then next thing you know, you turn around and you know, you're pointing the gun in your face.
Yep.
And then you got to find a way out of that because you haven't saved the day yet.
No, he hasn't. Yeah. So, and then it's, I think it's between the second and third period in hockey. That's kind of like halftime, I guess, because they don't have four quarters. Isn't there some sort of display, right? There's a fireworks display and everything a little bit going on here. Let's see.
Yeah, and he thought that he had cut the wrong wire because he heard boom, boom, boom.
Right.
Right.
Like, it's a good fake out in that moment.
Yeah. We're good.
So, Todd, were you ever around for any of the pyrotechnic stuff that they did in this?
We actually watched the helicopter when it came down.
Oh my god!
Really?
Jeez.
How did that work when they dropped the helicopter? It was on a wire, and of course the helicopter was just bare. It was just a shell. Sure.
And then it would just drop it down, and then the explosion. It was really cool to see in person.
Wow,
that was a great scene.
Yeah, because that's coming up at the end. Spoiler alert! 30-year-old spoiler alert. That's how.
Catch up, guys.
Yeah.
Get with it, people.
Someone gets killed in a helicopter at the end, of course. Yeah, this movie does really have it all. It does have the Die Hard aspect. It has exploding cars. It has an exploding helicopter. It has all the favorite stuff.
And it's a little A-team too, because he's like putting his makeshift projectile. His little tube shooter gun thing together. So yeah, he's doing some MacGyver shit right here, creating a weapon.
He finds that room and he starts to build his own weapon or whatever here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his own stuff. Yeah, so he's still disarming bombs around the place.
Yeah.
And he finally runs into this guy, right? In the bowels of the place?
Yeah, down below where he's taking bombs or disarming the bombs. Yeah.
Right.
I was ready for that buddy, let's save the day sequence when I saw this in the theater.
Yeah.
Kind of a disappointment.
Right. Oh goodness. Yeah. So it's just slowly building the tension. We're seeing the hockey game. We're seeing Van Damme go around and solve problems and try and get closer to his goal. And then we're seeing Powers Booth and the vice president kind of debating, but the vice president's watching it a little bit because the guy's proven he's a psycho. But it's slowly building. It's slowly building to what's going to get explosive here in a minute. So, and then the double agent guy, he comes over to the little Johnny, whatever this kid's name is. Where's your dad? You know what I mean? And because he's looking for him. So then they start looking for him because they realize what he's up to, right, in the bowels of this place.
Mm-hmm. But he told his son, even if the building's falling down around you, don't move. After he came back and saw that his sister was missing, he says, "Don't move." So that little boy ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, and he even questions the guy. He says, "Do you know my mom's name, or did your dad tell?" And he's like, he goes, "Well, they're separated, so they're divorced or whatever." So he's a pretty crafty kid, but I think after he got that Jericho discipline, if I may coin a term, his ass was staple gunned to that chair.
He wasn't going nowhere.
He's like, "Sir, I'm not coming with you. I pissed my pants 30 minutes ago because my dad said, don't leave this seat."
Well, I'm not moving.
Dang. So was all of this stuff right here, was this filmed on location? Everything?
That was in, what was that? It was down in the boiler. Yeah, that wasn't at the same location.
So it wasn't a set. Oh, I was literally going to ask the same question, Sean. That's hilarious.
Oh, dude. Oh, no.
Yeah, for this.
No,
hold on. There's some context to this.
Oh.
That's like some Tromaville Toxic Avenger looking shit.
But that was that little thing he was building, right? That little.
No, that was his son's little water gun that he filled with something, and he had the lighter, and he made like a little blowtorch out of it, and this dude like went up in flames like a fucking tinderbox.
Oh, it's it's good that you just use urine and you didn't use gasoline.
Not this time, but next time I was going to.
No,
dear God,
if you did this to your brother, he would have killed you.
That's a little horrifying. I'll be honest with you,
dude. I was like, ew, that's all fucked up. But hey, you got it coming when you're a double agent. And you're working with the bad guy. That's what you get. You get gasoline in your face. Rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then he gets on the walkie, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so so that's a really cool moment again where you can finally talk to the bad guy or whatever. I think that's really, I don't know. There's just something about that, the defiance. Like, I'm not giving up. I'm coming after you guys. I like that one. And again, reminds me of McClane from Die Hard when he sends them up. The guy with the stuff written on his sweater. I don't remember.
Yeah. There was some of that in what was it? Under Siege 2, Dark Territory. Seagal did that. He had sent a note or something with the guy, sent his body up, the little dumbwaiter or whatever to the.
We got to do that one. I like that movie. That's still a good Seagal. His first, couple movies are great, I think.
Yeah, well, if we could do that one, then we got to do the On Deadly Ground and Fire Down Below when he was the activist Indian.
Oh, I have a name for that. I've told you guys the name. When he enters that phase of his career, he's the Albuquerque Buddhist. That is the name.
Yeah, he's like Asian but Native American too. It's weird. It was a weird phase. That was his Christopher Gaines phase right there.
Right.
Oh, dude, don't
that was his Chris Gaines right there.
Garth Brooks in the life of Chris Gaines. That's a deep cut there, man.
Dude, he went goth on him for a minute, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
don't matter
definitely
to the sun.
Yeah, that was definitely his Chris Gaines, man. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they start talking over the walkie-talkies or whatever, and of course the scumbag puts the daughter on the phone.
Yeah, he's super cash, but yeah, he knows he can get to him. Just let him hear his little baby girl's voice.
See? And now Van Damme's thinking one thing in this scene now. He's like, I should have let them go with Mike to Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, yeah, but fuck Mike. Nah, dude, hell no. He'd much rather have him in this situation than be with stupid Mike.
But then they can see Jasper T. Jowls or whatever that guy's name was.
Nah, let's be here. Let's be here during a terrorist attack. I don't want you.
So wait, you're telling me a terrorist attack at the Civic Center is better than seeing the
Yes.
Jamboree band at Chuck
When
E.
it's
Cheese?
that or hang out with Mike, yeah, you're coming with me to the terrorist attack.
Can we talk about Chuck E. Cheese for just a second, guys? Why are Chuck E. Cheese's ghetto like dangerous and there's like fights? At
They
Chuck E.
didn't used to be.
Right. In
Chuck
the
E.
80s,
Cheese's
they
were respectable.
Yeah, well,
And
I'm
on
gonna
the
tell you guys a
door,
story.
on the door of every Chuck E. Cheese, it says no handguns allowed.
That's a
It's
shame.
There's a Chuck E. Cheese, I think about 5 miles from me in West
Yeah.
Hills.
Yeah, I have to tell this story. I'm not proud of it, but I did have a flashback when we were looking at the penguin mascot with its head off. My friends thought it would be a riot to take me to near Northgate Mall, the local Chuck E. Cheese, for my 17th birthday, I think it was. They thought it would be a riot, so we went there. We had whatever that is, the pizza is, they call it there.
Yeah,
And Chuck E. Cheese came out to say hello, which is basically like dirty carpet in human form. And came out, and afterwards, one of the gals who had led Chuck E. Cheese out and came out, and she was like, hey, excuse me, are you the birthday boy? And I was like, sure.
Yeah.
You know, God knows. And she goes, my friend wants to talk to you. So she leads me back to this back room where there is this girl who was like, hi, I just want to tell you, I think you're really cute. And it was the girl who was in the Chuck E. Cheese suit, but just the head was off. She had the Chuck E. Cheese body on still.
Hey,
No.
did you give her the old breadstick?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, here's the thing, though. So obviously
old
I shoved the
braciole.
other girl out of the room, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I got to take care of this. Door shut. I'm not going to say what happened, all right, in there, because what happens between a man and a rat-suited young lady is personal. No,
Yeah,
but
you
no,
don't
but
let that-
I just remember
let that
seeing this
costume
going,
stop you.
babe. Yeah, I basically I looked at this girl, and it was funny because even at 17, I was like, I'm going to tell you this, and this is coming from a place of love. You really need to work on your game here. Okay, because this isn't
But
the look.
We're still gonna handle this.
Yeah,
Keep that in
listen,
mind,
guys.
for next
Any
time.
port in a storm, right? Isn't that a Navy?
That's right. It's whatever.
Oh, yeah. I got a little bit of mascot one. It's not salacious, but Disneyland. I love Disneyland. Take
Oh,
my
dear.
kids there. My kids are adults now. But when my daughter was like 6 years old, we saw this parade or whatever, Disney with Lilo and Stitch. And my daughter saw Lilo. And she's like, what's wrong with her? She's the size of an adult. She's got this big fake head. And my daughter told me she's like 6, and she saw this Lilo walking down Main Street in Disney. And she goes, oh my God, none of this is real. It like that was the moment when she was like 6 that this Lilo outfit just shattered everything.
Stupid
for her.
Lilo.
But yeah.
Damn, crushing
So,
dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she said in that moment, she goes, oh my God, this is all fake.
It all came
I had the same
crashing
thing
down.
at 17. I saw Chuck E. Cheese with the hat off, and I went, oh no.
Wait a
Like,
minute.
up until I was 17, completely convinced. And I said to the gal, I said, you've destroyed the verisimilitude. Do you realize what you've done?
Right.
Like, wait a
And
minute.
to this day, Shant gets a little excited when we drive by a Chuck E. Cheese. You know that. So
He's like, wait a minute. there's
I thought
sluts
we
in
were
those
going slower
costumes?
than that when I jumped
Surprise
out
me
for the
now.
record.
I'm sorry,
Like,
what?
hey,
I didn't hear either. You
Go
talked
Todd, go
about-
Todd.
I said it doesn't surprise me now that he gets a little
Yeah.
antsy.
Yeah. You can't.
Yeah.
Everybody who sees me knows. They're just like, he looks like the kind of guy into Chuck E. Cheese. I'm just saying.
It's a little blood south when you see that. Yeah.
That's right.
Or if he just sees a
Nice.
rat eating pizza, you know, he's like, hold on, let him eat. Let
Or
him eat.
pizza or a rat.
I haven't
It
seen a
doesn't-
rat eat pizza, thankfully.
Did you guys ever see that rat that went viral like 2
Yeah,
3
New
years
York.
ago?
Yeah, that shit
In
was
New York.
disgusting.
And he's like, has a whole.
That shit was disgusting.
Oh,
Let's see. Hold on, I'm googling it right now. If you haven't seen it, I will show it to you. The
It's
New
quite
York
disgusting.
rat.
no, stop.
This is
Yeah.
real.
No. No.
Look at him. Look at him scampering away.
Slice is
Chuck E.
bigger than
Cheese.
his.
I just imagine that rat has like the thickest New York accent of all time.
Could that be Ratatouille?
Yeah, that's right. It is right.
So you bring a slice of that fucking pie. Yeah, I got the fucking pie right here.
Todd, I don't know what the hell is going on, Todd, but
Yeah.
your sexiness is getting the ladies hot and bothered.
ladies.
Now Tammy wants a rat costume so she can seduce Shant, apparently, for $2. Thank you very, very much.
$2. That's all it costs. Thank you.
Tammy. If anyone has a rat costume, but know this, Shant is a married man. Just know that.
Yes, Tammy, I just want to say this rat costume. I'm a very happily married man.
Right.
No. The Chuck E. Cheese
Fingers and toes are crossed when he said that.
My wife goes, babe, I want you to know it's in the prenup. There is a Chuck E. Cheese costume exception.
Yeah, well, you're good.
Wow.
Oh, you're set.
Yeah,
you're good.
it's true.
Good. It's kind of weird though, because isn't Chuck E. Cheese a dude?
Chucky, I guess.
Apparently not from what I've seen.
I mean, his name is Charles. Do you know what
Yeah,
Chuck E. Cheese's real name is? And I am not making this up, and I love this so much. His name is Charles Entertainment Cheese. I shit you not.
Please tell me no.
Look that up.
I like
Some
that.
of that entertainment cheese, huh?
How many
Entertainment's
dreams
my
have to be
guilty.
shattered tonight?
Ew, you got your entertainment cheese on me.
Oh,
Gross.
look at this.
Ew.
Yeah, Ferg's calling it out. You made Shant nervous.
I feel it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So moving on. Right. So yeah, he's disarming more bombs.
Man.
He's going around. The hockey's still going on, but they're going into an intermission again, right? Because there's a sequence I don't understand to this day. And maybe Todd, you could explain it. I must have missed a scene, a line of dialogue, or something. There's a sequence where Van Damme goes out and plays the goalie.
Yeah, because the dude was
like
feeling.
he has to keep the game going or something, or the bombs will go off, or why does he need to play the goalie? I didn't get it. Do you know?
I think because he saw one of the guys across the way, and he wanted to try to get closer to that side. I think.
Okay.
He was being
He was
chased.
going undercover.
He was being chased.
Yeah,
That's
he was
after
also
the
being
scene-
chased. That's why when there's a locker room scene where he, obviously he puts on the goalies, and then he just skates out to the.
Yeah,
I
he
do
was-
like that.
That's a scene where he comes running down, like jumping over the seats through the crowd because he's running from two of the bad guys.
Yeah,
Runs
that's Mark there, the stunt double.
Oh, okay. That's the stunt double.
Yeah,
right
he's
there.
jumping over the seats and shit, and then he gets down to the bottom. So I think he's just running, hiding from the bad guys who are like openly chasing him around now.
I've hid from things in my life, but I have never hidden by playing professional sports in a championship game. I hope
That's
to
one of
do it
those-
one day.
That's one of those movie tropes, where they're not paying attention, and next thing you know, they turn around and they're on stage and the lights are on and shit like that. So I think it was kind of like that, doing whatever he can. But he's doing this to stay alive, to disarm the bombs, so he can save the little precocious little girl and Mr. P. Watergun in the stands.
You know where you'll never have to hide, brother? Pastamania. You can be here loud and proud. Nobody's gonna get you. Just enjoy your rigatoni, brother.
That's right, brother. I don't give a damn who you're running from. When you're in here, you're family, brother. But please help me eat up this 1.5 million pounds of rigatoni, brother.
Oh, thank you, Hulkster. Thank you.
Poor
As
guy,
always.
man.
Yeah, I really
Ted
feel bad for
DiBiase.
him. Ted DiBiase, he ripped so many people off.
I don't feel bad for Hulkster because he's going to power through it, but it's just an unfortunate, setback. But you could be on the run from the U.S. Marshals. Once you make it inside Pastamania, you're good.
Right.
Sit down
It's like an embassy,
It's like Switzerland or something.
It's sanctuary. Once you get inside Pastamania, you cannot be arrested.
It's a non-extraditionary restaurant.
Here's a mystery. Here's a mystery, and I just want Todd, I'd be curious to get your perspective on this. Because this is a very unique capacity that I haven't seen a lot of action stars have. I think Stallone definitely does it in First Blood. But what is it about somebody who is this incredible physical specimen, who is a movie star in the truest sense of the word, who still is able to maintain with the audience that sense of I'm an everyman. I'm dealing with things like. How does he do that? Do you have any insight into it?
You either got it or you don't. He's got it.
Because you talked about, the conversation you guys had about relationships. Is it just his core person, that kind of empathy and?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's. It is, there are a select few that do carry themselves, like they were back in the '80s, and he still carries himself now. So it's just that innate ability he has. He still has that aura when he walks into a room. He's walking into a room. Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
All right. Well, guys, we're definitely gonna finish this movie, but I think Todd has to run soon. Todd, you got to get out of here. You got something you got to. Oh, it's already 10:30 here in California.
Yeah. No. I had fun, guys. I want to do this again.
Thank you, Todd.
But,
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll definitely finish this show in just a second here. But Todd, is there anything you want to promote or tell people before you get out of here tonight? And dude, thank you so much for being here. It's awesome.
Yeah.
We'd love to. When Darkness of Man comes out or whatever, whenever you want to come back, we'll definitely have you. We do go for a long time.
I will. I will keep in touch. As of right now, nothing is solid. It's all on paper. But once I get close to the final, pen on the paper, I'll give you guys a call and we'll try to do something again.
Okay, so
Yeah,
there's
is in the chat for Todd.
Todd's Twitter, and there's Todd. Thank you, Todd. Guys, follow him on Instagram too, and on Twitter. Follow him all over the place. Follow him to his
and
car.
Facebook. All
right. Yeah, follow him to his car in the parking lot at night. Just follow him everywhere he goes.
Ladies,
anywhere you can.
Ladies,
Get
you
behind
will get
him.
a restraining order.
Yeah.
So just be careful.
Right. So, Todd,
All right, guys.
I'm surprised
Thank
you
you,
made
Todd.
it this long.
God
into the
bless you.
evening. Have a great
I
night.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it,
Thank
man.
you. Good night.
Later, dude.
Good night.
And okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm glad he made it. I'm glad he made it that long with us.
Yeah.
Honestly,
He was
Right.
hanging
he's a
in.
legend.
Yeah,
In it
he's
to
awesome.
win it.
He's a nice guy, down to earth guy. So anyway, Van Damme is playing hockey now. Does he do good? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing the scene and go, "What the hell?" Now he knows how to play hockey.
Well, remember
Well,
they
he
mentioned
used to.
earlier that he played hockey back in
Used
the
to
day.
be
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
right.
setting you up for a little,
Oh.
foreshadowing there. But yeah, apparently he was good enough to where he can fill in during Game 7, and everybody's like, "Yeah, he's totally."
He can fill in
Yeah,
against
save.
against
man.
the other best team in the league and all their star players. He's that good as a
He's just
fireman.
filling in for a minute. His
hockey?
adrenaline's
Hockey?
pumping.
Oh yeah, I play hockey sometimes. Why?
Yeah, oh, dude, all you need to play in the pros is adrenaline, and that's what
Right.
he has.
Right.
He's trying to.
He's
catch
like,
his
I haven't been
kid.
doing anything physical or had any stress on me for the last 2.5 hours. I'm good to go.
You suit up and get out here on this ice. It don't look that
Right.
hard.
Trying not to lose
Mm-hmm.
Game 7 is probably a fucking relief compared to defusing
Yeah,
bombs, looking for his daughter.
He's like, oh, no problem. The entire hockey world is on my shoulders. Easy. man.
Yeah, I just cooked a sweet and sour FBI agent 5 minutes ago. But sure, let's do this.
Yeah, I'm good. This is a break.
Oh,
Well, not only is it Game 7, it's your hometown team, so it's your favorite team, obviously.
Yeah, and your son's in the stands watching you too, by the way.
Jericho, they
Oh.
put you in the Super Bowl for the 49ers in the fourth quarter. You're not nervous at all, right?
and sets
No,
up
no,
a
what is
beautiful
it?
moment.
Was it third and goal? A minute
Yeah.
and a half left
Third
on
and
the
goal.
2-yard line?
Yeah.
No
yeah.
problem, dude. Let's do it.
Oh, goodness.
Let's get it out of the way.
Right. So we get the hockey. And I feel like his son recognizes it's his dad out there, but no one else does. Not even the TV announcers or anything.
Or his head coach who said, "Hey, you ready to go in?" He was like, just shakes his head.
Oui, monsieur. So
Oui.
I am playing the football. I was like, no,
I'm
that's
playing
not-
the spirit on the eyes.
Oh, by the way, that's a beautiful weapon right there. There's a reason why I love that promo right there.
Uzi.
Gun. Uzi with a silencer, baby. That's mine.
right.
That's a beautiful profile there.
Uzi or Mac 10. Those were my dream guns as a kid.
Those are the official guns of the 1980s.
Yep. Freaking
Yeah.
gorgeous.
It's a great gun.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, it's awesome. I had a battery-powered water gun. Those were like popular in the mid-80s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it had the long clip, the
Yeah.
long magazine on it.
And it was I think mine was an Uzi, I think. I don't remember exactly. So, yeah.
Yeah, mine was a Uzi. I remember it was like neon pink and blue, and it had a long magazine to hold a bunch of water, and you put it in there, and you gave it batteries, and you just depress the trigger, and choo 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 choo. That shit was tight, man. Love it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, let's check on the. Do I have the poll or did I get? Oh, I think I got rid of the poll. Oh no, I have the poll. We'll end the poll now. Let's see. Hold on, real quick. Todd makes movies. When Gabe makes a movie, it will be romance. That's what I was rooting for. Musical, action, or martial arts, or sci-fi. I guess you guys are looking at your next martial arts star right here.
Legend. So, just in case anybody's wondering, the young man in this flick that we've been watching, who is the evil son, is the son of Tom Hanks in Sleepless in Seattle. That's where you know him from.
Okay.
The kid who writes the letter, my dad needs a wife or whatever, that whole thing. So, there you go.
My dad needs a wife, puts it in a bottle, and just throws it.
Yeah,
throws
dude,
it to the ocean. And
some slut will write back.
I've never seen Sleepless in Seattle, and for a minute I had it confused with You've Got Mail.
Same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Around the
Similar
same time.
kind of thing.
And little info: Mac 10, the Military Armament Corporation Model 10.
Oh,
it was designed in 1964. It's chambered in either 45 or 9mm, and 9mm it can do 12 to 1500 rounds a minute, and in 45 it can do 1090 rounds a minute. So shit.
Woo.
That gun is smoking. But yeah, this is the popular gangster Southern California crack epidemic, Bloods and Crips.
Let's call it what it
right
is.
here.
It is the Thompson of its day. It's the Tommy gun of its day.
Yeah, same caliber.
No,
40,
there's no,
45.
but you know what's so funny is there are very few weapons that become just the iconic weapon of crime in any era.
Yeah.
And the Tommy gun is, I think you'd have to say the Tommy gun until you have the Tommy gun, since the Tommy gun, the Mac 10 and the Uzi, that's the one, man. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful design. It's a beautiful gun.
Yep.
The square body, the long magazine. It looks great.
Okay, so the game ends at 4-4. The third period ends, so the hockey game is officially over, and now they're going to go into
sudden death.
Like Sean went into sudden death with that headless Chuck E. Cheese in the back.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean,
it was
this
sudden
is the
too.
thing. People don't understand. Like the thing about sudden death is it can pretty much happen.
Oh no!
Whoa. Nailed it.
You know, I thought we had so much more time.
That boy's
There's so many things I would have said to you, Shant, if I knew it was going to be like this.
I'm surprised he lasted this long. Usually we lose him a couple times by now.
Yeah. No,
bring him back.
If I knew that was all the time I had with Shant, I would have told him what a disgusting freak he was to do it with someone in a rat costume that hadn't been washed.
Hell no, not at that age.
Oh yeah.
No, Shant, no.
Shant wasn't in charge at that
Do
moment.
you know what the inside of a Chuck E. Cheese costume must smell like?
He does.
Actually, I do.
Yep. Smells like opportunity. Get it. Get it, Sean. That's what I say.
Well, we were all 17 at one point, I guess.
That's right.
I did some stupid shit back then, too.
Sure did. So. And that's not when it stopped either. It wasn't like, okay, now I'm 18. No more stupid shit.
I'm 18. Now I'm a genius.
Nope. That didn't happen either.
I had my first child at 18, so there you go. So
you were in the fast lane, huh?
Well, the mother of my baby mama was not a rat woman, Sean. So
if you come over to my place,
nor is she now.
I think of them as mementos, but if I panned my camera over, you would see a leather chair and then a wall of Chuck E. Cheese heads mounted on that wall. I'm just saying, a little remembrance.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So okay, well that makes a lot of sense.
I hope it didn't make anything weird just now. No, let's go.
No,
I'd hate to do that.
Wait a minute, Sean. I don't want your wife to get upset, but I think I found a picture of your girlfriend. Is this? Now tell me the truth. Is this or is this not your girlfriend?
Yeah, that's right. Wait a second.
Dang.
That girl's got way more teeth than my Chattanooga love flame.
Yeah.
Why does that rat have titties like that?
What the hell happened there?
Rat got some
For the
big old
record,
titties.
the person who illustrated this, we gotta find them and arrest them. Or get them on a list.
Apparently, you had yourself quite the evening that night. You and your little missy there.
Yeah, that's right.
That's more like it.
And
Are you
then,
guys trying to get all my deaths in by the end of the show?
Yeah, apparently you guys had your fun.
Oh my god!
Big old lines there for that big old head. That's why a big old rat
Holy
head.
shit! The person who took that photo needs an award.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a
God
good
bless 'em.
thing, but I think you really hit your bottom when you left. You ended up, I don't want to say cheating, but you ended up breaking up with Chuck E. Cheese, and you dated her friend, which I thought was not classy. But
Ooh.
yeah. I mean,
Step down, huh?
yeah, that's a step down, dude. I wouldn't.
That's a couple steps down.
Why would you eat Taco Bell when you have Chuck E. Cheese at home, Sean? I mean, come on, man.
Listen,
Eating
me tell you
Taco
something,
Bell
guys.
too.
hippos need love too.
Damn.
Hi, Sean. Hi there.
I'm telling you, man.
What does that rat look like from behind? Like if you were behind that rat right there,
I'm
what do
so
you
glad
see?
that I'll never know. I'm so glad.
What do you see?
I thought that was a sincere question. No.
Oh, you know what I forgot? This is my wife, Mad Moxie, in the chat. Her sister, my sister-in-law was Chuck E. Cheese, Sean. You and I have to have a little talk after the show.
Yo,
I
tell her to hit me
forgot
up.
that my wife's
I'd love
sister
to,
was Chuck E. Cheese in high school.
Oh,
Hold
You
the
have
fuck
got
on
to
here,
be
buddy.
kidding me.
Small world.
Listen, folks, I'm going to tell you this right now,
Small
guys,
world.
okay? And here I am showing my love for Chuck E. Cheese, and here you are when your beloved sister-in-law herself was a lady of the Chuck E. Cheese, and
Lady
you
of the
throw
cheese.
so many stones in that direction.
She was a lady of the cheese.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Alcoholism has been terrible to her, though. Not my sister-in-law, but Chucky.
I was gonna say
she hasn't aged very well. You know, she's not. She's not
Damn, that's the
aging
bootleg Chuck E. Cheese.
I don't know. If you look at that picture,
That's
you can
yucky
still
cheese.
see that a little bit of that youth in the eyes.
Yeah. You know, there's the spring of the girl I once knew. You know.
Yeah, there she is.
Holy
you know,
hell.
takes me back to hell.
Yeah.
That's a terrifying picture, Gabe.
So yeah.
Yeah.
You thought you could escape your past, Sean?
That's like the county
you
fair
never-
Chuck E. Cheese.
I believe it was
Damn.
a friend of mine by the name of Jericho Green who said on one of his shows recently that we never know where the lore is going to come from on this show, and clearly we've got Pasta Mania, and now we have Chuck E. Cheese lore.
Right. Well,
Two
Hogan was gonna
defunct
buy a bunch of
Italian
those.
food franchises.
Is Chuck E. Cheese an Italian food
It's
franchise?
an Italian
As
That
much
might
as
be-
Pasta Mania is.
I think
You know, you'll
Pasta-
never have to worry about doing it with the headless mascot in the broom closet. Pasta Mania, brother. We'll let you do it right in the kitchen with our mascot, brother.
You gotta hide it, brother. You don't gotta hide it. And if you buy enough of this fucking rigatoni, brother, I'll let you do a whole scene in the kitchen, brother. Just get it out of here.
You don't have to hide your love at Pasta Mania. We do things out in the open, baby. Brother.
I can't believe I said baby, there, brother.
That's right. I'll clean off that main dining room table and you can get freaky with it, brother. But that's gonna cost you about 10 pounds of that rigatoni, brother.
That's right. Oh my goodness. What kind of mascot would Pasta Mania have besides the Hulkster himself?
That is, you're looking at Pasta Mania's mascot. I don't think Hulkster would take that very well.
Mr. Hogan, do you feel like Chuck E. Cheese is an insult to Italian Americans like yourself?
I do, brother, because they serve what they call pizza over there, brother. And that's one of the national dishes from Italiana, brother.
Now, what would you tell this female right here if she came into your restaurant dressed like this?
I tell her buy some rigatoni and pull those rat tits out, brother.
You wouldn't tell her to put some pants on?
I tell her, put some pants on so you don't slide off the back of that red and yellow Harley, brother.
All right. Well, it's a good thing you've never met Chuck E. Cheese.
Good
I
thing.
don't think you guys would get along very well.
I don't know. Does Chucky have tits like that, brother?
Bigger actually. Yes.
I can get along with that, brother.
Okay. Awesome. Amazing. Hey, what is the special this weekend on the Rigatoni? You got any specials you're running in honor of anything at all, or anything special going on for the season?
Well, actually, brother, I had a April Fool's promotion going on. I told him I'm going to stop selling rigatoni, brother.
What?
April Fool's, that's all I sell, brother. April is rigatoni month, brother.
Okay. Is February Rigatoni History Month?
June is Pride in your rigatoni month, brother.
Rigatoni Pride Month.
You better be proud of that rigatoni, brother.
Oh, that's right.
I'm fucking dying.
I said, I've been saying Chuck E. Cheese all day. It's Charlotte Cheese. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. So sorry I had the name wrong. Yeah. Goodness. So what is on the menu at Rigatoni Pride Month starting June 1st? What is on the menu there, sir?
Well, all month long, the rigatoni's going to be shaped like a penis, brother.
Oh, is it going to be rainbow colored too, or no?
Yes, it is, brother. I'm already getting the dyes ready. It's a popular month, brother.
Okay.
Everybody wants to come in and put that pasta dick in their mouth, brother.
Now, you don't serve that with Alfredo, right? You serve it with red sauce?
I'll serve it whatever kind of sauce you want, brother.
Oh, wow.
Just get this rigatoni out of here, brother.
What if I want pesto? Can I have pesto on it?
I'll put whatever you want on your penis pasta, brother.
Okay. Wow. Well, that sounds delicious. So, yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds good. Can't wait for June. But right now, April is Rigatoni Awareness Month, right?
It sure is, brother. I'm definitely aware of rigatoni, brother. I got 1.5 million pounds sitting in a warehouse, brother.
What would you tell Ted DiBiase, the man that famously, I wouldn't say he tricked you. You're too smart to be tricked, but he was dishonest with you and sold you that millions of pounds of rigatoni. What would you tell him if he was here right now?
There's no words, brother. I would kill that son of a bitch, brother.
Ooh, how would you kill him?
I take a big piece of rigatoni, brother, wrap it around this big fist right here, brother, and shove it down his throat. And he's coughing. I can't breathe, brother. Well, I can't breathe financially, brother.
Wow. Well, we believe in you around here, Hulkster. And that's why we have you on, and we support Pasta Mania. And I know you're going to be able to sell those millions and millions of pounds of rigatoni that you never should have bought in the first place.
Hey, where were you before I made the deal, brother?
I was not buying pasta from Ted DiBiase. That's where I was. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm glad we got that all straightened out, because I've wondered what you thought about Chuck E. Cheese for ages. I would always ask my dad about it when I was a little boy, but I'm glad I got the answer directly from you. Thank you so much, Hulkster. And yeah, hey, look at that, Hulkster. People are excited about Alfredo sauce. You know? Wow.
Well,
all right,
when
guys.
I serve it during Pride Month, brother, it's not a lot of it. It's just a few drops on the plate.
Really? What if people want have one serving Alfredo and they want seconds, so they have to wait like 15 minutes or something?
About 35 minutes, brother. I'm getting up there, brother.
And the second serving, there's just not as much Alfredo, right? There's,
It all depends, brother. Sometimes it's more than the first time, brother.
Whoa. Okay. Well, I'm glad we know more about Pasta Mania than we ever thought we could know.
Thank you so much.
And maybe we'll see you later in the show, but we got to get on to sudden death. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll talk to you later, Hulkster. Have a great night, buddy. Oh, there he is. I hope Shant makes it back
at some point. That'd be nice to see him.
Oh, goodness.
But he's dealing with it.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So they're into sudden death at the hockey arena.
That's the computer guy. That's the bad guy computer guy.
Right. And he's a computer guy because he has a quirky goatee going on and like quirky glasses.
The bottom goatee.
One of my favorite things in Under Siege 2, Steven Seagal's masterpiece on the train, is the main computer hacker guy when he's like doing something to download the virus or whatever. it was back in like 1994 or 5 when no one really knew shit about computers like the general public. And he says something so improper about computers that we all would laugh, like anyone would laugh at that. He says, I just need to download a few more megabytes and this virus will be complete. Or so he says it in a way that makes zero sense. It sounds technical in 1994. And
because we didn't know shit.
We'll have to review that one because that movie is a beauty. And,
yeah, we definitely have to pay homage to the downside of Seagal's career because, you know, Under Siege 2, On Deadly Ground, Fire Down Below, there's just that little...
The Albuquerque Buddhist arrives. He shows up in On Deadly Ground.
Fuck. Oh, and we'd have to do Glimmerman.
I was going to say the Glimmerman. Is that with Damon Wayans, right?
Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Keenan Ivory Wayans. Yeah.
And it
well,
is...
you know what they say. All Wayans look the same. So
that's actually true. That's very true. But yeah, that was a tough one to get through as well.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
that was
not
tough.
a good movie. Yeah. Okay. So moving on. Let's see. What the hell? Oh, sorry. All that Hulk voice and all that stuff. I need a drink. Give me a second here. Things are reaching a crescendo.
Mm-hmm.
This is explosives, right? Is that what we're looking at here? What the hell is this? What is this random? Looks like a mug.
I don't remember this one.
I don't remember what the hell's going on there. I don't know. Either way, Van Damme is. Oh, so that must be the stunt guy that Todd keeps mentioning, the former Navy.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, making his way up.
Sean,
the
you back?
I'm recovering.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Oh,
goodness.
Good to have you back.
Weapon X, go look through the playlist on this channel for Double Impact. We did Marked for Death. Now, there are 5 core Steven Seagal movies, right? The first one, Above the Law, out, and then what's second? What's
Above the Law, Hard to Kill.
Right. We did those 2 without you, Jericho.
Yeah.
Then you came in on Out for Justice, Marked for Death, and Under Siege. I think we should revisit the first 2 with you because I feel like you got a lot to say about.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we'll revisit those one day.
Yeah, and I think Above the Law is unique because that was his first major movie. So you could tell that he wasn't a star yet, but it was his first time out there because by the time he did Hard to Kill, he was married to Kelly LeBrock, and that ponytail was getting a little more formidable, and we knew who the fuck he was.
Now,
his hair grew back.
Who wins? Who wins though? And I think I know what you guys will say. Who wins? Steven Seagal's like thick, like girthy ponytail, or Yarmir Yager in 1993? Who wins? That is the most serious fucking mullet I've ever seen in my life. That looks like a rug. That thing.
Yeah, but you're talking.
You couldn't stick your fingers through this thing.
But you're talking Marked for Death, Out for Justice. Those are the 2 strongest points,
right,
in his ponytail's reign. And I don't know, man. This is formidable again. Like I said before, you can't see light through it. It's dense. It's dark. Right. It's like a scary forest.
It's like getting lost in the forest. Yeah.
Hansel and Gretel shit.
But Steven Seagal's ponytail was mesmerizing. I mean, it gets to swaying back and forth. Next thing you know, you're in a trance. You're floating off the ground. So I don't know, man.
I think Seagal wins, but just by a hair. Get it?
But look at that. It's thick in the front. It's thick on the sides. Definitely thick in the back. They both their hair get friction on a pickle jar. Both their hairs have the same amount of children, so it's a draw.
I don't know. These guys are both legends in their own way, I guess.
They are, yeah.
Well, as soon as he said Yarmir Yager, I just saw that mullet in my head. I'm not a big hockey guy at all, but I know this mullet anywhere.
Yeah, that thing was crazy.
Yeah, and Todd was great, and he texted me that he enjoyed coming on. So,
good.
Love Todd. He'll be back.
Love you, Todd.
He was excited about it. He's a good guy, and he's a meme smith too. You know, you have friends that send you memes on Instagram. I send you a lot, Jericho. He sends me quality effing memes, dude. They're hilarious, and they poke a lot of fun at our POTUS too, which I appreciate.
Not hard to do.
Yeah, that's a layup.
It is a low bar. That's a bar. That bar is buried 7 feet beneath the crust of the earth. So, Oh man, yeah, it's a horse mane to make Shadowfax envious. There we go.
Man, that's something.
It looks like he has a stupid penguin on his shoulder. What's in style now? My hair is real long, all one length. Should I cut it? I will say this: women of Earth, I'm talking to all 4 billion of you, don't cut your hair short. What the fuck? Stop it. Men like long hair, as a general rule. Frames your face. It's elegant. It's delicate. It's beautiful. If you have short hair out there, you better be real pretty. You better be real pretty if you have short hair. So,
no, I
By
definitely
the way,
go
can I add
long
something
hair.
to that? That's I think, and also a nice public service announcement. When you cut your hair off, or when another woman says to you, "Oh my God, you would look so cute if you cut all your hair off,"
right?
Those are not your friends.
Right.
Your friends who are like, "Oh my God, it would be great if you shaved your head." It's just, I just want to throw that out there. That's kind of psychological warfare that ladies do.
Yeah, take it down to the scalp. You look cute.
You look
Why
great.
do men like long hair so much? How old are you, Arumafe? How do you not know the answer to this? It's beautiful.
Because it's beautiful.
Literally, that's it. One thing with us men, unlike you ladies, we are logical. We are A, B, C. That's how we think about things. It literally, it's not what you said, it's how you said it. We don't do that. We're just like, what'd you say? Okay, that's what you said. We're very, very straightforward. That's how we are. We're goal-oriented, and it resonates in every facet of our being, if you know what I'm saying. But there's no hidden agenda. It's pretty. It looks pretty.
We are, guys, like, this is the thing that used to drive me nuts about women's magazines. It's like 16 ways to please your man. There are 3, ladies. There are 3. Food, sex, and silence.
Right.
Those are the 3 ways to please a man. Chris Rock gave this to everybody.
Right.
All right? In his outstanding stand-up special. Okay, that's the first one. Plus, 2 things. A woman with long hair is great, but I'll tell you another thing that we find to be utterly effing magic. Makeup. It's amazing how a woman puts on makeup and we're like going, whoa, what is that? Is that magic? Like, that's shit we don't have access to. It is like, basically, how do I put us? We're McDonald's. And it's like going to a McDonald's and saying, I don't know. It's like going to a McDonald's and having them say, and how would you like that burger cooked? It's like, no, I want a number 4. Do you understand? Like, I don't care how you microwave it. I want that number 4.
Right.
We're not that complicated, ladies. Yeah. We're simple.
Yeah, long hair is a crucial piece to the feminine puzzle.
I'm so glad. My kids got my wife's hair. She's Native American. She's Mexican, but she's also heavily Native American. All Mexicans are Native American to some degree, but her family has a lot. And they have, my wife and a lot of her family have that thick horse's mane. It's jet black. And it's like Jaromir Jagr's mullet. It is.
Yeah, it's substantial.
And thank God my kids got that from her. Because I have, whatever, my hair, but it's not like that. And it's, my goodness, I'm really glad they have that. And my son's hair grows incredibly fast. I was paying for haircuts all the time when he was growing up.
Yeah, same with my son.
Yeah.
It's like once a month I got to take him and get a damn haircut.
What they didn't get, my kids, from me and my wife, both of us naturally straight teeth, great teeth. $5,000 for each of my kids for fucking braces.
Yeah, I got one down and one to go.
No one had braces. My mom, my dad, my whatever, my brother, we all had straight teeth naturally. My wife and her mom and brother, they have like model teeth, like white, and perfectly straight. Mine are totally straight, but my kids like this
Jericho,
when they were
you've
young.
got braces right now, right?
Yeah, on the top.
Yeah, see, I got braces in college, man, and I got to tell you, braces, when I saw that, I was like, because I didn't even because, me, I've got, again, ladies, here's another bit of advice. I've got the power of perception of a man. So I didn't know Jericho could be talking to me for 5 years ago. When did you get braces, man? I've had them for 5 years, jackass. But this thing, when I got braces when I was in college, man, I don't know if you had this, but they shredded the fucking inside of my mouth at first. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, you got to use, they give you wax to put on there so that doesn't happen. But yeah, man, it can, there's certain spots, it would get crazy a little bit.
It'll get you.
I mean, but now my teeth are perfect. The braces are just doing minor adjustment stuff. But yeah, my teeth are perfect now. But my daughter, yeah, it was like 4Gs for her. So one down, one to go. Junior's,
rough, man.
but Junior still has a lot of his baby teeth. So we'll see. But
Yeah, you gotta wait on that.
my
John,
wife had them.
John's saying I'm calling my daughter Minnie. Oh no! My kid's teeth are straight now. I paid for it. Okay.
They better be straight.
Yeah,
I got the receipt.
After that, right?
Teeth better be
I
straight.
remember
as
my
fuck.
daughter got braces, and my son didn't have braces yet, but he was still losing some baby teeth, and he lost his baby teeth really late. And I started seeing the other, like the canine coming down, and it was just going east or something. It was taking
It was
off.
doing its own thing.
It was like trying to get away. And I'm looking at this tooth. I'm like, oh my God, are they going to start coming out crooked? And for like a few months or the better part of a year, my son told me he thinks he needs braces. I'm like, maybe it'll straighten out. Maybe and it's coming in more and more and more. And more.
Oh, dude.
I think it was trying to do a flip, that tooth or something like that. But yeah, we had to pay for it. So whatever. I just thank God I could afford it. So there you go.
Yeah, and my daughter, she has a beautiful smile now.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah, both my kids. No idea who this is. I just Googled, let's see. I want to reiterate the point that Shant made. I wrote the words makeup before, I misspelled before, and after into Google. Found a bunch of images. I thought this one. It works.
Yeah.
It works, ladies. I don't know who this person is. No idea. My wife is watching. Do not get mad. I do not like this person. I didn't pick them.
I hate this woman.
I think she's probably has bad breath or something.
Yeah,
don't like
she
her at
smells
all.
like shit.
But I saw a striking difference in the two photos. That's all Sean is saying about the makeup. It really works. And
right.
and it's not like magic. I hate magic. I've never brought this up on the show before. I hate magicians and I hate magic. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb.
Suddenly we lose 50% of viewers.
No, we're going to increase the audience once I say that, because most reasonable people, if I bring a Ferrari on the stage and then I pull a blanket up and then I put the blanket down, the Ferrari's gone. That isn't magic because you moved it when the blanket was up.
It's sorcery.
I know what you did. You moved the car when you hid it behind the blanket. Why am I supposed to be amazed about this shit? I hate magic. That said, once you see all
safe
magic,
ground, though, man. It's like you're coming after clowns. People are like, yeah, fuck clowns.
That's right. That's right.
Filthy fucking weirdos.
But my point is, if you see, like, it's like a comedy act. If you see like Jerry Seinfeld's special, you can watch it again, but it's not as funny. If you see a magician and he explains how the trick works, then it's like whatever. But makeup, we men, we know how it works and we don't care.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's like seeing it for the first time. It works anyway. So there you go. That's our advice. Keep your hair long, do your makeup, make me a sandwich, and we're gonna be good.
Hey, keep your fucking mouth shut too, huh?
Oh Lord.
Let's see. Who's this? Mousy says, unless you're Morena Baccarin, she could be bald and still keep it on. Who is this? I'm gonna look up Morena. This better not be some woman of ill repute.
Baccarin.
She's a Chuck E. Cheese
model. She's a Chuck E. Cheese supermodel.
I'm telling you, if you made it with my sister-in-law back in the old days, Sean, we're gonna talk.
So you know what I did?
What happens at Chuck E. Cheese? There's nothing for that. There's no way to finish that.
This lady doesn't have a bald head. I guess he said, okay. I guess the comment.
She's so beautiful that she
so
could.
Beautiful.
She's a good looking
could. Gal. She looks like an Italian to me.
Oh yeah, what's the movies I've seen her in?
Don't know.
She was in that HBO show with Claire Danes.
No idea.
She was in that, and like a Halle Berry, like a young Halle Berry. That's
pretty lady.
Voyage.
I'd prefer she not have
Halle Berry. It's like, all right, fair enough. That's like,
yeah, we all understand that. We all understand that frame of reference.
She was on Firefly. Firefly has to be like the most recommended show in the world to me for like 20 years. Like, dude, you've got to watch Firefly.
Yep.
And someone lent me the
Homeland.
DVD.
That's what it was. She was in Homeland too.
Oh shit, yeah, that show.
Good looking broad. All right. Still shaved head. I don't know. Anyway, Van Damme's climbing to the roof.
You're asking a lot.
Back to sudden.
Right. He's climbing to the top of the nipple dome. He's going up there to rub the top.
I must get those in nipple.
He's going to pinch it real hard.
Real hard. So
see, that's him pinching right there. He's focusing on pinching. I'm pinching as hard as I can.
So hard. Yeah, he's fighting dudes up there, and the stakes are raised because they're on a roof. So one false move, fucking
Right.
see ya. And
Right.
this guy makes a false move.
Yeah,
Lord
and that guy
knows.
goes bye-bye. And the roof, it's one of those roofs on the arenas that opens up, right?
Yeah, the retractable
Why
roof.
why the hell did he go on the roof? Was he trying to signal someone, or was he trying
Get
to
to the
sneak up on
chopper.
well, that happened.
Yeah, because
too.
the homeboy has his little girl, right?
Right. So he's trying to
Fucking
sneak
Powers
up from
Booth
this
put
side.
on his wig and his fucking mustache, and
That was
he has his
creepy.
girl, so he has to get up there and fucking.
Right. And I remember watching when I watched this, these stunts look so dangerous, and I know it's all safe or whatever, but hanging by a lamp, which I'm sure they have real cords holding them up or whatever, but it looks terrifying. You know, I'm not afraid of heights or anything, but it looks awful.
Still, even with all the safety equipment, when you're dangling that high above, you know, that's it. If something malfunctions, you are dead.
I've had this thought when I've been to sports arenas, basketball games, UFC, and God forbid, never happened. But if the Jumbotron thing in the middle fell,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it's got to weigh tons and tons and tons,
Yeah,
made
it
of
just-
just metal, and oh my god,
all it takes is one fucking. I'll do it later. Hey, you get that? You put that fucking bolt of. Yeah, I did it. Fuck you. It's 5 o'clock on Friday. I'm out of here. And then
I saw a terrible video about a plane crash, and the plane flipped over because the aileron would just flex, I guess, on its own, and the pilots couldn't control it, and so the plane turned upside down, and they tried to fly upside down for a long time, and they just ended up crashing. Everyone died in the ocean of a passenger jet, and they said the reason that it flipped upside down is because on the rudder, I got the ailerons, I guess, are on the wings. On the rudder, whatever the part that moves, the flight surface, it's screw stripped because they didn't put enough oil in the maintenance or enough lubricant or whatever, because I guess the bosses are like, you have to hurry, like cutbacks and money cutbacks. Like you need to, okay, you're on this for 10 minutes. You're on this for 10. Like basically they had to fucking hurry and do a fast job. So they didn't grease this big screw enough that controlled it. And it was just awful. So when you say it's just one person going, I'll do it later, I just think, oh my gosh.
Yeah, catastrophic.
Yeah, terrible.
I saw a story about a plane crash where the guy, it was Friday around 5 o'clock, and he was supposed to check the pins. They were in the belly of the plane. They put old airplane tires and these old oxygen tanks that are under each of the seats that power the oxygen masks that come down. But when these cans are activated, when these cylinders are activated, and basically the pin is removed, these cans, they're inside of a container under the floor because they get up to 1,300 degrees because of the chemical reaction there. They get really hot. So they're inside of this safety case under your seat. Well, there was a bunch of those canisters and old tires, and the guy was supposed to check the pins in each canister to make sure they were in there securely because, you know, during the flight, things may shift. And so he wrote down that he checked them, and he didn't because he wanted to get the fuck out of there. It was Friday, 5 o'clock.
Oh my
and so the plane takes off, and it shifts, and one of the cans gets set off. It sets off all the other ones. The tires in the belly of the plane catch on fire.
Was this where that San Diego Charger running back died? Something Culver. It was like they crashed a JetBlue crashed in Florida or something.
I don't think so. I didn't hear anything about.
Because he died on a plane that blew up because of oxygen canisters in the plane.
Maybe it was. But
it was back like in the 90s or the early 2000s or something.
Yeah, and it was like 200 people on the plane.
Yeah.
The fire was so intense that it melted the floor where your feet are. It melted holes in the floor, and the plane just boom crashed. All 200 people on the plane died. Because some dude was like, it's Friday, I want to go.
Fucking awful. I love flying. I'm too tall for it, you know, like because I'm not buying first class tickets. I love flying because I started flying as a toddler, I guess. We flew to Hawaii, we flew here, we flew there when I was 3 or 4, and I was obsessed with Star Wars. So I was like, I'm in an X-Wing when I'm flying. And I remember I also watched Battlestar Galactica, and when they'd take off out of the space station to fight the Cylons, it's like 1984, they'd like their heads would throw back. So me and my brother would look at each other on the jet when we're going to go fly somewhere, and we throw our heads back when we go down the runway. But I always have this thought, since I'm not afraid of flying, but I know it's a common fear, and I guess I get it because you're really up there. But I love sitting in the window seat and looking at the world because it fascinates me. But I always have this thought when I look out the window and I see little city, little cars, little whatever. I'm like, oh my God, this must be terrifying for people who are afraid of flying. Because to me, I'm in awe when I'm flying. Like, wow, how are we doing this? We are in like a aluminum tube, 6 miles up, 600 miles an hour. Like, this is spectacular. It's like, it still amazes me to this day, airplanes. But holy shit, that must be terrifying for people.
Yeah, somebody's 180 from that feeling across the
right.
aisle.
They must be just as amazed into the fear zone. I feel so
knuckle.
bad for them. I feel so bad for them.
Oh man, I love flying, but you're right. I mean, there's people that just I understand it. Freaks.
Yeah, I knew a few celebrities that I met working at the radio station who would drive everywhere and wouldn't fly.
John Madden, Monday Night Football announcer for years, had the Madden bus, and he would drive from city to city to do the announcing because he didn't like flying.
But that's a pretty good way to do it, though.
Yeah,
like $1 million bus.
I prefer driving to flying. Flying is much more convenient, but when I go to Vegas, I just drive. It's 4 hours. I love stopping at gas stations and little towns, and you always find neat stuff. Even when I go to Colorado to visit my dad and my brother, I drive there usually. I haven't flown there in years. I flew there. I think the last time I flew there was like 2009 or 10 or something like that. I haven't been on a plane in years. Last time I went on a plane was 2017. I went to Hawaii. So
there you go.
Yeah, driving's cool.
Yeah, I love driving. Love the road. I love the American Southwest. Love driving through the desert, Moab and Utah. And I love those places. Jeez. So anyway, this horrible thing blows up because someone wanted to go home early, right? No, that's not why. Right. So then Van Damme's hanging up there, and right in front of where that skybox you see with the American sort of themed banners on it, he's trying to get in there because that's where the bad guys have been this whole time with the vice president and now with his daughter, and that's why he went up on the roof because he couldn't go the direct route because the whole stadium, the whole arena is crawling with bad guys.
Oh, so he doesn't have his girl yet.
No, I don't.
Or not trying to leave with her. He's not trying to escape with her.
Right. Oh. Kid, I feel so sorry for this kid. She's cute.
Yeah.
Hold on. Diesel. Stop at Alien Jerky. Right. I always stop there. I always used to. Alien Jerky is in Baker, California.
Oh, yeah.
It is home of the world's tallest thermometer.
Yeah.
Also home to the Mad Greek restaurant with some of the best shawarma sandwiches I've ever had. They took them off the menu. Now you can only get the what's the other? It's the rotating meat in front of the fire and you slice it off, but it's not shawarma. It's gyro, just a regular gyro. But yeah.
I've been to Alien Jerky. That place is shit. I bought my kids. Okay. Yeah, it's like a spaceship. And there's a car out front with two like alien mannequins sitting in there. Shit, it's all space themed. It's some cool shit.
Awesome. When was the last time you've been to Alien Jerky? Because it has totally changed. We're gonna take
almost 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah. They're building a hotel behind it.
Yeah, I saw that shit. That looks fucking weird.
On the way to Las Vegas from my house, there's a little city called Baker, California. It's literally like 2 stoplights. It's just, I don't know what it's there for. It's like a truck stop, mechanic and stuff like that. But there's a place called Alien Jerky because in the American Southwest, Nevada, California desert, there's a lot of alien theming because of Area 51. And you can stop at Alien Jerky and they have like 1 million flavors of jerky and stuff. And they have all this like UFO shit. And they're building a hotel. Right before COVID started, they started working on this hotel behind Alien Jerky. So it's a stop for everyone out here. But the crazy thing that Jericho just said, this is how small the world is on some of this stuff. Hold on, I gotta take this off the screen before I blow it up because you never know what else is gonna be on a screen when you open it. Okay, this seems safe. So this is the Alien Jerky store in the middle of the desert, right? And there's these little cars out front with aliens driving them. One of the first jobs I had in college was working for Ed Edmonds' company, Distortions. Distortions is the largest Halloween prop manufacturer in the world. If you go to a haunted house and there's like a pneumatic Frankenstein or a witch or whatever, my buddy Ed, who went to my college, he's like 30 years older than me, he makes it. Ed Edmonds, he made the molds for the Alien, for the Queen Alien, for Aliens 4 and stuff, and then the Alien movie after it. I saw that in person in his big warehouse where we were working on stuff, and I did concept art for him. But he did these little aliens. And if you look at that little silver car right there, there's 2 aliens driving it. And Ed made those. I recognized them when I walked up there. I'm like, oh, I used to see these in college at the warehouse all the time. What a small world to work for the guy. And then you're 1,000 miles away and all of a sudden you see this shit again. So I don't know. I don't know if that was interesting to you guys. It was very interesting.
That's just pretty hardcore.
But yeah,
it's so weird. But they have everything inside. Everything's alien themed.
It's one of those places where they have 500 hot sauces and they all have vulgar names.
Yeah.
Like blow your butthole out, you know, like
it's hella funny.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
Literally.
Right. This double impact pit stop brought to you by food. That's right. There's a lot of food, talk on here.
All kinds.
What do you think this girl's saying in this photo?
I want my mommy.
I'm gonna guess, yeah.
You cannot have here. All you have is me, your father.
So okay, so disaster strikes. You know, the jumbotron's falling. Everything's going to shit. People are escaping. You know, they're running out of the building. But what did he tell his son at the beginning?
Don't move, you little shit.
Right.
Even if the building's coming down around you.
Right.
Don't move.
Do not move. Even if Powers Booth leads a team of elite terrorists, do not move.
Even if somebody comes to you and offers you a fresh croissant.
So he's making his way. His daughter's still there with those bad guys. And what the hell? Oh, yeah. What is this? Is this an elevator shaft? I don't remember this. What do we got here? Oh, my goodness. Okay. Yeah. So the daughter, this is on top of the Jumbotron thing, right? Like up on the roof stuff. Not the Jumbotron, but the roof stuff.
Yeah.
And okay. So he's trying to save his daughter. She's hanging on for dear life. And who's going to show up? None other than Powers Booth. And he's trying to escape in a helicopter, right? He's got his money or whatever.
Get the hell out of there.
Yeah, he's gonna get away and commit crime on another day. And so we get to our final fight with the boss man.
That hair is just fantastic, man. That wig needs to be a guest on our show, without a doubt.
Yeah, right. And if we can get the mustache too, that'd be great.
Well, hold on.
You can check.
Come on out, boys. I got him backstage. The wig and the mustache.
I don't know if you can check your email right now, Gabe, but I've sent you a new overlay that's in the vein of Hulk Hogan.
Oh.
If you feel like uploading that as an overlay.
Okay. Well, let's see who could be here. Who could it be? Who could it be now?
I don't think you're prepared, but
who could it be now?
Does that minute work? Yeah.
Hold on a second. Things
work.
Ladies,
because
things are about to get a little romantic around here.
Sit on a towel if you need to.
Wow, you had to go there, huh?
Oh, I thought that's where we were all going.
Hold on a second.
That's where we are now. So,
I would love to get you on like a psychologist couch, Shunt, and just figure out the combination that you've created here.
How we get here.
Because
it's weird to see a psychologist with a noose around his neck, but that's usually how it ends. It's like staring into the abyss, Gabe.
Yeah, hold on a second. Oh, here it is. So we have a new friend.
Yes.
Joining the show.
Always like new friends.
Her name is she wanted to come on. She texted me. I sent her the link. Well, Sean, you sent her the link, and then her name is Charlotte, and she has a few things to say to you, Sean.
Oh, remember me, fucker?
So much more like, "Hey, baby, how you doing? I was just wondering if you want to come by and maybe do something or nothing."
Hi, y'all. It's a big y'all.
Y'all.
Let me take this dip out and I'm going to give you a kiss.
Here, hold my dip.
John. It really is late night. Yeah.
Yep.
John.
There she got them childbearing hips.
I think John, I could just see him licking his lip going, look at him hips.
That's right. A lot of babies in that nest.
That rat got a fat ass.
That's right.
You think you would ever say that in your life?
Never.
I can see why you went to the back room, Sean. I would have.
Yeah. Shockingly looks like Daisy Duke from Dukes of Hazzard.
That's the part where I think we need to talk to a psychoanalyst here. It's like, no, so my friend.
Why?
No, he put Daisy Duke's head on Chuck E. Cheese's body.
On purpose.
Right. Yeah. He did it on purpose. It wasn't.
He was a lunatic.
Yeah, you're gonna have to listen to that therapist going, yeah, and then what did she say, huh? What did she say? You're gonna realize it's a world of horror, Gabe. It's a world of horror.
Hey, I'll take extra cheese.
That's all I come with is extra cheese. You catch me in the summertime in this suit, you're gonna have extra cheese.
Look at this. Everyone getting excited. Dem haunches. Hey guys. Yeah, we gotta cool this show off a little bit, baby. We gotta cool it off.
Let me see your haunches, girl.
Hold on. Now I want to be fair to the ladies because we're getting a lot of eye candy for the boys.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your
Okay, I feel like we
That was
balanced
something.
things out.
Yeah, we've make it go away, Gabe.
Nope.
Scales are even.
I ain't going
terrifying.
anywhere, Sugar Plum. I'm staying around for the rest of the show.
The
You and I
call is
got some
coming from
talking to do
inside your
afterwards.
house.
Your 3 sons, Jaden, Braden, and Caden, they want to see their daddy.
Just wait
While
till you
you
see
were
where
on
I,
Double Impact, I went upstairs and gnawed your wife's head off.
just wait till you see where I stick this tail.
Oh, no.
Oh God, dude! No, I found Chuck E. Cheese photos. I'm not kidding. Where Chuck E. Cheese is posing with a kid, and the kid is having to hold the tail. And holy shit's fucked.
Well, you know, when you're trying to
Ew.
Google something, when you're trying to image search, you have to be careful because I picked this image out,
Jeez.
but the search I wrote, which none of you will write, was sexy Chuck E. Cheese. So that's now in my search
Ew.
history.
That's
That's
yeah.
now-
You're on a
Dude,
list
you-
now, Gabe.
Congratulations and welcome to another episode of On a Watch List.
No, I'm not, damn it.
Ugh. Dude, look at the nose on Chucky. That thing could do some damage too.
Yeah.
Look at the
Nose, that's
chompers,
about
though.
4 or 5 inches of nose right there.
You got to watch out
And
with them
remember
teeth.
this,
though,
guys.
you know?
Kids, if you're listening, remember this. And you could look this up. I'm afraid the business may still be there. This Chuck E. Cheese, people think I'm kidding when I talk about where I grew up, but this Chuck E. Cheese was in the Northgate, in Hickson, Tennessee, in the Northgate Mall shopping center, outside of the mall, of course, behind my public library in Hickson, Tennessee. So I want you to imagine this. There's a
Oh,
Chuck
man.
E. Cheese that's adjacent to where I would go to try to find books of knowledge.
You're a pervert
And so-
dream.
Hey, you did
And,
a
yeah,
lot of
everybody's
learning.
dream.
You learned a lot at both places. You know?
I learned a lot at both places, but at that age I was chasing tail. It's the way it was.
You know where
Now,
you can learn
not-
a lot, brother? Pasta Mania will tell you any fucking thing you want to know. It's like Wikipedia in here, only with rigatoni, brother.
You buy this rigatoni, I'll tell you anything you want to hear, brother. Just buy this shit, brother, now. I'm upside down in this damn rigatoni, brother.
We need to get these two kids together.
I lost my...
Rigatoni on an adjustable rate load. You know what inflation is doing to me right now?
Brother, I lost my shirt. I lost my ass. I lost it all for this rigatoni, brother.
Oh man,
I gotta move it, brother.
that is true.
Holy God.
Man.
Get these two
Wow.
together.
Between this tail and that nose, I'm gonna make you airtight.
No, I didn't know I could love and hate something so much at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely those are the
You
feelings.
are welcome.
Oh
Man,
my
that is
God.
a very confusing creature you've created, Sean.
Dude.
Yeah, it was as confusing to me as a young lad. I was like, what in the name of heaven would possess a person? Like, you got to bear in mind, you had a list of options there, right? You see this guy, you think he's cute through the nose or mouth of a rat costume. We can't even go there. And then you say to your friend, hey, I want to talk to him. And neither your friend nor you have the computing power upstairs to say, maybe you should take off the Chuck E. Cheese body first. So the question is, what was being concealed? I mean, if she took that thing off, is it just a Chuck E. Cheese body in there? Like, is that really she form fitting? We don't know. We don't know.
You had an opportunity to ask these questions, Sean, and you.
I tasted those waters and I swam on, Jericho. That's what happened, man.
Sometimes you got
scary shit.
She wanted to see what you were made of. A lot of times, a woman will challenge you when they're interested because they want to see if you're up to snuff. So
well, I let her down.
You know what will never challenge you, brother? Pasta Mania. We leave you the fuck alone and let you eat your rigatoni, brother.
We won't say shit, brother. We'll send a mute to your table, brother. They won't say shit. They'll just stand there and take orders, brother, and then they're gone. Whatever it takes for you to stay here and buy some more rigatoni, brother.
Man, hey Hulkster, how many pounds of rigatoni do you have left? Because you started with what, 1.7 million pounds? How? What kind of dent have you put in the rigatoni at this point?
Well, I started with 1.5 million pounds of that semolina flour-based material, brother. and I got it down to about 1.2, brother. 300,000 pounds off my hands, brother. I got to get rid of the rest by summer, though, brother.
That's a lot of pasta you got to move.
You don't want to see what that Florida heat does to rigatoni, brother.
Oh, I can imagine. Sounds like a nightmare. Well, hopefully you'll really clean up during Pride Month. So you're gonna have to make a lot of Alfredo, though. A lot of Alfredo.
I've already started, brother. I've already started building up my tolerance, brother. That stuff's gonna be everywhere.
Well, I think it's gonna be great.
Oh,
hey, you guys
shit.
have since it's Rigatoni Pride Month in June. Are you the Grand Marshal of the Rigatoni Pride Parade, right?
That's right, brother.
How many years in a row is that for you?
This will be my 5th year being the chairman of the Alfredo sauce, brother.
Okay. And you like to be out on the float, right? You're not a behind the scenes kind of guy, right? You like to be there, shaking hands, kissing babies, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'll be out there shaking hands, kissing babies, and signing tits, brother.
There you go. Like a true American. That's why we love you around here, Hulkster. And we really appreciate you, taking us on as you're, sponsoring the show. We love it, man.
No problem. Thanks for letting me drop in whenever I get the need, brother.
Hey, you know what?
You know where you can drop in anytime you want. Pastamania, brother.
You can drop in. You could drop a deuce, whatever, brother.
Could you drop a dime on someone like you wanted to, tell the feds something?
Yeah, drop in, drop a deuce, drop a dime, drop some knowledge. Just come here and buy this pasta, brother.
All right. Well, we better drop it for now. But thank you so much. Back to Sunday. Thank you, Hulkster. Have a great night.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh shit!
Oh, I love these
Holy
cutouts.
God.
I love them so much.
God bless
my
y'all.
goodness. Wow. I got one last thing to say about our little friend here. This is a New York 3 and a Oklahoma 9. So
That's right. That's right.
Just
And a
don't say
Chattanooga 12.
With the head on though.
Oh
Yeah.
all
No,
right.
I mean that would be the greatest line ever. That would just spark confusion. See what I did. Oh God! You look back now that I'm with you guys. I start thinking, how gangster would it been if I had just gone in there and go, "Baby, leave the headband on." No, that would be something. Yeah, if I could have just said, "Hey, baby, can you put the head on when you tell me you're into me?"
Yeah.
Don't
Put the
say
head
anything
back
till you put
on.
the head
I
back
missed
on.
a golden opportunity. Terrible.
Damn it.
Terrible.
I'm just saying.
You know what's scary is? I want you guys to meet the missus so she could go, so you could say to her, so hey, there's a story that Sean told about Chuck E. Oh, she'd go, oh, that's fucking Chuck E. Cheese story.
That son of a bitch.
Here's the thing I don't understand though, Sean, and I'm not saying I judge you. I'm just
please.
saying.
Judge away.
I'm just saying, you and Charlotte Cheese I get, but you and Jasper T. Jowls, I don't know, man. That was
dog.
That was just like a weekend thing, right? That was just like college experimental phase or whatever. So,
Yeah, I smashed it.
oh no. What about his little buddy Pasquale? He looks like he's just watching everything,
Yeah, he's a voyeur.
Somebody has to hold the camera.
He's like that disgusting falcon that was watching Van Damme do everything in Thailand.
Yeah,
Guys,
he's
can
got
I
a
just say
steady
something
hand
though
for that
too?
camera.
Let's put that picture back up for a second here.
Oh, hold on a sec. Sorry, let me grab
To
it again.
me, let's be honest about this. The fact that it took so long for somebody to go, we should make a video game that turns these old animatronic pizza places into a house of horrors amazes me. Look at these pictures. It's a horror movie already.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to do
why
much.
did Five Nights at Freddy's take so long?
Ugh.
Damn. Terrifying.
He was sitting right there the whole time.
I know. I don't know about you guys, but there's so many times when I think about things like that where I go, how much shit am I like missing that would be this multi-million-dollar? I mean, that's insane. It is a horror show, man. Holy God.
All right, so they have the standoff.
Yep.
Yeah, they're awful, those things. They look like some middle schoolers did it as a weekend project. As an artist, and I bet this goes for you too, Shanth. I actually get mad at bad designs because I think
That happens.
we're out here busting our ass, learning how to draw and do graphic design and everything that we do, and then competing. And you have the fucking temerity to hire some fucking amateur when I go into your restaurant and I can't read the damn menu because you let your cousin do it because he had a bootleg copy of Photoshop or whatever. Oh, I hate bad art. I hate bad designs like with a passion. I take it personally. It's such a fucking insult. There's no need for
Dude,
it.
it's the shit, you know, and it's funny too because it's like when I was doing it was the weirdest thing. Like I had this day, funny enough, it was April 1st, and I was like, I gotta figure out a way to make a joke out of this, which I really couldn't even do. But I was listening to a bunch of copyright-free music, brainstorming on things I could do, and I heard this tune, and I instantly went, that's the music I would use to cut together an intro for Jericho. And so I reverse sort of engineered it. And it's one of those things to where, and you know how it is, it's like you just, attention to detail when you're doing stuff like that is so important. Even for this show tonight, when we knew we were going to have Todd on, it was like, I'm like, we did one with Dean when Dean Kane was on the show. And I was like, I got to have Todd slide into frame. I got to find that image. I got to put that together because we're all into attention to detail. We love that kind of stuff. We appreciate good design and great movies. And, you guys know in the chat, when you hear us talk movies, we're like, look at that lighting. Look at that scene in the rain. Look at that kind of like orange, blown out sort of film look on Top Gun and all these movies that we talk about, and you see it in gosh, what's the director's name? Tony Scott, right? Who does the that beautiful
The nighttime rain. He gives us our Tony Scott rain.
Freaking beautiful, man.
Yeah. Gotta have that rain.
Right.
Driving rain.
All right. So high above center ice, high above in the roof of the arena that is now open, the helicopter comes to get the bad guy and take him away. Kind of like in Die Hard when the helicopter is going to take Hans Gruber away. And Van Damme, Powers Booth, they have the final fight. He's able to save his daughter. And Van Damme is able to finagle it. So as Powers Booth gets in his helicopter, things don't go well. And if you can see right there, the helicopter, and Todd talked about this stunt in the seeing this stunt in person, and the helicopter, it fucks up, it blows up, and then it crashes down to the ice.
Yeah,
and,
he hangs on the ladder and then he shoots the gun. The Powers Booth drops his gun. The girl's safe. He shoots a few rounds through the floor, through the bottom of the helicopter, shooting the pilot and that dickhead who shot the old lady in the beginning. And then when the pilot dies, his hand's still around the control and he pulls it back. So that causes the airplane or the helicopter to do 12 o'clock and fall into.
Leading to that great eye to eye where Powers is going by Van Damme and they look at each other.
Yeah.
Basically.
I don't want to get my monetization taken off of this video because I played too much Kickboxer last week, so they're not letting me have the commercial money. Van Damme is getting my money from last week. But I'll just play 10 seconds of this, and let's see. Where's the part with the helicopter? Oh, it's like right here. Okay. Yeah, so this is what happens to the helicopter here. Hold on. Okay. Beautiful. But it doesn't have any sound. Sorry, guys. But yeah, the helicopter was up there. And yeah, Todd said he got to see this live. What a crazy thing. And where's that face-to-face?
It already happened. Yeah.
Oh, it must have been right before. But yeah.
He's still on the roof.
Okay, I'll get that off screen because that's enough of that.
It's all bad for Powers.
So, yeah, it hits the ground. Then Van Damme, a weird line. He goes, "You think he's okay?" No, they're dead.
They're done. Yeah. They're crispy.
Don't you hate when your helicopter messes up?
Yeah.
You know where your helicopter will never mess up? Pastamania, brother. You just come in here on that red and gold Harley. You don't have to worry about helicopters ever, brother.
Yeah,
that's right. I come to work on my red and yellow Harley, brother, but sometimes the traffic, it's too much. I get in that red and yellow chopper, brother. I land on that helo pad on top of Pastamania, and I get to work, brother.
Pastamania has a helo pad on the roof?
That's right, brother. Added it last year.
Oh, wow. Do you use the helo often?
Not that often, brother, but it was a package deal. Ted DiBiase said, we'll give you 1.5 million pounds of rigatoni, brother, and a helicopter.
Oh, that's why you have the helicopter that says $1 Million Man on the door?
Yeah, I painted over it, brother.
Oh, okay. I was reading it. I couldn't understand. It said Pastamania, and then under it looked like it said $1 Million Man. I'm like, that's not the slogan.
It says rigatoni or bust, brother.
Right. That's what I thought the slogan was. Pastamania, rigatoni or bust. That's what I hear on the commercials.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I say. I do the commercials too, brother. I do the cooking. I do the advertising.
Right. Wow. Are you your own social media manager?
I am, brother. I'm like the guy who plays that instrument that has the drums and then the things on the feet, brother. And then he's playing a harmonica, brother. That's me. I do it all. I do it in-house, brother.
Oh, wow, that is admirable. Let me ask you, since you're here again, do you think Powers Booth got what he deserved here for kidnapping all those people and trying to hurt America, trying to hurt the vice president, trying to ruin a championship game? Do you think this is what Powers Booth deserved? Do you think it was overkill by Van Damme?
I think it was underkill, brother. Personally, I would have taken a 5-gallon bucket of rigatoni and shoved it up his ass, brother. Handle first.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you this right now, man. I just like the idea of it. Yeah, I'd like to send this villain back. He's a bit underkilled.
I gotta tell. Sorry, there's an urgent thing I have to do that's actually very funny. I have to do it now because I just thought of it and I don't want anyone to steal it. Sorry. I'll get right back to you. This is so unprofessional.
You got to jot those ideas down.
I have to.
Gotta
I have
get
to.
down.
Okay, taken care of. All right, Hulkster. We
Gotta
will
get
see
it
you
in.
probably next week because there's only like 2 frames left in this movie. But you never know. He could ride back in here on the gold and red Harley. You never know. You never know.
I think it's a red and yellow Harley.
The red and yellow, not gold. What am I talking about? Jeez. That's right. Anyway, Powers Booth and his horrible terrorist friends, they eat shit and they burn.
Piece of shit.
I'm not going to
Guy.
say they went to hell, but if someone made me guess, I would
Yeah.
shade my guess in that direction. So
This guy's headed
then Van Damme
downstairs, not
finally
upstairs.
lay back and relax and think about how
That's
much he
right.
looks like Todd Senofonte.
That's right, he is.
What if Van Damme lied about being Todd to pick up women? Huh?
Oh,
That's
What if
some
man.
gangster
Flip
shit
on
if
his
he
head.
did.
So
That's
that's the
right.
end of the movie there, guys. That is sudden death, disjointed by the Hulkster himself, brought to you in fragments.
Happens.
But
God
yeah,
bless.
so I love this movie. I think it's a good one. I think was this Van Damme's like last super huge release. Then he started doing smaller movies after this and doing his big releases less often, right?
I think the quest was after this, right?
No, Double Impact or Double Team was I think,
Double Team was
97.
about 4 years later, right? 3-4 years.
Yeah, so it was
later
Quest in what 96,
Right.
And
Mhm.
Double Team
Double
was until
Team,
98, right?
97.
Oh, it was 97. Okay, so he still had a few more big releases. Okay, after this.
Yeah, he still had a few more in the tank.
All right.
But
That's right.
let's see, Quest. Yeah, I think both of those were overseas though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double Team for sure was overseas. So,
Right.
but yeah, it was a wide release. I remember seeing the trailers for it and everything.
Right.
Those are big time.
So where do we want to go from here, fellas? Do we want to go to Lionheart or do we want to move on from Van Damme for now? I want to do Lionheart. That's my vote, but I
Lionheart,
want to see
yeah,
what
man.
two you think.
Sure, yeah. Lionheart's good.
I was watching Lionheart on Saturday night, and what is it? It's almost 2 hours long, hour and 45.
Yeah.
I'm like 20 minutes from the end, and I turn to my wife and I go, I'm watching the wrong movie for the week. We're supposed to be doing sudden death. So I stopped watching it.
So you already did next week's homework.
Yeah.
I've got
so,
that movie on repeat in my head, man. That movie was the shit. That's the movie that we me and my friend Zachary Hartford Cullis, if you're out there, brother, much love. But we were maybe I forget how old we were at that point, but we weren't 18 yet, and we were waiting in line to buy tickets to sneak into it, and that dude turned around to us and went, "You guys want to see Lionheart? Is that what you wanted to go see? Your plan to go see?" We said yes, and he goes, "Give me your money, I'll buy your tickets for you." He bought us tickets to Lionheart. Legend, wherever you are, good sir, you done good.
American
God
hero.
bless you.
All right.
That's
Gabe can't get past Gabe. I feel like I put something in your head that you
She's
can't
like,
get past.
you know what she's
Rat.
saying in this picture here? Come back to bed, Sean.
Yeah,
That
no, it's
rat
like
slut.
come back to the nest with rats
Oh.
crawling all over her fucking mouth.
Okay, so next week it'll be Lionheart. We'll close that out, and then
Yep.
I don't know what we're gonna do after that because I want to do some Brandon Lee stuff since we were talking about him.
Yep.
We've been talking about him forever. The two
Hell
guys we
yeah.
always talk about, we haven't gotten to yet. Well, the three or Jean-Claude, Wesley Snipes, and Brandon Lee. So I feel like, I think that's the direction we're headed next.
Yeah.
And then I want to get to True Lies. I definitely want to do Arnold.
Remember, we couldn't find it.
We couldn't find it. Maybe it's finally there. And then the Chuck E. Cheese movie. That's a good one.
Yep. Yeah.
Iron Eagle. I've never seen Iron Eagle, and I've heard it's great.
Man, Chappie.
Yeah, I've never seen it either.
Oh yeah, it's a great. I watched that movie.
Louis Gossett Jr.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, there are links in the description. If you had fun tonight, hit the like and just hit the share. Was that crazy for me to ask? Just click share, send it out, and we'll get more people in here. We'll have more guests like Todd. I'm working on some other guests. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. And we're going to just keep doing it, guys, because this is a blast. This is a highlight of the week for the three of us. We have so much fun doing this. And thank you guys for what you've given us here as fans. You've given us something that we really love to do, and we get so much out of it, more than beyond the show. Shant and Jericho and I, we've become actually very good friends offline. I guess we're still online. We're texting each other and all that.
So good.
But we have a good brotherhood going, and we're honestly enriching each other's lives. So it's a great thing. And you guys make that happen by making this show happen. So thank you guys so much. It's going to be next Wednesday, April 12th. We will see Lionheart, a great Van Damme movie that has a lot of heart in it. Right. You're going to like that one a lot. What's the Mr. Joshua is fantastic in this. This movie's super 80s, and I think it's a great one. So, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific, my daughter Minnie will be here with me for Father-Daughter Dance. That's our fun show. We just talk and hang out. Jericho joined us the other day on it. My daughter, she does the thumbnail. She does a lot of the art for the channel. Look at this, just made me laugh. This is our thumbnail for tomorrow's show. I don't know why. It makes me laugh. There's the Josh Brolin Thanos there. I say Thanos. Do you guys say Thanos or Thanos? I don't know. I say Thanos.
I don't know.
So, but yeah, be here tomorrow. Check out the links in the description, and we will talk to you guys later. All right?
Peace.
It is fucking late. All right. Bye-bye.